Rocat, experience precision. LG OLED, unleash the power of next generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Hello, welcome to day 2 of LPL Pro CSGO. It's fantastic to have you back if you were here yesterday. Fantastic to have you joining us if you weren't. And of course, we are diving into day 2 of the season. Bit of a hot swap when it comes to the commentators, though. We do still have a Mitch on the show, which is always fantastic. Conky on today. I hear you did have to scurry pretty quickly home from work to be here, but it's good to have you on.
Look, actually enjoying adopting this Mitch Halfday Con Cannon nickname. It's been really nice lately. But nah, look, Mad Dash, and just excited to be here for the first day of the season, first day of the year for Counter-Strike for us here, and should be an absolute belter.
All right, well, since you weren't here yesterday, Conky, let me take you through the way this tournament does actually play out. Stage 1, that's where we're at right now. 2 groups of 4 playing double elim brackets. And of those 4 teams per group, 2 will go through to stage 2 to join the 4 invited teams in another double elim bracket. And of course, going through from there, we make our way through to playoffs. You'll be pretty familiar with how things have been going. You know, you've been around on LPL for a little while. We did catch up with a couple of those teams yesterday night, but we still have a few more from round 1 to take a look at today. First, though, let's talk prize pool. It's another big one coming through this season, just above 10K for the tournament as a whole, but 6.5 on that first place prize, which is the real one that you want to be jumping for, isn't it? Because a 5K increase from second to first, that's not shabby numbers.
Yeah, it's huge. And I think the real cool opportunity this season is, you know, a little bit of a change in pace of some of the teams. Some of the former winners not actually here locally at the moment. So that opens up a whole extra realm for some of these newer teams to, you know, really jump up and take that extra 5K.
Indeed, indeed. Well, speaking of yesterday's matches, I think it's prudent that we do dive in and have a little bit of a look back at what we got to see from our matches. They were actually quite quick, quite a fast day yesterday, a couple of 2-0s. Sanguine and Nutty Gaming was the first match that we did get to take a look at. And this one, for me, was a bit of an insight, I guess, into what we were going to expect from these 2 teams heading on to the deeper stages of this season. I was impressed with Nutty. They were able to get things over the line pretty comfortably in the end, although they were kind of made to work for it in a few instances. Highlights for me, I thought Conky Super, he was really, really impressive, especially in that second half of Mirage. So looked like he was a fairly solid bet, and be interesting to see what Nutty can do continuing on in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and Super, not to be confused with Super from Dynasty, who we'll be seeing later on tonight. But yeah, man, like really exciting sort of period of this competition for us. Brand new year, lots of new teams. And for me, you know, it's always about watching that, you know, tier 2, tier 3 jump up of all the players that have, you know, got together and made their way into this leg of the competition. Very prestigious, and some old faces as well, you know, in some different teams. Obviously, Kanga and DGG here, you know, seeing old members versus Zeph, and of course, like Dan still monging around and that kind of stuff. It's great to see these, the different rosters and, you know, how they've all sort of fell together and opening up the season nice.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned Zeph. He had a good game yesterday night for DGG in their 2-0 over Kanga that we can see here in the Pool A bracket. Put them into the upper bracket final, and they're going to be awaiting the result of 1620 Kings and Dynasty. Over at Pool B, very similar looking scoreline, another 2-0 coming through there. As mentioned, Nutty were the ones to pick the win up over Sanguine, and now we're just waiting to see what we're going to get from Deadweight and Bandits. So I don't know, I feel like today could be a bit more of a longer one than what we got from yesterday. Yesterday's games were you know, both 2-0s. I don't know that I'm necessarily expecting 2-0s out of today's games down there. You can see Deadweight Bandits to start things off, and then 1620 Kings and Dynasty to finish the evening.
Yeah, we've got the 2 kind of different types of Counter-Strike that I think we're going to be seeing tonight. So Deadweight versus Bandits. Obviously, Deadweight's been a team that's, you know, been putting in the hard yakka for a little while now. You know, I think the roster has kind of settled a little bit, but they're looking pretty strong, but also have the tendency to be quite loose in their playstyle and aggressive. And Bandits, the exact same thing. Don't think they're super well practiced. They just kind of, you know, toss whatever into the pot they feel on the day and see how it all sort of pays off. And for the other game, 1620 Kings versus Dynasty, I think that one should be a little bit more structured, a little bit more straightforward, because those teams have been around for a little bit longer now, and I'm just excited to see how they've been practicing over the last little bit.
All right, well, that's something that we can get into a bit of a discussion about when we do get to that second game. Let's focus in on our first game of the night, and we'll start off with our first team to touch on, which will be Deadweight. Now, a few sort of recurring names in this roster. The one that sort of piques my interest the most is Muffin. I think he's maybe a bit more of a recent addition. I thought, you know, based on the research that I'd been doing, that he wasn't in this roster. But then, you know, they brought the graphic up, Muffin's in there. So I'm quite interested to see how he's going to slot in, what he's going to be able to do. Being able to watch him a little bit last year, Conky, and I thought he definitely had some pretty interesting moments. So a fairly solid addition to this roster, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. And Jacoby, I'm pretty sure he is filling the void because it used to be Oily a part of this roster as well. Drox was an addition just before that. Obviously, Clover, the IGL, and Mr. Shark, the AWPer, who's been looking really good in recent time as well. And I guess the only sort of thing that's recently changed around is obviously we had Velocity on that roster too. So it's settling now. Muffin, that new addition. Hopefully they come in looking strong tonight.
Indeed. They're going to be going up against a fairly difficult opponent, maybe. I guess we'll find out whether or not that's going to be proven true. Bandits is their opponent for this evening. Swanky coming through, a fairly experienced individual, I think, alongside Nibki are probably the two that I'm kind of looking at tonight to be the ones to lead from the front and hopefully get the boys over the line.
Yeah, look, Swanky, obviously a bit of a household name these days, definitely an outspoken one. And he has a lot of fun with these games. He's been putting in some good numbers. Nibki, exact same. K9's going to be a throwback for me there. I haven't seen him in quite some time. Shisui, which I believe is Froz as well. So, yep, and coming through. And then Falcon. That's a man who I haven't commentated in a very, very long time. So an interesting group of guys, and it should be a lot of fun. There's going to be plenty of smiles from these guys during the course of the competition, I'm sure.
Yeah, looking like they're set and ready to go. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how things are going to shape up when we do get into the server. First, though, a couple of individuals that we wanted to touch on. Conky can bring up the head-to-head here and take a look at Clover and Swanky, the IGLs for these two rosters. Swanky punching a little bit higher when it does come to the stats, but, I mean, can you really draw too many conclusions from the stats? I don't think so.
No, of course not. And I think Clover, he was one that really impressed me in the early stages of the last year's competition towards the end of number 3, I believe it was in the year, where he was putting in some really good work. He's a WA boy, of course, and he just seems to be coming a long way as a leader. And then on the side of Swanky, I think it's much more sort of raw firepower with him, but much more chaotic. So it's an interesting matchup to see how they sort of do line up head-to-head because, statistically, definitely not, but same roles, same vibe, should be good to watch.
A bit of a bias towards those WA boys?
Oh, just a little bit, mate. We do it tough from over here. 60 ping, you kidding me?
Oh, 60 ping must be horrible. Look, let's touch on the vetoes before we jump into the game as well, before we start bantering about which side of Australia is better. Taking a quick look at things there, we do have Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno as the 3. Now, I don't want to say AUCS in a nutshell, but I feel like that really is what we would have come to expect. Although yesterday night we had a bit of variety. So, look, I mean, it is maybe a bit nice to go back to these maps every once in a while.
Yeah, look, it does actually get a little bit boring seeing, the nuke and the vertigo over and over and over again. And these maps encourage much more just aggressive play style, much more loose structure, which is what we kind of expected from this series even prior to seeing the vetoes. But when it came up, I was exactly like you, man. It's just like, okay, we're watching a couple of pugs tonight. Should be a lot of fun. But look, it should be exciting. I think it can be, despite these maps being the pug maps, they've still got a lot of depth to them and they, can bring some really quality games.
Yeah, certainly. I'm looking forward to it. If you had to give a prediction in here, which way are you sort of leaning at this point in time? I myself find this one a little bit difficult to get a good read on. I'm going to go with a similar sort of a thing as what I said yesterday for the Nutty Gaming and Sanguine match, where I had a little bit more familiarity with the players on the Nutty side of things. And in this case, for me, that's Bandits this time around. So I'm going to be going with them for my prediction this time.
Yeah, look, I think my should win goes the way of Deadweight, but the probably will win goes the way of Bandits. So I'm going to go 2-1 that Bandit side, joining you in probably that camp. And I guess selling ourselves already that it might go that 3 maps. We'll find out.
Yeah, that's what I don't know. I was kind of surprised that yesterday's results were both 2 and 0s. I don't know what I necessarily expected from Nutty and Sanguine, but I think DGG and Kanga, if we want to just sort of jump back a second and have a bit of a chat about that, because we're just getting the game ready to go. There was definitely moments in that series where I thought Kanga could actually take a map off of DGG. I don't know if you've sort of seen this new look Kanga around the place just yet. Obviously, TJP's gone over to the Paradox roster, so they're trying to find a replacement for him. You've got Dash out of the roster, Slimy's coming in, and that's obviously not a recent change, but he's definitely still, I feel fairly new blood when it comes to the competitive level in the scene. So I think a little bit of work to be done for the Kanga roster, but I still have my high hopes, and they were in a position, it was like 12-11 or 11-12 at one point on Nuke, where if they would have won one of those rounds, one of those sort of swing rounds that, would have broken DGG's economy, I think there was definitely a world where they could have walked away with a map. And it almost felt like they were going to. You know, they had a really good run of things, and then ultimately it just sort of fell down quite quickly. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's always hard to kind of get a bit of a read on how teams are going to be performing on the early stages of a tournament. So that's kind of why, like, I'm sitting here going, I'm not too sure if we're going to get a 2-0 or a 3-mapper here. But I just feel like, you know, we can't expect another 2-0 night for both of these two games. I mean, this looks too close to me on paper to say a 2-0.
Yeah, and look, you don't really want it to go that way either. I think getting a little bit more and understanding, you know, how the players play, how the structure is going to go. But even, yeah, jumping back to that position you mentioned earlier, like I love having, you know, your Dans and Mont still there. You know, it's kind of like the old blood, bringing up the new talent and that sort of thing as well. So I think that's great to see. But yeah, I just hope the night is entertaining and pushes through to those extra couple of maps.
Me too. And I think we are going to take a couple more minutes to get this game underway. So it might be time for us to head to a short break. Don't go too far, though. We'll be jumping in right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Hello, welcome back. This is LPL Pro CSGO, and I'm here with Conky. It's fantastic. Conky, you're looking fresh tonight. Where'd you get that shirt? What's going on?
Look, Max Wardrobe stole it there the other day, and you know, hopefully he doesn't realize it's getting a little bit smaller the arms, which is a bit scary, but that's okay because Mac does the same.
That is exactly very similar to Mac's wardrobe, I think, at this point in time. Anyway, that's besides the point. We've got some Counter-Strike to talk about and some Counter-Strike to watch. We're going to be jumping into game number 1 between Deadweight and Bandits. We'll start things off here on Dust 2. And it's going to be quite the interesting one. Getting a good feel of how these two teams will come into the season, I think, is pretty much the name of the game this evening. And I don't think we've got, any more perfect maps than what we could have. Do you know what I mean? For that kind of a storyline, for that kind of a game, let's just go on to Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno. Why not?
Straight down the middle of the map pool where the fun does occur. These guys have been warming up in the offline games for as long as possible, just trying to see how they all sort of fare out. But look at this new little overlay, mate. The HUD's looking pretty fresh. But we've got Deadweight, we've got Bandits. Both two teams looking to get their entry into this competition as well for the start of the 2022. It looks like it will be a walk into lowers.
Yeah, I was wondering if Bandits was just going to take the old tried and true method into the B bomb site, but doesn't seem like they're going to be hitting that too quickly at the very least. Do have a flash here for Swanky or two. So it might end up actually just being Bandits getting set out into the B bomb site, which could be a bit of a difficult time, given that Deadweight have got 2 players on that bomb site, plus the fast rotator in Muffin already in mid. Let's see how this one pans on out. Drox and Mr. Shark already hitting shots, and it's just Falcon left alive. So that one is over in the blink of an eye.
That was insane. That was super, super quick. I was about to sort of say, how hard it actually can be to defend that B bomb site, especially in a take straight off the back of the pistol. But Muffin, Mr. Shark, super clean, and Drox just controlling it from the site. Like, they just took a bit too long to get out there, Bandits. And I feel like the old short lurk from Falcon, it was nice in his brain, but didn't get to execute effectively.
Sometimes, as long as you can hit your shots, then anything is going to look easy. And I guess that's the name of the game there for Deadweight. They did really just hit a couple of nice beastly shots to start the round off, and nothing has changed heading into the second either. Anti-Eco falls by the wayside. 3 kills for the M4, 2 for the SMG. You'll take that. And 5 guns alive. That's the big takeaway.
Yeah, for sure. Super quick round. Exactly the way they kind of need to do it. Starting to farm up the frags early for Mr. Shark, holding onto that M4. So their money's looking real good moving into this first buy round as well. It is going to actually be the Krieg to come out from Falcon, the old SG. And dropping straight down into mid as well to have that little bit of a look. Nade up towards the top, but nothing on. This is a bit of a risky play around there, but I think he's just going to hold for now, so it should be fine. They settle. A little bit of damage to the wall on the Muffin to start.
Yeah, nothing too substantial though. A little bit more of a reserved approach this time from Bandits, not trying to play as quickly in the round. Have set up quite a few players in mid, and they've actually put a bit of util in the direction of Muffin as well, which has forced him back into CT. Still not entirely sure what Bandits want to do with this just yet. You do have a player kind of taking a look into upper dark, couple taking a look up short as well, and seeing if they can spot anything into A. But Bomb is still just sitting outside of bedroom, and Clover might be running into that in just a second. So with all this, you'd have to imagine this is going to have to be an A play from Bandits, and this could go horribly wrong, just like what's happening to the camera.
The perfect thing. AUCS.
Oh, that's round
and
over.
That's Clover.
I think that's round
Finding
over.
the bomb immediately. 45 seconds. They've got to go all the way back. I think you pretty much called it immediately the second you said, oh my God, that bomb is still there. Because look, Swanky's hit a very nice shot onto Muffin, but Clover's still holding that position. K9 has to clear it. Does have another teammate looking to join him, but Clover, all he just needs to do is not make a mistake, and he's done exactly that. So he goes to push in, tries to find it, but Mr. Shark still inside the pit, gets a coupler, and now they actually have to force into this position here. K9 is looking to swing around, but Mr. Shark dropping straight back into the pit. He's only got 6 bullets. It's a good flash over the top. Drox helping out. What a round there from Deadweight. That was absolutely beautiful. I thought the second Clover went down. There might have been some recompense, but no.
Yeah.
Deadweight pull away with 3.
Yeah, I really thought that maybe Clover staying alive inside a bedroom could have made the difference there for Deadweight, but ultimately he goes down and it ends up having to be Mr. Shark to do the lion's share of the job. Bandits certainly put into a bit of a sticky situation, though, by having that bomb so isolated, and that's definitely a mistake that they're not going to make again, I dare say.
Ooh, cheeky boost. The lower dark does spot the line, but spotted in the end. There's a Shark. Looks like Swanky looking to get through that molly very quickly in Swanky fashion. Another to go down to isolate the space as well. So 2 members still. They are liking to, try and throw around this one man lurking out towards bedroom. But Deadweight taking that early control certainly makes it a bit sticky. So they're just stuck on short for now at a bit of a standoff.
Yeah, Drock's just going to go back and clear out mid. I don't think that there's all that much pressure on the Deadweight lads right now. Nor that there should really be. Only the Deagle's coming out right now for Bandits. And look, I mean, a bit of armor here and there. So if they are able to find a pick and grab themselves a gun, then there might be a chance in the round. But already losing a couple of players, and with that timer ticking away, and the fact that there really is, as I said, no pressure on the CT side right now, I'm just not seeing the avenue into this round opening up at all for Bandits.
Yeah, very relaxed and composed, I suppose, in the driver's seat, very much so. They do go for the run boost. Mr. Shark will hit a very nasty shot, second onto Nibki. And now just holding that cross, 25 seconds, and Drox is going to swing. So Shisui goes down. And yeah, Deadweight walk away with a 4th. Just let's check up on the deaths here as well. I think there's only 2 frags that have actually come out on the side of Bandits so far. Or maybe, no, sorry, a couple more. There you go. No, it's 4 in total. But still very clean. 4 kills over the course of 4 rounds is certainly not where you want to be. But it is another buy to come in for Bandits. And let's see if Deadweight can continue to fend them off.
I mean, you were talking to me a little bit earlier about this on the broadcast, and I think that's probably a pretty good segue into what I'm about to say. If Mr. Shark gets the ball rolling tonight quite nicely, he's going to be a difficult prospect to deal with, because he is one of those guys that, does do some pretty crazy stuff. And it certainly seems like he's on right now, 10-1. He's getting it done with the AWP, he's getting it done with the rifle. 10 kills in 4 rounds, not a bad shout, and Bandits are not really seeming to find an answer. Again, Mr. Shark going to be given the opportunity, but somehow must have shot Falcon through the wall. Cops the headshot, and so he dies. It's a trade for Drox, and it seems like Drox and Mr. Shark are really working quite well in unison, aren't they?
Very, very clean, and yeah, to go further to your point, and Mr. Shark, very flashy player, very entertaining to watch, but good utility usage between the two so far. Clover still holding onto that midline. Should know that they're cruising up short off the back of that utility. Now Drox, I believe he's sitting elevator. Yeah, he is. So it's a very one and done sort of position, but given the rest of his teammates and where they are trying to collapse now, looking to walk down mid. They would have heard the utility being thrown as well. Clover might have some really good timing here. Drox will actually try and dive himself away. So should be able to find the space, find the time, and Clover's right behind him. Nice and easy. That's a great round there from Deadweight. Even after losing the 2 casualties to the hands of Falcon, they managed to keep composed and get the job done.
Very smartly played as well by Drox, just getting a little bit of distraction in there and then ducking his head back down, not necessarily taking the fight when he knew that his teammate had it covered. No sense in throwing away guns willy-nilly at this point. Money, I mean, it's definitely starting to get there for Deadweight, isn't it? Drox is at nearly 12k. Muffin is on 0. And Mr. Shark might have to reinvest next round as well. Not a bad shout there from Falcon. That's the second time he's won a duel against Mr. Shark, this time with a Deagle, no less.
The Falcon peak. It's happened. And maybe the sign of what's potentially to come. But still, another round just back on those pistols. Swanky holding top mid. Muffin might potentially be able to find himself into the position as well, but it is actually going to be that molly down. So they have the control, they have the information, and now they've just got to try and speed up off the back of this.
Well, are they watching
Drox? That'll be massive. Oh, yes, they are. They're definitely ready for it here, and should be another frag as well found by Muffin.
Yeah, not much Swanky can do either, because the smoke was there in the bedroom doors. Falcon, he's kind of trying to put it together himself, isn't he, at the moment? 5-0-5. I don't know how many kills are across the rest of the board, but I think it might be 3. I think it might be 3 total, apart from Falcon's 5.
He's definitely trying to make it work. He's getting aggressive on this short line too as well, but he does narrowly miss. Does try to throw the early shot, but now all these members moving back up towards short. Swanky is going to be Falcon's right-hand man, but unfortunately can't quite connect, and Falcon caught off guard. Maybe there was a call that someone was down towards long, but a very nice unison movement from Deadweight. And they walk away with 6 here. And yeah, I don't think they've actually gone less than 3 players in a round, alive. So they're doing really, really well. Is that what I think it was?
I think it was. I think that might have been a bevy. We'll just leave it at that. 87% for Deadweight on the prediction tracker already. That is a very one-sided looking map. 91% it'll go up to if they win another round here. and get up to 7-0. So that's going to be a bit of a toughie for Bandits to pull back. And look, I mean, if Muffin's just chilling like that, I'm sure that there's another gear that Deadweight can kick it into if they really need, but it apparently isn't required right now.
No. Looking super relaxed. Just what is really impressing me so far is it's not manic at all. Like, the utility usage is sound.
Yeah.
They're backing each other up really nicely. Looking polished.
Ooh.
And a great spray down as well. Look at all that damage already dealt. The nade, if it goes over the top, Mr. Shark does narrowly miss. So this is the first real... Oh, never mind. Does hit the shot onto Falcon there. So they do find the site. They do find the plan. Remember it Goose, but the molly will go down towards Car, so it makes it awkward 4 on 5.
I mean, you can tell Mr. Shark is feeling it when he's hitting shots like that. He's looking really good tonight. Swanky might get the better of Muffin, though, and now we're back to the 4 on 4. And this is looking like the first really winnable round that Bandits have actually had. Swanky's going to rotate his way back and have a look in towards CT. Should find himself on a pretty good angle here, and I dare say Deadweight are going to have a tough ask of getting the site, but I might have spoken a little bit too soon. Drox takes matters into his own hands, gets himself a double. The rest of the lads chime in as well, and everyone gets involved bar Muffin. And Deadweight up to 7-0 now, so that'll be 91% for them on the prediction tracker if I'm, you know, keeping it up to date in my head.
Jordan, I feel like I'm watching a really solid team in Deadweight right now. Those retakes, every single time that we've seen Bandits find the site, they've been super concise and just moving as a unit. You know, how often do you see a member stumble in a bit too aggressive and, you know, they go down sort of halfway through or something along those lines? But they're just looking very, very nice and, you know, happy to sort of just wait for the time. 10 seconds left on the defuse or something like that, and they just cruise on in and get it done.
Yeah, I agree. Apparently it's at 92% now, by the way, so we'll see whether or not that's going to get increased. Clover, a 1-for-1 in that kind of a situation is about as good as you can ask for. He gets mollied out of car and didn't really have many opportunities except to try to take the fight. So the fact that he's managed to get it done pretty comfortably is quite good. I feel like Muffin doesn't care anymore. I feel like he's just sending it. He really doesn't care. He's just pushing all parts of the map, trying to cause chaos, and it's certainly working. Bandits are going to really be scratching their head as to what they need to be doing. Hole in the smoke there as well. Ooh. And that's going to give Jacoby a bit of an opportunity to get a kill through it.
Yeah, finally some action from Jacoby. He's been playing B, and absolutely no one's been going B this time. Swanky now does rear his head. So it's Swanky and Falcon, the dynamic duo. Mr. Shark has a bit of an inkling over towards that car position, but now checking over towards long. All Falcon needs to do is just find the right timing here. Once again, members moving in through CT, one up short. Now the flash does head over the top. Falcon does get spotted, but it's a good trade from Mr. Shark. Swanky needs to find this shot, and the timing is not quite there just yet. But a no-scope! Okay, here we go, Swanky. Last man standing is going to be Muffin. He has to get moving in quickly, and Swanky's playing the time. Muffin's just waiting for a mistake, and there is not going to be one, it does seem. So this should very well be the round, unless we see something close and personal. Does Mr. No-Scope, does he have the time?
I think he does. At least he seems to think he's got it. Oh, no!
Oh, just not quite. And Bandits finally get their way on the board.
I actually thought he might have had that. You know, normally the way I do it when I'm casting is if the guy's sitting the defuse, he's got it. Do you know what I mean? Because you trust the guy. You trust the player. He's the one that has that intuitive sense. So if he's going to sit it, I back him. But I think Muffin didn't really have too many other options there, did he? He really had to sit it or he was going to die regardless. He wasn't going to get out of there.
Flash out towards long. Nice entry there from Muffin. Drox does get a couple, but now Mr. Shark... no, sorry. Never mind. Mr. Shark's over towards B.
Muffin was not expecting that third guy.
Not at all. No. Good trades. Like, perfect way out along. Getting it done.
Well, look at this
now
big
they
rotate.
should have the side again.
Muffin, he's on his way. He's really got his running shoes on. And he's going to have a very quick rotate here as well. New Dust 2 might have helped Nibki out there. Just surviving. One player has gone down on A, and I guess now Deadweight could be potentially considering a save. If they do find Nibki, though, I wonder if that changes the scenario. Or perhaps for all the wrong reasons.
Okay, so will he find the timing? Looks like they're chasing him around pretty quickly. In towards that bedroom, backyard position now, rather. Remember down lowers. Shisui clearing, hunting. Should actually spot him. There we go. Nicely done. The round is found, and no save here. So they still need to do a little bit of extra chipping away at that economy. Jacoby's still up towards that 10k mark. Almost Drox not too far behind. So Mr. Shark will be able to have a drop for him. Muffin the same. And it looks like they're actually going to go all back to the flat rifles here as well. So the M4s across the board. But if Bandits pull away with this round, Jordan, it actually could be a position where they find their way somewhat back into this. It's still not those 8 rounds found by Deadweight yet, so they haven't quite won out the half. Still an opportunity.
Yeah, definitely on the teetering point, isn't it? 7-2. That gets brought back to 7-3. Bandits probably do start to come back into the swing of things. So this is quite a critical round for Deadweight. Mr. Shark goes full white. But no harm done. Mid to B smoke starting to come through now as well for the T side. But there is a big gap in that smoke. And if Bandits are not aware of it, Mr. Shark, he's going to find a couple of freebies here. Alongside his teammates as well. Apparently there's a lot of damage being done from the CT side. It's just one left. It's just Nibki. And that's gone horribly wrong for Bandits.
Yeah, how beautiful is that double up? You know, one member up on top of the box inside CT, Mr. Shark in the gap of the smoke. Now Nibki, last man standing, certainly seen him clutch out more in the past, but he's going to go get that bomb as well. Long way from home. Member top mid. It's very much the pincer attack. It's all on Deadweight to just not make any mistakes here. Not overstep their welcome. They're going to be cruising just around. Information doesn't even need to be held. Drox doesn't need a push. There he is. Straight through the door. Information gathered. And Drox will close it. So Deadweight do win out the half in the end. But still, money is there for Bandits to a degree.
Yeah, but I felt like maybe that's the round that could be the tipping point, you know what I mean? Like, if that one goes the way of Bandits, that's what I call a swing round, right? If that goes the way of Bandits, money starts to become a problem for Deadweight, and then you're starting to see Bandits claw their way back into the half. Now, though, they're back on a bit of a half buy. Deadweight has every opportunity here to just rebuild that money back on up. If things go to plan, which they do, Muffin and Drox combine, and that's long completely shut out.
Man, like, I feel like I'm going to be a broken record how many times I'm going to mention, like, composure or patience here. But look at how long they played anti-flash for before those last couple of flashes came out from Mr. Shark. And it was just super well timed, very, very clean. And then Mr. Shark able to wrap up the last frag onto K9. So another opportunity just ripped away from the Bandits, despite having the momentum. Deadweight are just there with such a heavy lean. You know, they've barely been going towards B at the moment, old Bandits. So it's just been kind of easy runs on the board for Deadweight as they take that extra A control.
It's been super impressive so far from Deadweight. Not even their map pick either. So you put the compounding issues on top of each other and it starts to look like this might be a very heavily Deadweight favored series. You were right in your assumption, or at least so far you are. But I guess when the score's 9-2, you know, it's hard to sort of argue against it.
A bit of a duel, K9. Walking away with the advantage, but the nade over the top from Clover. Nice little dunk. Yeah, exactly. That's the time where it does the turntables, of course. Still in CT. It'll be Clover walking up slowly. Swanky gets the bomb planted. So it is going to give them a little bit of time to settle, but they got a lot of extra hard work to do.
Well, you were applauding them for their retakes a little bit earlier. See if Deadweight can pull off another one. That's unfortunate for Swanky. Was not aware of Clover being so close. The scope obscuring his vision. And it puts it down to a 4-on-2, which Deadweight should have on lockdown now with that smoke going down. Falcon, I mean, yeah, he's got a nice position to play from, but when 3 players are looking in your direction, there's a smoke in the way as well. Oh, maybe I've spoken too soon. Mr. Shark goes down as well, and Jacoby, he's found the bomb just in time. He has got a kit, so it's all good. But that was a bit closer than I thought it should be. Well done from Falcon.
I'm surprised he actually managed to find that frag through the, straight through the smoke. If that spray transfer came across, it could have been real big, but Falcon has been putting in some good runs this match, though, so far. He's definitely had some bright moments, but it's just, you know, Deadweight have been operating very, very well as a team, and that can be so hard to break through, especially on that T side.
Clover out in no man's land, but still able to win the duel. In the meanwhile, Falcon continues to put in good efforts for his team. He's been sort of that ray of sunlight for Bandits so far today. Oh, but maybe it's starting to become a cloudy day because Muffin is putting in work. 13-5. You got Drox 15-5. So I think those kind of stats really tell their own tale.
So this time, short attack again. Mr. Shark already onto that line. Does have Clove up deep, so it should be nice and easy. Never mind. A little bit of a missed shot there. The old Draken 30-degree window potentially can hit the flicks, but the straight line doesn't quite connect. So that does give some time to retake short. Nipke getting himself straight back into position, but a 2-on-3, especially against Deadweight, is going to be a tough one. Yeah,
but I'm seeing perhaps a chance for a couple of isolated duels here, and that's exactly the way that Bandits are going to want to be going about this one. 3 very isolated CTs at the moment. It does offer its opportunities, but I guess maybe those are being taken more so by the CT side than anything else. And really just good fundamentals, good team play from Deadweight in the end there. Nice little flash coming up for Muffin to finish it off pretty easily. And I feel like Deadweight is kind of just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and doing exactly what they need to do to finish this one off without too much of a ruckus.
Just look at the frags. Like, everyone's sort of doing their part again. Can't really push on Jacoby. He's just been on B by himself pretty much. The old small side anchor. Exactly. He's just been sitting back, but still finding some frags on those, those rotates and the retakes. So he's been putting in good work as well, which is absolutely awesome to see. Utility goes up top mid. Shisui might be tagged up. He will be a little bit, but he's already got some teammates in down towards lower. So it definitely does look like a bit more of a lean towards B this round, but Muffin's up close. He should be able to have a frag here.
Might have 2. Might even have 3. Oh. Nibke, solid for the trade at the very least, but still, Muffin's done his job. A 2-for-1. You're going to take that every day of the week. Aggression out maybe from CT Spawn here off the back of those flashes. There was the player in window taking the duel as well. But inevitably, Bandits have gotten their way into the B site. Another 3-on-2 post plant for them to deal with.
Yeah, very nicely done to find the space. Falcon up close towards the window. Thought he was going to potentially go for a swing and a peek there, but does choose to reposition. Now opting for the car locale. Nibke watching the flanks, so they will be both in position to swing, but as the utility does start to come out now, that should afford themselves some space through this smoke here. Now straight onto the site. Shark finds one, but now Falcon in the 1v2, but it will be Drox to close out another. And this is going to be the second last round of the half. Deadweight have got 12 as we move into 15. This is a very... something I'm not really super used to, especially in a matchup like this.
It just seems like nothing is going wrong at all for Deadweight. They're being forced into quite a few retakes, and granted, a lot of them are a numbers advantage. But how often do you see this kind of a conversion rate on the retakes? It's like almost 100% for Bandits. Obviously a couple of rounds for Deadweight, I should say. Obviously, a couple of rounds have gone the way of Bandits, but. It just feels like every time we see Deadweight in a retake, you're just thinking, well, they're going to win it. It doesn't really matter. They're going to win it.
Straight down to the wire, and they're just putting that individual pressure onto all the members, not allowing them to kind of find that space to find the one-on-one duels time and time again. So Nibke found early. Fortunately, he'll be going down again. Falcon great shot, though, onto Mr. Shark. That will be the AWP felled, but Drox repositioned. 17-5 now. He's having an absolutely stellar game. Muffin spots out Falcon, but it's going to be Drox again. Now K9 and Shisui both heading up towards this long position. Clover on site. Can't quite find him. Clover's actually going to find a second as well. So Jordan, Jesus, there you go. 13-2 favoring Deadweight. What an insane CT half of Dust 2.
Yeah, you just got players absolutely popping off across the board. Mr. Shark, Drox, Muffin, I felt like were the 3 standouts for Deadweight. And even the other 2 lads, they didn't really get that much of an opportunity. But when they did, like what we just saw there right at the end, Clover gets himself a nice double on the A bomb site. So it feels like all of those individuals are kind of firing up on Deadweight. And unfortunately, on the Bandit side of things, you really only have Falcon that's pulling off, a couple of cheeky kills here and there, finding some opening frags. And ultimately, one guy is just not going to be enough when you've got 3 or 4 or, maybe even all 5 on the side of Deadweight firing at the same time. Doesn't look like we're going to have much time to discuss that, though, as we're straight into the pistol, and Deadweight are quite keen to charge their way up into the A bomb site. 1-for-1 exchange, not too shabby. Clover seems to have picked his timing well enough to also grab himself a frag.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you see when there is no mid control. They were just able to run straight their way up short. Drox a little unfortunate there, actually. Does go down in that position. Muffin manages to find the plant, but he's got 3 hungry members to find. He does get a great shot onto one. He's got the opportunities now. They are going to start running up. They're both up so close on the side. Does find one, and will he get the second? Yes, he will. Muffin to clutch out the 1v3. That is exactly a perfect example of the matchup that we're witnessing. Finally, we see Bandits get some frags back into the round, but they cannot quite connect. And that was not even like a bad retake there. You know, it was just Muffin hitting some great shots. So,
well,
yeah, Deadweight just pulling so far ahead.
That's what I was going to say. I just sort of felt like as soon as Muffin got that kill onto the player at long, I almost backed him to finish that one off in the 2-on-1. Yeah, he's got the Glock. As long as he gets the reload, they're trying to close the gap. He's going to have the advantage of the quicker fire rate, extra bullets in the clip as well over the USPs, and inevitably he is hitting shots today, so he's going to hit some.
Yeah.
14-2 is the scoreline, and it might very quickly be 15-2 as well.
Unbelievably feeling it. Everyone kind of operating nicely. Swanky 1v4 and already out mid. Doesn't quite connect with the shot. Jacoby with the long distance Mac 10 there as well. Love to see it. But yeah, Deadweight with map point here, John, which is a great sort of thing. As you say, you know, we're moving on to Mirage next, which is very much the MCG of Australian Counter-Strike. And that may be some further opportunity for Bandits to do some damage back. But yeah, Deadweight are just looking like if they take this momentum through, we might be seeing, you know, just a handful of rounds from Bandits across the series.
You might be right. Although, you know, sometimes that sort of mental reset between maps does play a big factor. I've so often seen an absolute domination on the first map and thought, well, this is the series done for sure. You know, like Deadweight wins 16-2 here. You'd back them to finish the series off. But then in a lot of cases, sometimes that second map can be quite close or it can go back the other way, even if it's, you know, the map choice of the team that won map one. So I wouldn't write it off just yet, although it's looking obviously quite fantastic for Deadweight, and I might still eat my words a little bit later on. A couple of flags do come through for the CT side. Jacoby bailed out of a bit of trouble by Muffin, but unfortunately not able to survive, and now it's on to Muffin to once again pull off some heroics. Can't get it done this time. Swanky has a pretty solid round in there with 3 kills, and we're left wanting for at least one more.
Yeah, very nice couple of shots there, as you mentioned. Able to find the member in mid as well. I was sure that Muffin holding that line potentially did have it, but goes down, back in towards mid. Nicely done. Closing the door, so at least a third to walk away here for the Bandits. Deadweight, though, do have an interesting sort of dash of cash around, and they're not quite going to go in for that full buy. They're actually just going to allow Clover to go for the hero AK. Do see it from time to time, and Kanan's already walking straight into lower, so Clover does find this. That's a great opening. That's the information now that they can start to have a bit more of a lean towards this B side. It's only going to be Swanky holding it down with the AWP for now.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's only an SMG picked up there for them, though, so it's not exactly the punching power that Deadweight would have liked in terms of the gun that they could have retrieved. You might even see Jacoby be a bit more comfortable with just the Deagle. Swanky is kind of forced out of the B bomb site, not able to find any of these shots just yet. A little bit overzealous before that Molotov really forces Swanky away. But inevitably the bomb plan's going to go down, and this is where the situation does start to shift a little bit. You got Muffin behind. He's only got a Glock in hand, so I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do with it, but at the very
just
least,
the decoy.
A bit of a distraction.
Yeah, that's it. This is exactly what he's going to do. Does narrowly miss the shots, but now he's got all the heads turned. That allows Mr. Shark to find one. Will he pick up the second? No, it's actually Drox. No, Mr. Shark, he is in action. He is activating. Swanky does manage to pick up Clover, though, so it's going to be the Shark all on his lonesome here. Repositioning, jumping around, gets another, but will he be able to find Swanky? He's 6 HP, trying to find a target. He goes for the higher ground, and Mr. Shark closes the round in dramatic fashion with a beautiful 4K in the 1v2. What a way for Deadweight to open up this series.
Yeah, a couple of really, really big clutches in there for Deadweight as well. And I guess you're going to need something like that when you're going to get a 16-3 result. Muffin and Mr. Shark both pulling off a couple of good ones themselves. Wow. I mean, what is there really to say about that map, Conky? I just feel like we have barely watched a map. You know, we've watched half a map, really. It's just, that was a demolition from Deadweight. And if they come into the second map with that kind of form, individuals firing like that, then, as you say, I mean, this could be a really quick series.
Yeah, for sure. But I think, like, even though the game was kind of very one-sided, if anything, it just showed that Deadweight mean business. You know, that's a kind of team, especially with that retake dynamic, to actually take it forward. One of the biggest struggles for, you know, our sort of tier 2 scene at the moment is how poor they look on CT sides of certain maps. And, you know, D2 being one of them. And they looked absolutely fantastic. So I'm excited for not only the next map, but for the future series as well.
Well, plenty of stuff that we need to chat about before we get into that next map, and we'll be doing that in just a second. It's time for us to take a short break. Don't go too far away. Mirage is on the other side of this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Welcome back to the Deadweight Show. That's really what it's been so far this evening, hasn't it, Conky? This is, of course, LPL Pro CSGO. And, I mean, right now, one team has definitely turned up the heat, really, and that is Deadweight. But the question is going to be, what can Bandits do in response? Because it just didn't seem like they had an answer there at all on Dust 2.
Mirage, can be a little bit different. They can run at A, they can rush B, they can take mid. Maybe those three options might be released by Bandits to kind of throw back Deadweight a little bit. But we'll have to see because, yeah, as he sort of mentioned, right, Deadweight was just looking super crispy. Nothing they could really kind of do wrong, it felt like.
Yeah, look, I mean, I feel like those three were actually options on Dust 2 as well. You can rush B on Dust 2, you can go out A, and you can also take mid control on Dust 2. So, yeah, hopefully they do have a little bit more in the strat book that they're going to be able to bring here for Mirage. But the thing that I'm getting a little bit hung up on is the fact that this is now the map choice of Deadweight. So if Bandits have chosen Dust 2 and they've only gotten 3 rounds, then you can only imagine what the scoreline is going to look like here on Mirage, which is the choice of Deadweight.
I think it's now like I'd almost be disappointed if Bandits managed to bring like a map back because that would show that maybe Deadweight just had a really lucky one, right? Because if Deadweight carry that momentum through, it's like, okay, we've actually got a serious contender for some solid runs on this side. Obviously the 4 invited teams, which we'll get to later in the competition, they're all super solid in their own right, but it is definitely sort of, not as strong potentially in some ways. So I think it's like Deadweight, if they're putting up numbers like that and just kind of decimating the lower levels of the competition at the start, they could look really solid going forward.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know though that we're necessarily going to see that same kind of form. Like, how often is it that you get 3 guys really firing hard on 2 maps in a row? Like, one guy might have a really good series and sort of carry that across 2 maps, but you normally will see if someone's really popped off on one map, they might slow down a little bit on the second map and someone else kind of kicks things off again. The beauty of it, though, I think for Deadweight was that, like, any one of those guys, if they were in the positions to frag, could have probably done it. Clover, he probably was sort of that 4th man in the list in terms of the damage dealt, but like he even when he got his opportunities was making it look pretty clean as well. And as far as Jacoby was concerned, like he didn't even get any, he was just sitting on B pretty much the whole time, and no one was headed in his direction. And in the meanwhile, Muffin's like literally running down mid, going into lower dark, taking a bit of a walk around in the bedroom or something like that, and kind of killing everyone before they even get anywhere. So I don't know. I'm interested to see if that's going to continue here onto Mirage. Like, are we going to see, is Deadweight, if they're going to go onto the CT side, going to continue to play quite aggressive in that style of just trying to unsettle Bandits? More likely than not, I assume, Deadweight might just start on the T side here of Mirage and just keep that momentum flowing. Start to just smash bro their way into the A bomb site with some pretty quick plays. Same can be said probably for B. And as long as they start to roll over Bandits early on in the piece here on Mirage, I dare say that we might see a very similar result. At least that's what I'd be sort of looking at right now. I think, as far as a prediction is concerned, maybe it's a 2-0. Maybe that's fair. Let's have a look and see, though, Conky, whether or not I'm going to be proven correct. And, of course, whether you are as well, since you did say you thought it might be Deadweight to finish things off in this series. And we are going to head ourselves onto Mirage, the second map in the series. And, well, hopefully Bandits is going to be able to turn things around.
Well, that's what we need to talk about, right? Let's give a little bit of love to Bandits in the sense that they're still a solid team, still 5 really individual players that can, really fire up on their day as well. And I definitely think, on a map like this, it gives them way more space to do so. It's so commonly played inside our region. And I think all we need to kind of see, especially, looking to see Bandits starting on that T side, just some formation, going together as a 5 somewhere, taking that control, because their lurk plays were pinched off very quickly by Deadweight. So I think if Bandits potentially just try to force the fight as a 5 and go for those trades, that might be the way better opportunity going forward. But a window smoke straight off and a flash out towards top mid.
So see how this one does go for Deadweight as they start to make their way into the A bomb site. Bandits just have to try to cede some territory and play for the retake. Hasn't worked out too kindly for them. Lots of kills going the way of the T side. Jacoby, Mr. Shark, starting to get involved, and now it's just down to Nibki once again. Unfortunately, he's not going to have too much fun, and it seems like we are very much following suit with where we left off on Dust 2.
Well, the one thing that I guess I can touch on here and that I'm happy to take the L for, it's actually Muffin that's the IGL of this roster, and his calling has been super, super sharp throughout this series so far from, you know, the little amount of T side that we've actually been able to see. But even on that CT side, you know, calling for the mid-round aggression and things of that nature, very much playing that Dexter role, you know, trying to kind of find info even on that CT side and get into position. But he's looking great, and to call it straight away with a window smoke and a connector, that was just too much for Bandits to handle there.
Certainly. Once again, you got Muffin really just into the thick of things, isn't he? So quick up onto Tetris, trying to find some frags, trying to get involved in the fight. All the frags are getting stolen away from him, though. And I guess he's probably not too disappointed by that, because obviously it's a pretty clean round here for Bandits. Jacoby drops. Actually, so does Muffin. So again, it's Falcon that's really putting in the work at the moment for his squad.
Wasn't quite ready for the walk into CT, but at least a round where they can just kind of throw it away a little bit, maybe get some momentum moving from that fourth. But yeah, again, it's just another position where Deadweight look really strong, minimal casualties. But there is a cheeky tech pause just for the time being. Sure, we'll have that one wrapped up shortly, but exactly what you need to see. You know, what we're talking about in the pre-show, Deadweight straight out of the gates, looking hot, and hoping to carry on that momentum into this map as well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that much has really changed. So they certainly seem to be in a pretty good spot. And what's also good to see is that everyone's chiming in. You know, it's not just the three guys. I saw a couple of good shots in there from Clover and Jacoby in that last round as well. He's just sort of starting to get the ball rolling. So all five of those guys, you know, on that T side, if they're going to get a pretty good run of things, then could be a pretty tough day here for Bandits. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for Falcon, right? He's kind of the one that's been putting in the hard yards for his squad. He needs to get some help from someone else. Like Swanky actually had a couple of okay rounds with the AWP on Dust 2, but they were, you know, few and far between. And it just didn't really feel like there was any pizzazz in the rest of the roster, right? Falcon might get a kill here or there and open the account, bring it back to a 4-on-3 favorable kind of a situation or something like that. But very quickly, you'd then see a trade. So we sort of need one or two of the guys on Bandits to step up and really try and take this fight to Deadweight. Otherwise, it is not going to be a very long series, as has been evidenced by the start for Deadweight. And once again, Bandits just back onto the save. So they'll be stretching that lead out, one would assume.
I think you're exactly right. You know, those rounds that did go the way of Bandits were very much traded out, you know, getting their way out towards long and whatnot. But good opening from Swanky there. Trox does manage to afford himself the trade, but now he's fighting aggressive as the Flames do keep him out. But Muffin will get the trade a little bit later. But two opening frags from Swanky, pretty nicely done. Falcon picks up another. And in position accordingly, Bomb does actually manage to get its way out. I think we should be able to call that mid is clear. And now they know that it's a stack. But Falcon has picked up an AK, relatively low. K9, no Kevlar, that's the only thing. But he's got a Galil to sort of back himself. But it's going to be Falcon making the very quick play over towards B here. So it's all on to see where Deadweight actually end up taking this bomb.
Well, it's going to be towards B. K9 in a 1-on-2. Definitely a winnable 1-on-2, though. Jacoby is quite low on HP. Mr. Shark doesn't have any util, so there's not really going to be anything to prevent K9 from getting out onto the bomb site. Don't expect that he's seen Mr. Shark just yet. Nice crosshair placement, but Mr. Shark just a bit too sharp. Maybe they should call him Mr. Sharp instead.
Are we going down that route already, Jordan?
Well, I feel like it's that point of the evening.
We've cracked open one. First map. Nice and easy. It went down a bit too well, I think. So maybe this one will just go down as well. But yeah, look, you know, Deadweight, they've had a very strong start again, but I think the main factor is Swanky is out straight back onto the AWP, and he will find the opening frag as well. So still piping their way straight up mid, but I'm liking this stack towards B. They've got both members up short. They do hear the information now, but at least that's managed to at least put a bit of a break on this aggression from Deadweight.
Yeah, it's sort of the first time that we've seen Bandits kind of on the back foot. It feels like in this entire series almost. So what are they going to opt to do? They don't actually have a huge amount of util to play with here. Just a few mollies. No real flashes to speak to, apart from that one for Jacoby. One smoke for Mr. Shark as well, which is going to be tossed into Connector. It's going to be quite difficult to find their way into any of these bomb sites with such a lack of util.
It's much slower around here. Clover now looking for a bit of a hunt in towards the window. Swanky all the way back towards CT though as well. But Shisui does actually manage to pick up one in the process. So Deadweight, whilst they do sort of find their way towards this site, the side of Bandits are ready to sort of collapse from many, many different angles here. Now they do find position. Mr. Shark drops the AWP. Nicely done here, but still one more member behind that ticket booth, and he's actually been taken down. Nicely done here from Clover. You're exactly right. It will be Falcon on that flank. Nipkey somehow doesn't quite get found, and there we go. Mr. Shark actually collapses, gets him back. Now it's on to Shisui and Nipkey. This was bloody a crazy, crazy round.
Yeah, this is not the kind of round you can be affording to lose as Bandits. From a 5-on-3, we're now back down to a 2-on-2. Mr. Shark is hitting shots with the AWP. Shisui put that smoke into jungle, but Muffin in the meanwhile is going to find his man, and it's down to the 1-on-2 now. Time is definitely a factor. He doesn't even have a kit, and Bandits will drop the round. That is perhaps a nail in the coffin, if I've ever seen one. Deadweight should not have been allowed to win that round. Falcon, a little bit unlucky not to get that flank off. I think that would have been a big difference maker, but Mr. Shark just all over it, turns around, has a bit of a check into ramp, and spots him out. And unfortunately, Bandits just still not able to win a round, even despite being up 5-on-3 in that last one.
That's what I was thinking. A 5-on-3, super strong turnaround, and for the sixth sense as well of Mr. Shark, you know, he knows that Falcon loves a push, and even on the flank, he was unsuccessful. So in lowers, not very aggressive. Clover hasn't quite spotted anything. I think Falcon is going to very much wait the duel, but now he's a little bit locked away. We'll have to hide him towards the corner. So Clover
this gets
won't
checked
spot
every
anything
day.
just yet. Yeah, for sure. Does actually start to look away though. Maybe Falcon's gotten away with this.
Yeah, I thought he was actually going to make his way in through connector into mid, but perhaps not. And in fact, I got a bit of egg on my face because it was in fact not checked. Falcon punishing for it. But ultimately, the Shades are coming back on through here. The exchange is more than favorable for Deadweight. Nice to see Jacoby sort of backing off there a little bit as well. Just won't want to be seeing him give up his life when so much ground has been gained around the rest of the map.
Oh, beautifully played too. He heard the footsteps down towards Get Right. Looks straight out the window and does say g'day to his neighbor. Finds him, takes him down. And ultimately it's just left to Swanky and K9. Drox, very nice shot. So K9 might have to put his tail between his legs here and just walk on out of there.
Doesn't even look like he's going to be able to get away with any damage or even try and salvage a gun or something like that. This position now known, and Deadweight going to send Clover on the hunt. And we're off to a 5-0 lead. Very, very one-sided map once again. Couple of brief moments of hope for Bandits, and I guess that is something, but when they're not being converted, then it's all for naught. At least the money's built back up and they can't afford to buy through. They opt for the double AWP though. So a little bit of a utility lack for the CT side, but two big greens in the hands. Might be something Deadweight are not expecting.
They'll double AWP set up on Mirage, a favored foe. But it is going to be that mid-control again. Actually a boost out as well. Drox will swing his way over. Doesn't quite spot a whole lot, as it looks like Swanky's AWP is actually going to start to rotate over towards B for now. Very heavy lean in that position. One member going lowers. So it's really just still that poke and prod game for the time being, as they do continue to collapse on mid now with that member coming underneath in Clover. But K9 spotting over towards Connector for now. Still no real aggression now from Deadweight, just sort of waiting for Bandits maybe to make a mistake in this mid area.
So far, so good for Deadweight. They've got control of mid. Now they take control of Connector. You got some presence on the A ramp as well. And Deadweight are looking pretty good for an A split, although they will have to go back and retrieve the bomb, which is going to take a considerable amount of time. In fact, they're just going to go straight on in. They don't worry about when that bomb is coming. They just want to take control of that A-bomb site. And it seems like maybe they're going to have a little bit more of a difficult time of doing that. Though, Muffin in jungle is a good place to be.
Yeah, K9 already shouldered out from an earlier trade. They know he's in towards CT, so they're not going to give them anything at all. Must be so frustrating for Bandits. You can see it there in Swanky's face. They are trying to plant for this connector side, however, but it won't quite happen. The collapse is there, and it's nice and quick, and Bandits, a little bit of pace back. There we go. Putting a round on the board here. That was a very, very nice round from Falcon as well. He got a couple of really solid shots off, and a couple from the short position too. Nicely done from Falcon with the 3K. So on the board, finally, a run to at least sort of put behind them. Now, if they continue this pace, you know, they're not too far away from breaking the economy of deadweight either. Looks like they actually might be able to do it in this round if they're successful.
Yeah, although we did have this same conversation on the last map, and then deadweight went on to win that next round. So let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Let's wait and see if Bandits can actually convert this one. Already having lost the initial frag is not great news. Muffin's just running around in mid as well. Does not seem to have a fear in the world.
So still very slow, very split with that opening frag. Does give them the space. However, Falcon, I feel like we're just repeating his name at this point in time on the Bandits side. He keeps putting in the big amounts of work. But still that lean now towards A. Nibki is going to be in for a rude awakening here if he is spotted, but he does sit up on top of that terracotta pot. And Mr. Shark's actually spotted, so that's one. Will he go for more? A second. Nibki with the lockdown. Nicely done. No rude awakening here. It's just Muffin alone in a 1v4. And with that bomb drop down in A main, it's going to be a very tough run for him to find back.
It could still be a very impactful 1-on-3 here from Muffin if he can find another kill or two. Not the case. But take a couple of guns away from Bandits there, and they would have forced the reinvestment, and money would have started to drop a bit. But all good for Bandits. They're quite happy with that. Money's starting to build up quite nicely for them, and as you mentioned earlier, it's kind of depleting for their opponent's deadweight. I think this might be the first time deadweight has had to take an eco in the entire series so far.
Yeah. I think you actually might be right. Jeez, that's actually very wild to think about, but, you know, Bandits putting these couple of rounds in early to give me some further hope. Jacoby does actually spot out Swanky, but now he's locked away into a bit of an awkward situation. One of the only members with Kevlar in the round as well.
He's also got a smoke in hand, so he's going to want to make use of that before he goes down. But unfortunately, bit of a cast of curse, because both of the smokes that were available to deadweight are now no longer part of the picture.
He's just everywhere. Mid-aggression. Now the last member on short should be able to find his third in the round. I think that's like back-to-back-to-back multi-frags. Come through from Falcon, 12 and 5. Looking very, very nice with it. And the money, whilst it's, you know, enough to get them sort of that buy back, it's going to be no AWP for Mr. Shark unless he wants to go glass cannon. I'll eat my words quickly there. We know he does love his AWP. So he'll pick that one straight back up into this round. But deadweight, yeah, certainly starting to lose their grip just a little bit. And we cannot see, for them at least, you know, that could be Bandits just fighting their way straight back in and could start to make it a little bit nasty for deadweight. And you don't want them to lose their pacing.
You got to see a good solid half put together here by Bandits. Series definitely not over. I was talking about it on Dust too, you know, how quickly a game of Counter-Strike can change one way or another. That's not what we want to be seeing, though. Another player going down early for the CT side, and deadweight just feel they've got a little bit more freedom. Although what I will say is Bandits have been a bit better at bringing back 4-on-5s here on Mirage than what they were on Dust 2. So some hope there.
Yeah, it's just, you know, a little unnecessary going for that hunt so early. Losing up the opening frag, you know, giving so much extra space for deadweight to play into, because now they're rotating back around towards B. Already Nibki having to kind of pick up that lost control, watching from market in towards CT. And there is a little bit more of a rotation there as well, as Swanky's going to come around. So the lean might actually head its way back. Okay, whatever information they think they've got right now, it's gone the wrong way. Both members in CT watching just to see if there's any lurk to come through that murder hole, but looks like still just Deadweight buying the time. They've got the utility set, and they will be executing B in just a couple seconds.
Well, as that smoke starts to fade, you're going to see the CTs coming back over toward the B bomb site. Mr. Shark ready and waiting, though, for Swanky G. Sui hiding by Van. It hasn't actually been checked yet, and this could go horribly wrong for Deadweight. That's a bit of an error, and they have certainly been punished for it. Now there's only 10 seconds left. They desperately need to get that bomb plat down. Jacoby, he could make the difference here with some good shots. Finds the first. Now 5 seconds to survive. Falcon, he might just not quite get away with it. Oh, who's won the round?
No,
Falcons won the round. What an absolute mess of a round.
If anyone was to pull that out of the bag, it would be Falcon. Basically just stared at him, and all of a sudden Jacoby started to get sweaty hands. It felt like, look at this. Couldn't fire a bullet off, panicked, swapped to the wrong one. And I think that might have been the messiest way of a round to be won that I've seen so far this year, but it's definitely a familiar area that I've been in over these years, and happy to be here.
Oh, my word. Well,
Look at the change in emotion.
There was a few giggles on the Bandit side. Definitely the opposite for Deadweight.
Yeah. They were all smiles in the last one. And now, you know, I'm not going to say frowning, but certainly not as electric. And they're still ahead. That's the craziest thing, right? You know, it's not like they're 10 rounds down. They're still in the lead here.
Well, whose job was it to check Van? That's the real question. Someone's in trouble.
Absolutely. Got to clear all those angles, regardless of who you are and what you're doing. Position, once again, Deadweight. Only a couple deagles. Money should be reasonable enough in the next to get that full buy, but surely they'll be clearing Van in this position as they do line up towards B again. Leaving that one member to lurk. Clover's taken a lot of damage in position, though, but here's Falcon again, moving his way up towards 20 frags in just 9 rounds.
I can't believe it.
Kind of crazy to think about.
He's a machine.
The worst thing is, I think I can now, which is 4 years ago, I would have been telling you you were dreaming. But here we are. Jacoby, though, let's get an entry back in towards A. Nipkey to trade.
Just doesn't feel like Deadweight is finding the same successes that they were in the Angels on Dust 2. So, I mean, Falcon 17-5 in less than 10 rounds is pretty unreal. Shark's going to give it a crack here against Nibki. He will sacrifice a lot of his HP for that kill, but a kill is a kill at this point. You're going to have to take what you can get. Swanky G giving up his position. We'll try to react accordingly. Mr. Shark starting to probe in towards CT. Swanky G more focused on the bomb carrier. But a nice flick, and ultimately Falcon in with the rotate gets another one. Well, I mean, it's shaping up pretty nicely now for Bandits. That's 5 in a row for them on the CT side. Money's looking good. You got Falcon absolutely popping off. Again.
Yeah. It's just like the old days, you know, Swanky would have peaked that. He would have gone down, a little bit more space for Deadweight, potentially a turn in the round. But he sits, he waits. He knows that these teammates are coming up connector, and, you know, Falcon there to close out the round. And you can just see him, like, giddy, losing his mind at how well he's performing right now. And look, as you would be, right? This many frags this early into a game, midway through the series after being, you know, quote-unquote decimated on the previous map. So we've got a bit of a banger on our hands, it feels, so far.
Falcon, once again, is just going to catch another player off guard. Man cannot be stopped right now. I don't know if I'd be playing that game as Muffin.
Some further utility down, top connector, still watching, gets another shot too. And that's the game that has been played. So Falcon hits 20. Looking very, very solid still. Clover, though, with Mr. Shark, they're healthy. They've got utility, but not a whole lot now. A couple of flashbangs to work with. Mr. Shark's going to be heading down towards lowers. Yeah, Deadweight just, as a team that were so happy to move as a 5 and trade effectively, they are looking a lot more split in this map and not really putting themselves in overly, you know, solid positions to trade.
Bit of that pizzazz has been lost, definitely. Some of that momentum fading away for Deadweight, and it sort of seems like now they're going to have to really go back to the fundamentals, go back to the basics, work hard to try and claw their way back into this map. 6-5 Bandits for the first time in the series, have the lead.
Yeah, just flat. Hoping to hold on. Needs to be, potential an opportunity for a pause here, I would think, a bit of a conversation. And that's exactly what's happening. Tactical pause. Perfect time. Need to work out the kinks. Because if Bandits, get into that happy trade, the momentum, and you can just see that Muffin's giving him a real good talking to right now. And I think, yeah, definitely the time to do so. If you leave it too long, let everything sort of hold across their minds, you can sort of lose your mojo a little bit. But we don't want that to happen in this series because, after Deadweight with such an explosive start, even if Bandits take us to Inferno, it is still Inferno. And you never know what can happen there.
That is a good point. I think with any one of these maps in the pool, you probably could make that statement. Really could go either way. It is nice, though, to see Bandits kind of coming back into the swing of things here. I think it would have been a bit of a disappointing result. Definitely a very disappointing day at the office for them if they would have just gotten absolutely blasted out of this map as well, which is, to be fair, what it looked like it could be at a 5-0 scoreline for Deadweight. Now they're really making them work for it.
Yeah, both returning teams to the competition to a degree as well. Slightly different rosters, but still the same cause as Falcon picks up another in amongst the fire and the flames this time. Flash goes out. He's going to dive his way in towards the ladder room. Jacoby looking for a fight in a second, and Falcon maybe biting off a little bit more than he could chew, but a fadeaway from Clover. Nipkey gets a couple, so at least puts him at an advantage. But
that'd be a retrievable gun
something
here.
Back. Yeah. Armor on Clover too.
Yeah, he's got the weapon as well, so he could definitely make the difference. Slow and steady wins the race for Deadweight. But quite a few isolated CTs.
Yeah, very happy to sit back, but look at the control. I think really liking the position of, I believe it's K9, all the way in Palace. Getting that aggressive control. Swanky now waiting. They're going to fight for it. Actually does miss, though, but K9 is the one actually who will strike. And okay, Swanky, please don't hit that shot. Does miss. Clover now in a position where he can actually look to pick up the AWP here. He's already found two. He's looking hungry for a couple more onto the defusal. But K9 nice and wide. We'll close out the round. So yeah, that fourth wood position. He got punished for it earlier, K9, walking into a ramp. But this time, takes Palace, sits there. And he is the king in this round.
It's a real uphill battle now for Deadweight, to be honest. The money on the Bandits side of things is going to buy the half out. They've just got absolute oodles of cash. So if Deadweight want to bring this back to a bit more of a respectable scoreline, get themselves up to 6, 7, even 8, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to go through 3 gun rounds. 11K still on Swanky. It's been 7 in a row for Bandits, so momentum definitely shifting.
Molly top mid. Should be light work. Muffin goes down again. Yeah, Deadweight look like a completely different team. Very, very flat. And maybe, they obviously started on the CT side of Dust 2. That was where they were looking super good, which in Australia feels like a very strange statement to be making. Teams usually much worse almost on that CT side. Map dependent, of course, but K9, he's actually hit a couple of naughty shots too, and Nibki to close the round, but it looks like we actually have had a member disconnect as well, so hopefully that will be resolved very, very quickly, and that will be the technical pause, coming in. So we'll get him straight back into the server. But yeah, look, I think I'd like to sort of go through that a little bit more, Jordan, just because, it looks like we've almost had players swap in and swap out just emotionally in all sort of ways. Deadweight have just completely left the server, it seems, after those opening 5 rounds that they found.
Yeah, it was sort of what you were saying, wasn't it? Where we were sort of just wondering what was going to happen here on the second map, and whether it was like Dust 2 was a one-map wonder from Deadweight, or if they had the ability to bring that through to bear over the course of a couple maps. And I sort of get the sense that we're getting our answer here. I mean, don't get me wrong, this could still end up being a win for Deadweight, but if they do win it, it's going to be a really grindy kind of a situation. They're not just absolutely decimating. They're not getting away with all the freebies that they were on Dust 2. So that same form just not quite coming through from Dust 2 as it is now into Mirage. And unfortunately, I guess for Deadweight, if that's going to be the case in some bigger matches, right? If we go deeper into the season, then they're definitely going to be punished for it. Obviously, they're being punished for it right now by Bandits. They might be punished by a third map in this series as well if they don't sort of kick themselves into gear pretty quick, and starting to run out of opportunities in the first half. So hoping for their sake, at least, that their CT side is going to be able to pull it off. And I guess, to be fair, that's where they did get a lot of that work done on Dust too. So maybe there is still something to be said for that.
Yeah, I just, it's almost sort of put me back a little bit in a way. Just like, you don't see a team that looks that solid completely go flat in the next map. And Mirage, of all maps, right? It's not like we're moving into, you know, an Ancient or a Vertigo or a Nuke that can be very technically hard to play, right? It's Mirage. It's a confidence map. You know, move as a unit, get your way out. Like, we haven't seen Deadweight, I don't even think a simple rush anywhere, really. Like, it's kind of been this very slow, methodical, the lurk out, you know, try take mid, a little bit slower. Like, that's great, right? That's got to happen. But sometimes maybe just a little bit of a throw it out the window for a second. Let's get our confidence back and let's do something a bit sillier for a round and see if we can catch Bandits off guard.
Well, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here in round 14. A little bit more of a slow progression again into mid, taking a bit of a look at Palace, taking a look at Apps. Deadweight just trying to take a bit of map control around the place. Swanky would have been perfect timing to throw that Molotov.
I think he saw him now. Potentially, maybe just a clip. Yep, there we go. Molly down. Smoke in the window, though, so it's going to make it a little bit awkward for Mr. Shark. He's actually forced his way up, but Falcon, guess who spotted him? Not quite finding. Never mind. Muffin! Oh, man, he goes down. In that molly, Mr. Shark was the one that was just behind.
You have to say, that's probably a worthwhile trade at this point. If you're going to take the guy who's 24-7 out of the server, that's actually worth it as a 1-for-1 for Deadweight, definitely. So now it's on to the rest of the Bandits to kind of pick themselves up a little bit. Mentioned K9 did have a nice round with the AWP in the previous, but he's over at 8. So it'll be Swanky this time that's going to have to get that work done. Can't land the first shot. Now his position is known. Clover going to be ballsy enough to jump his way into Van. In the meanwhile, Jacoby out onto the A bomb site was picked up by K9. And where's the progression here from Deadweight? It's all just kind of come to a stop.
That was super odd. They like ran back for a second. Maybe there was some hesitation in the call or something like that. But yeah, again, for a team that is, you know, started off looking super well oiled, like just looking all at the wrong angles, not clearing where they need to clear. And for Shisui to just be able to be so patient and just sit jail the entire time, unwavered, and to find 2 frags there to close the round is pretty nasty. So still, again, Bandits have that buy. They've got the double AWP. They're all at max cash almost as well for a couple of them. Swanky does narrowly miss that pick, and he does go down, but Nibki's there for the 1-for. Falcon for the trade. He's up short again, very aggressive, but a couple of these missed AWP shots, it's going to be leaving a lot of pressure onto Shisui and Falcon here. But look, you know, Falcon, the way he's been going, you're almost sort of picturing winning this round already.
I mean, this is a little bit more like it, though, for Deadweight. No mucking about, no messing about, just backing themselves, getting themselves into some firefights, pushing through a couple of smokes and just catching Bandits off guard. And I think it might well lead to their 6th round of the half, which would mark a not too altogether disappointing half in the end. I guess if you would have given that to them at the 5-0 scoreline, they probably would have been not too keen on it. But given how things have gone so far, 9-6 seems okay. Falcon's been good, but not quite good enough this time. So 9-6 indeed is the scoreline. But yeah, I think in a way, both teams can probably walk away from that one a little bit disappointed, but also quite happy with how that half has gone. Bandits, because they started off 0-5, you know, and to get up 9 rounds, you definitely take that. But there was every possibility, the way they were going, that they could have actually gotten that one into double digits. And obviously, in the case of Deadweight, I mean, to start off 5-0 and then only to grab a 9-6 half, it does leave a little bit to be desired, but it's definitely something to play with. And into the second half we go, and this will be quite the important pistol round in giving us an idea of how the rest of this half is going to play out.
And 9 rounds it took for an emotional shift, it felt like, for Deadweight. And, you know, a little bit potentially too late, but as you mentioned, that pistol could change it all. But they are just going to be moving straight on out. I like the boost from Clover. Are they going to clear it? That's going to be the question. They never do. Still never do. And Clover in a very awkward predicament, though. He's still going to find so many different fights, but they've brought it down to just 2. 2v2. Nipkey looking to find one back, and he actually does manage to get it. And now it's Drox, who, you know, had such a stellar game on Dust 2. Has really been sort of struggling here. He has managed to drop the bomb. Nibki on the off angle, and he will find 3 in the round. Bandits momentum behind them, and that's how you rush B, baby. Straight on out, together, get the trades. And, you know, even with the boost of Clover still managing to stop that planter, it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, just needed a little bit more, I guess, from him in the end. And it's obviously difficult to ask that from him when he didn't have like an immediate second player to take a shot at, right? He got the kill onto the guy that was planting, and then he had to move. He had to sort of transfer his position to try and take fights, and ultimately that's not worked out too well for him. Just too many shots going by the wayside for Deadweight. Got a little bit of a shooting gallery here. They do actually manage to find a kill with it, but not too much past that. K9 knows exactly what is up. Might have swung a bit too far there, but survives. Even in the 2-on-1, and Deadweight now really do have a very, very difficult task ahead of them of coming back into this map.
Lots of money though, off the back of that Mac 10. Plenty to sort of get his team moving into the upcoming rounds. He's going to be holding on to that one as well. The rest of the members on those AKs. So yeah, look, only 5 rounds that Bandits need to close this out. Deadweight certainly need to get their wriggle on now, and it's going to be Drox to open up perfectly. Falcon, a man who has been on top of the server, taken down very, very quickly in a solo mid play, but now they're going to be moving out A. This is the back to basics, this sort of simple fundamentals here, and already doing some damage as well. Mr. Shark does narrowly miss the timing, but he still will find it. Now Shisui looking for that duel. Jacoby sitting back from CT, nice and comfortable, but the Swank is in this 1 versus 4. Has to get the bomb still. It's an awkward line. There is no AWP that he needs to try and duel, but it's still super hard to find these picks 1-to-1-to-1.
Yeah, Deadweight's not giving him anything. Mr. Shark goes charging up connector, but very quickly everyone else just pumps the brakes. And Deadweight put together what I would say was actually a pretty solid round there on the CT side. Bit more of that required. They'll probably need another 2 or 3 like that in a row before I'm really starting to believe they can make this comeback happen. But first gun round of the half, it's always nice to get that one under the belt, particularly when it is as convincing as that one was.
Yeah, very solid round. So just the singular AK here for K9. Still got plenty of money in the bank as well to work with. Nade comes straight out of window, but once again, you know, Bandits pick up the pace here, and once again, Deadweight look super comfortable with it. They're not really fearful at all. There's the opener for Drox, and narrowly missing Falcon. Nibki does manage to get that shot, however, on the trade to Clover. Mr. Shark inside the window. Will he spot out K9 from up the top? Yes, he will. Very ready, very prepared. And the remaining 2 members of Bandits, they hightail it out of there and look like they're going to be setting their focus on towards B.
This is a little bit more like it. Deadweight maybe just a little bit more comfortable on the CT side. It'd be interesting if we do get to have a chat with them at the end of the evening, if they were to win this map, what their thought process was at the halftime of Mirage. You know, whether they were confident in their CT side, whether they were a bit disappointed with that first half. That's something that I'll keep in the back of the mind if we do get to have that interview. But of course, it could also be Bandits. Probably not off the back of this round, though.
Exactly what they need, though. Deadweight, dragging it back. 4 alive. No AWP, obviously, to be recovered, to my knowledge, however. So they are just going to hold on to the 3 AKs. Should have an investment to come through. Yeah, Drox can drop that one over if he wants. Now, Mr. Shark, he can buy his own. That'll be fine. Getting it done. So the 3 AKs obviously still ring true. Drox and Muffin, again, who had really solid performances on Dust 2, finally starting to light up just a little bit. Muffin, though, can be a tough gig playing that B-side anchor, but regardless, Bandits, AWP for Swanky, Glass Cannon, and Falcon, he's going to be looking to be the one to dive towards mid once more, but a Drox, oh my god, can't be peeking that more than twice, because Falcon, he's got your number.
Yeah, Falcon's got everyone's number at this point in time. Looks like he's going to go... I thought he was going to go through the smoke here in connector. In fact, he has! And he spotted Mr. Shark. The guy just cannot be beaten at the moment. Jacoby, I thought for a moment he might have just whiffed one too many shots and Falcon was going to rip his head off in response, but he got it pulled back nicely in the end. Still a 2 for 1. Falcon has done his job. He's opened up the map for his team.
I wasn't expecting that third member, I don't think, over towards the site, but Clover does manage to actually get this back. If he goes for a big multi-frag, could make work. Yeah, exactly right as well. And Muffin in position. Shisui, however, does afford himself with the trade. There's Muffin. But now it's a one-on-one. And a very tense one at that. Jacoby coming through the apartments. So it's all going to be onto Shisui on what he makes the decision. You're exactly right. He has to go up. He has to try and find the fight. Collects and gets out quickly, but he's not going to be ready.
It's time for Jacoby to just walk up for free and get the clutch for deadweight. If that bomb would have dropped onto the ground instead of up there in the apartment, what a difference that could have made. Still, I mean, look, a very important round win for deadweight to get that one over the line. But with only one gun alive, CT Economy isn't really given too many opportunities to build back up to comfortable levels just yet. But deadweight, they close the gap to 2 again.
I guess the good thing is, you know, potentially if we look at this and deadweight do ultimately close out the CT side, it's just potential cause to check up on what's going up on the T side, you know? But with Muffin, maybe he hasn't been in the IGL role with them for too long. Maybe they've just got to still build maybe some, you know, confidence and further synergy in that. But, like, you would have just thought, again, from their CT side retakes that they had on that previous map. So I'll just mark it up as, you know, too early to tell. And ultimately we are going to even... You know, whoever loses this map, no one's going home, right? We're still going to get to see, at very minimum, one more game from each of these teams.
That's true.
So plenty more time to witness and watch what is being thrown out.
A little bit of a boost up into the window for Falcon, who's taken the hero AK. At this point, I don't disagree with that decision at all. I think you chuck that AK into his hands. Every opportunity you can get. He can provide a bit of an X-Factor-esque round if given the opportunity. We've seen it already a bunch of times. And he's in the position to do it from as well. Jungle's just completely open. No one is even watching it right now. Mr. Shark keeping a bit of an eye on things. And he seems like he might just not quite have the timing there on to Falcon. But you're right. Bomb has been taken by deadweight, and that is going to be a big difference maker here. Jacoby, he'll clear out T-spawn, and now he'll have to set his sights on what's coming from ramp.
I've taken down Falcon as well, so that's the rifle to go. K9 also fell. Jacoby has had an excellent round here. He is doing all of the heavy lifting for this team right now. And a 4K from the man as well. Look at him shouting. He's happy to be here. And he absolutely would be too. The beat of the chest. What a very clean round. But I love that, right? Like, you know, 50 seconds left in the round. They duo walk into a ramp. They take the control. And even though K9 was still in Palace, like, they get all of that extra control for free and take down the bomb on the rotation. So very nicely done there from deadweight and just continuing to show how solid their CT side is.
10 to 11. Scoreline creeps ever closer. Mr. Shark starts to get rolling with the AWP as well. I'd be sweating a little bit now if I'm Bandits. It was looking good in the first half. I'm just thinking to myself,
you know, it's like Falcon had such a stellar CT side, and now he's been the first to die maybe the last 3 or 4 rounds. That's where it starts to get dicey.
I mean, I guess he's just trying to be that one that's going to make the difference, you know? He's thinking, I have to be the first man in. I'm the one hitting my shots right now. I have to be the one to carry the team. But ultimately, if he goes down, who's there to step up? Maybe it's Swanky with the AWP. Does get himself a trade in this round. Though again, you know, 1 for 1. If you're taking Falcon out of the picture, I think it's always going to be worth it for deadweight.
So how do they approach this one? Shisui still lurking. But that is a very deep Molotov, and Muffin, he knows it. Is he going to get cleared? He's absolutely not. We saw Shisui pull this one away, but he's still yet to be spotted. Doesn't need to do anything, but that's a little unfortunate. K9 does in the end find him, but Clover has activated. He's gone absolutely massive in this round. He's on for the 4K. He's spotted. He's got the information, and K9's low as well. It's going to make it just a little bit too awkward, I do believe. Middle of the site, and Drox to close. Deadweight have tied it up.
Yep, this is starting to look quite worrisome indeed for Bandits. Money ballooning out on that CT side for a few of the members. Clover, Jacoby, Mr. Shark. And the rounds themselves have looked very, very clean from Deadweight. There was the 1v1 clutch for Jacoby, sure, but apart from that, everything else has been 3 or more guns alive. So you can really see they're getting themselves rolling on this CT side. Again, Mr. Shark going to take the exact same angle, and again, he's going to find himself an opening frag.
Yeah, the one-way's paid off for him a couple of rounds now. But creeping through. Good shot from K9, unfortunately. The Deagle isn't super good through boxes. So Drox still does manage to walk away with his life for the time being. 3 members stacked up of the Deadweight side towards that B position. Swanky has a little bit of a look in towards mid as well, but some further damage will be done onto Shisui as now they finally start to walk their way up connector, but 2 members are ready from Deadweight, and they're fully equipped to do so.
Couple of taps in here from Clover, but it will be over towards the A-bomb side. So we need to turn our attention. That's 2 very good entries from Swanky, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Clover will clean up a couple of quick ones, and that sort of puts to bed any hope of a round there for Bandits. Once again, Deadweight, they pull ahead.
6 rounds in the 6 frags, sorry, in the last 2 rounds for Clover as well. He is looking very, very good now. Definitely has a lot of momentum behind them. Deadweight taking the lead finally back after what feels like so long in this map. But yeah, again, just like I'm banging down on it, how strong their CT side is looking. They're giving Bandits barely any space. And I guess that is the thing, you know, maybe when you're a team with a little less structure, a little bit looser, but now they activate, they go for the full classic, which is the, we'll run 8A round this round.
Still got a couple of players to get past though. Mr. Shark still inside of connector with that AWP. In the end, bomb plant does go down, and now Bandits have a pretty solid post plant here, don't they? A-ramp, Palace, and send Shisui on that big long rotate into mid as well, so that he can be the insurance fund if the round starts to go a bit pear-shaped. Bomb will be planted for him, which is fantastic news for Bandits. And honestly here, if I'm Deadweight, I'm thinking, we haven't found a pick. There's like 15 seconds left on the bomb timer. It's probably time for us to just back off and save these guns. Looks like they're going to go for it, though. That's a very ballsy play. And it doesn't work out. Even if they found those last 2 frags, they wouldn't have had time to defuse the bomb.
Yeah, I think they were just sort of a little bit of extra boost of confidence. They've got the money. But this is where they've got to be careful, right? You know, we're into the last handful of rounds in regulation. So they've just got to be always cautious to not throw away the money they've got. Because look at it now. Absolutely nada. Brought down to the bare bones. And Mr. Shark's actually barely got any utility to sort of work with it too. Now Falcon is straight up mid. Does take down Mr. Shark. And Nipke also to find one. But Clover is there for the refrag. And now spotting up top mid. Nipke gets it back, however. So this is the breaker. The swing round, I think you were making mention to earlier, that's a possibility on the cards right now.
Yeah, most definitely. Jacoby might have to go big once again. He's in a good spot to do it. Shisui is watching the ramp, though, so he can't go too much further. And now it's a 1-on-4. Oh, dear. Deadweight, it looked like they were sure to close it out, but now it might be back in the favor of Bandits, and Jacoby's going to go down in just a second as well. So once again, another twist and another turn here in this map, which is Mirage. I don't know if I want to say the O word.
Don't you do that.
But it is Mirage.
It's a guarantee now, as we've called that. But Deadweight, look, a lot of heavy lifting to even make that a potential prospect. You know, what an awful place to have your money broken. That AWP for Mr. Shark, you know, could have been absolutely massive. And as they all try to wind their way out window, have Swanky G find that opening pick. The double AWP on the T side for Bandits, that's when you can tell that they're kind of feeling it a little bit here.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially going up against the pistols, but I suppose they're making it work so far. Probably not much to really say into this one for Deadweight. Yeah, nice skill there from Clover, but I don't think the economic damage is a huge factor right now. This will be the 14th round on the board for Bandits, so as far as they're concerned, if they can just win a couple more quickly, money is not an issue.
Falcon, 34 frags now. Still needs to carry it home. This is the round where it's the potential turn of the tides. They've got plenty of money, though, to work with. Don't think Deadweight can really think of a possible prospect of breaking that economy now. They need a clean round. They need to keep as many alive as possible. Not much money to reinvest. Whereas Bandits, they can just keep on swinging. Mr. Shark stuck inside the window, but no warp either. So definitely making it tough. Smoke goes in. Shark goes out.
Yeah, I think Deadweights really just need to focus on what they're going to be able to get done in this round rather than trying to worry about Bandits' money and this and that. Just ensure that you get this one over the line comfortably enough to be able to rebuy in the next. Good start, Mr. Shark. Catches Falcon. But Nibki has got quite deep into Connector. And there's still a lot of presence being made over at the B bomb site by Swanky that he's kept 2, maybe even arguably 3 players there for quite a long time. Doesn't look like it's going to punish Deadweight just yet. Drox and Nibki run into one another, and that frag will go the way of Drox. A massive one for Deadweight.
And they've completely broken it up now. The offense is sort of lacking. Drox is low, but teammates are in a good position. Molotov in towards jungle. That could make it a little bit awkward there. Drox doesn't actually have the smoke to bail himself out, but a teammate does, as Jacoby will strike. Now, just to get that smoke down for himself. He actually isolates himself in, but Shisui will find Drox. And now Clover has spotted out the member on towards the site. Swanky is walking up close and personal inside this smoke, and this is where the chaos ensues. Jacob, gotta be happy with that. That's a 13th round and an absolute eco burner there for the side of Bandits. And look at that. That's the happiness back that we need, the laughter, the excitement.
It's still a bit tense.
It's tight. It is. It's got to be, though, right? You know, Deadweight, like, they've dropped the ball really hard on that previous half, and they want to close out this series 2-0. They've got to put in the lifting now. Mr. Shark's got an AWP to do it as well.
I tell you what, it looks like Muffin's been putting in a bit of the lifting, I will say, so I think they might be all right in that respect. So we have the AWP out for Mr. Shark, as you mentioned, and Bandits are heading in toward mid. A lot of them in this direction. Molotov's going to force him away. Drox needs to be very careful dancing around near Connector. Full mid-control established for Bandits, but it's cost them a lot of their utility. They've only got 2 smokes left.
Just all trapped in mid, no real control. Leaving K9 at the back of Apps. Information gathered on the back of that molly. Potentially heard at Drox, who's not too far away on the stairs.
Has Jacoby pushed into ramp?
Yeah, he has. He's back on the top of that pot as well, so he can grab the info again. He has been great with this mid-round aggression. You know, not pushing much further, just enough to kind of lock it down.
Well, it's going to be the B take here for Bandits. 4 of them coming up short. Muffin waiting to catch K9. Here's the Molotov come through. It's a good kill for Deadweight. It's a good start to the round, but Clover missing quite a few too many. Now it's on to Muffin to make the difference. Gets rid of Shisui, brings it back to the 2-on-2, but loses his life to Swanky. And the man of the moment, Jacoby, once again tasked with the retake. 1-on-1, and Falcon low on HP as well.
This is such a tense round. It was the Falcon-Swanky duo, Jacoby. He's almost on to 30, but it will be Falcon to close it, and he is absolutely happy with that. 36 frags. He's stressed out. You can just see it. But unfortunately for Deadweight, that is where the economy looks to potentially break, as they are going to have a rough-looking buy. Drox has got a Scout. Shark has got an M4, but yeah, a couple of, well, an MP9 as well and a FAMAS. So Bandits definitely have the economic charge to do it, but they still have to play this round smart.
Indeed. So the damage coming through from Mr. Shark there with the M4. Molotov doesn't land in the window. Doesn't look like it's going to punish Bandits here too much. Drox, this is not the place you want to be with the Scout, my friend. Not when Falcon is on the other side of it. Oh, this is not looking good for Deadweight, I don't think.
He's got it. This is the potential opportunity for Falcon to make or break it, right? If he gets this pick onto Drox, that opens up the site. They have to be aware of Jacoby. But he's pushed in again.
Jacoby, did he just find the timing? Did he get spotted? Maybe. Falcon's on the move now into the A bomb site as well. Jacoby.
Oh, he's made the footsteps.
He's in ramp. Oh, sorry, in Palace. Mr. Shark's been spotted out. This is a pretty wild round. Bomb's coming back to A. Shisui spots him out in Palace, but Drox with the headshot from the Scout keeps him alive. not sure what to expect out of this round, but Bandits do have the numbers advantage. Jacoby making so much noise.
Yeah, a lot of indecision, I feel like, you know, just overstepping, maybe understepping a little bit as well. So they know this member's inside that position. Falcon just waiting outside the murder hole to see if anyone will peek for him. Jacoby has spotted him, and that's information gathered as well. Clover going to go for it. He will be able to find it. So all of a sudden, it's a potentially winnable round here. Nipkey, though, on the flank, will be able to spot out Jacoby, and now it's on to Muffin, the IGL in a 1 versus 3.
I don't think he's got
It
the
is
time.
planted for them. I don't think he's got anything really here. It's just got to be mistakes to come out for Bandits, and that will be it. He does have the kit. Swanky on the line. What are you doing, Swanky? He goes down. Potentially, they lose it. Hang on.
No
hang
way.
on, hang on, hang
No
on.
way.
Nah,
No time. No time.
I was wondering just for a second, Jesus, Swanky, what are you doing? But there we go. It will be a map going the way of Bandits, and Falcon. He's up, he's standing, and he needs to go out to have a bit of a rest because, my God, yeah, the strain was definitely on the man, wasn't it?
Yeah. Look, I don't know what he's on at the moment, but he's been the real standout for that Bandits roster, even on map 1 when they were getting absolutely blasted. He was, you know, maybe 1 KD, maybe even a little bit better than that, and then to come out there and drop, was it 36 on map 2? He's the reason they've actually managed to get that one over the line. I think for me, Deadweight, yeah, they just let a little bit too much go in that first half, didn't they? 9-6 scoreline when you start off with a 5-0 and then only get 6 rounds out of the half. Unfortunately, just not enough. You know, one more round in that first half, that could have been what they needed to play with there in the second, because they were bringing it back. They were definitely bringing it back, but just not enough to play with. And unfortunately, for them at least, it goes through to a third map. Bandits will be very pleased with that. And I'm sure we've got a lot to say about that third map as well. I think, though, first we should head to a bit of a break. Don't go too far away, though. We will be back in just a sec.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
As is always the case in ANZ CS, you cannot rely on that first map as an indicator for the series as a whole. It was 16-3 to Deadweight on map 1, and then they were up 5-0 on Mirage. If I told you that, Conky, you would have thought they won the series 2-0. You would have called it there and said, Mirage is done. But no, that's not the case. Bandits are able to pull it back, get themselves a 1-1 scoreline, and now we head towards Inferno, which sort of feels like anyone's game at this point, right? If Deadweight are not going to finish it then and there on Mirage, and Bandits is going to be able to pull it back, I mean, you have to say, like, Bandits could still go on and win this series now.
Inferno is always such an interesting beast of it's like a mixture of, potentially one of the best third mappers in globally renowned series. And then in Australia, sometimes it can just be a whatever. So we'll see where it kind of is going to fall along. But I feel like it's going back to the earlier commentary, right? I sort of said at the start in my predictions, it should go 2-1 Deadweight. And it probably will go 2-1 Bandit. So right now I'm sitting here in this weird position where I'm wondering if like Deadweight come out firing, I'll instill my confidence back. That's what I need to see. But Bandits on the back of that map that we just saw on Mirage, I think it could go their way still.
Yeah, man, I think that was the real sticking point, wasn't it? On map 2, where we were saying, look, Deadweight, can they bring this form in? Are they going to be able to look very similar going into Mirage? The answer really, for the most part, outside of like maybe a couple of rounds here or there, was that they did not bring that same kind of form. They did not bring that same just absolute ludicrous aim, individual firepower that they had on Dust 2 through to the second map. And that ultimately was kind of the undoing, because if you look at Dust 2, there was like almost no situation where a Bandits player even won a duel. Like they just kept getting crushed time and time again. But on the second map, they were, firing on all cylinders. Falcon was having an absolute whale of a time, really. And I guess I can ask the same question now in the context of the third map here, is that can Falcon kind of keep this same pace up for an entire series, right? Because we were sort of saying, look, maybe you're not going to get that from all these players that were going absolutely bananas on Dust 2 for Deadweight and into Mirage. And obviously we didn't quite get that in the end. There was Jacoby stepping up on that second map where he had a bit of a quieter one on the first. So now it's kind of like, well, can Falcon, if he's, been able to have such a couple of great maps, do the same on this third map, or is it going to have to come back onto another one of those players to really step up and carry from the front?
I think interestingly enough, like Inferno is such an interesting beast through and through, in the way that I'm very critical of it in this region, just purely on the fact that there's not many teams around that can really put up a solid CT side, right? That's always the downfall, whether we be local, we be international. It seems like teams just start to lack this crazy amount of confidence. There's minimal sort of mid-take or apartments control or banana findings, that kind of thing. But on the T side, it's like a completely different shift. They'll just throw themselves up Nana and take everything with full gusto. So that's where I think is going to be the telltale here, who starts off on that CT side, like who wins the knife, and if we see some confidence there. Because I think if we do, the team that performs better on that CT side is going to win this one hands down, I think. So I'm definitely wondering how that's going to look, because I think Deadweight, if they do lose this, they're going to probably start to really need to think they got to go back to the drawing board a little bit on maybe some of their, takes on that T side and that, because if you get knocked over by Bandits, especially a Bandits where it's almost just the one-man show in Falcon, that's where you kind of got to work out what you're doing a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, with the way that the series has gone so far, I feel like there's a lot to lose for Deadweight and a lot to gain for Bandits. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you win that first map 16-3 and you're like, all right, well, you almost, I think, subliminally think, yeah, we've won the series without that. Whereas now Bandits are kind of like, oh, well, after a 16-3, I mean, we just get rolled out of this one. Fine. I guess it just wasn't our night. But they've actually come back into it. And now Deadweight's kind of just thinking, oh, no, what's going on here? Are we going to throw this series away after such a good start? Lots of things to think about. And I think we should go back to another quick break here, Conky, while we get that third map ready to go. It is going to be Inferno. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
little sweaty boy. Can't you see you need me? Sweaty boy. Sweaty boy.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Hello, welcome back. It is LPL CSGO, and of course we are here for Deadweight and Bandits. Conky, it's been a bit of an interesting day so far, but I think it's time to find out how this series is going to shape up. We're going to get our way onto Inferno and see where exactly this wild ride is going to take us, right? It has been a bit of a roller coaster. A 16-3 on the first map, you would have thought Deadweight have this one on lockdown, but Bandits pull off a 16-13 win there on Mirage, and now we find ourselves on that third map, and it's really everyone's to play for. CT side start for Deadweight. I know that was something you were talking about a little bit in our little pre-match there, where you thought that knife round was really going to make a difference. Has this lent you one way or the other?
Well, look, again, I hope for Deadweight's sake they pull this one through, right? Because, you know, Bandits, from what I can see in the chat, you know, team that doesn't really prac, doesn't really sort of throw it together, and Deadweight are a team that, you know, want to start making their way into that top 8. So I think they've really got to step it up. And if they don't, that sort of, you know, causes some questions. But they're a great roster. They just need the confidence, and I think this is a perfect time to do so. And Muffin is going to open up with the opening pick on a Falcon.
I wouldn't be half surprised to just see another very similar scoreline to that first map if things really get rolling for one of these two teams. Muffin in particular was a big driving force behind Dust 2, and he could definitely get up to some shenanigans here on Inferno as well. Already a decent start for him. Has sent Bandits packing back over toward the B bomb site, which is where a little bit of util is waiting. That's a nice shot. Clover holding on to the nade.
They're here. That's the main thing, though. And that's a huge nade. So this stack towards the position of B could potentially be the undoing of Bandits, but they will have to actually hit the shots, and that's the call for concern. Mr. Shark had all the opportunities in the world to win that one, and unfortunately he's dropped the bag. So Swanky looking to recover the site alongside Shisui. K9 also there as well, but this flank is starting to come in from Drox, so K9 will be the first point of contact. If he doesn't spot anything out, there's the information, so now they can start to settle in this post plant.
Yeah, K9 was watching for it, and the fact that he's been able to get his way back into CT is going to be a big deal. Clover equalizes it back to 2-on-2, and now Swanky's low on HP, but it does not matter. V250 in hand, more than enough. And Bandits will go up 1-0 after the pistol.
A real big worry there. Like, that round definitely sort of throws me a little bit. You know, they have 3 members stacked upon the site, and Mr. Shark all the time in the world, but that's where the pressure does sort of amount to you, right? You're seeing all these heads just walk straight in front of your crosshair, and with a USB, you know, tap it away. One-shot headshot, but it can be so nerve-wracking to have those lines. So we don't see a force coming from Deadweight. It's going to just be the nade stack up towards top of Nana, and a lot of momentum behind them as well. They've already taken that control. Information gathered from Muffin. It's going to fall straight back to CT.
Just USBs across the board, so can't be expecting too much to come out here in the favor of Deadweight.
Yeah, definitely a tough one. The old business as usual round, right? You know, you throw it sort of out the door, maybe just hope for a frag or two and not try to give too much money over to the Mac 10s. And Jacoby, going to be a little bit upset with that one. The Zeus was ready to be activated, but not quick enough on the shot. So site taken, 1 frag found by Drox, but no guns recovered, and Swanky's going to take him down as well.
And Muffin would like one here with the Mac 10, but not even given the opportunity. This seems like it's the Swanky show at the moment. Drive by 4-0 out of the first couple of rounds is a pretty good time to be a Bandits fan. And that's their second round on the board as well. So this will be the investment from Deadweight, where they can really start to get that ball rolling on CT side. But as you said, if things go wrong on the CT side, it doesn't leave you much room to work with.
Well, this is where Swanky thrives, right? Like, he plays a very, very loose style of Counter-Strike, very sort of confidence-driven as well. You know, there's not many teams out there that kind of, you know, walk around being, no matter who they're versing, they very much have the mindset, it's like, well, we win this. Absolutely, we win this. So I think if they get that momentum behind them and that ego is sort of fed a little bit, I think that's where Bandits can really run away with it. So early nades do at least keep them at bay. Shisui and Nibki are taken low. Muffin gets a little bit of a response back, but they do relinquish the Nana rush and start to head their way back over towards the A side.
Unfortunately for Deadweight, they've got their rotator going all the way back over to B, so that might not be the name of the game right now. A couple of players stacked up inside of Pit. Drox and Jacoby. They'll have a lot of work to do. This is going to be a very long rotate for Deadweight. I don't think this is looking very good for them in this round, even though that's a 1-to-1. They do expect drops. Good fundamentals. Nice check there from K9. And you'd have to think that, I mean, it's not necessarily the round over, but with no util for a retake and it being a 3-on-4, this is going to be incredibly tough. Nigh impossible, really, for Bandits, for Deadweight. And I'm glad to see they've called for the save here.
Because that was the kit in Muffin. You know, maybe that was a potential saving grace, but second that falls away in the apartments, way too far away from the rest of the members. They're out of it. Yep. So let's just say, Jordan, save in round 3. That ain't a thing that you want to be seeing if you're a Deadweight fan.
No. No, definitely not. They might not be able to save all these guns either. It depends on how this hunt goes for Bandits. Does look like we have Swanky committing to it. I don't want to give up that AK. Clover, it's a pretty serious upgrade over the Famous if he can get it. Won't be ballsy enough to try.
It's cool, calm and collected on the Bandit side. Stone cold gaze. We've got a different angle from Falcon too. Very nice. Bit of a change up. The chin cam.
Ooh, Swanky, he's feeling confident. Muffin was expecting it. Might have hurt him. Still does get a lot of damage done, but it's a player advantage for the CT side now, which is something Deadweight have been looking for all map long. Finally got it.
That's the Swanky we know and love, Jordan. The one that I've seen for all these years, straight through the molly, no questions asked. But at least he's done some good damage. You know, now Muffin, just a gentle push of air away from going down. And Falcon actually does manage to find Clover too, so advantage goes back the way of Bandits pretty quick.
Yeah, Muffin, this is not a fun place to be. MP9 in hand, 3 HP. Just going to get absolutely blitzed by Nibki.
Save again.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
This is the unfortunate sort of spiral that you get yourself into sometimes on that CT side when the rounds aren't going your way and you're constantly in a poor economic spot. You're having to say, well, we'll save this one. We'll save this one and we'll save this one. And slowly but surely you see 4, 5, 6 rounds starting to pop up on that T side. And it's not a fun place to be, I dare say.
They are in position to at least lock in this banana hold, so potential chance to close it on a frag. But yeah, I don't know, just not really. It's early days though, right? Like I feel like I'm certainly getting ahead of myself just a little bit. But the fact is, again, you know, we've got another round where Bandits have 4 alive, and this is the 4th round to Europe. Money's still not good for Deadweight. You know, 3 alive means that they will be able to at least have Jacoby drop one over for Clover. Muffin can buy himself, but minimal utility to be thrown around on a couple of these members. If Bandits really continue strong on this T side. I mean, look, as I said, in this region, Inferno always does seem to still feel, unless you're watching like maybe Renegades or to a degree LFO, it still does feel like it's a bit of a T-sided map, even though it shouldn't be. So that's where I guess the question will lie. How do Bandits look when they do swap over that side? But if they keep walking away with rounds, you know, Deadweight might not have that many to play back on.
Well, here's another chance for Muffin, and this time a target that's already softened up is pretty easy pickings. Much better start to the round for Deadweight than what they've had in the last couple. Still some dangerous players alive on the T side, but they've been forced away for now. Just a bit more of a spread. Falcon, oh, he might have had a chance there.
Very split though now. Odd rotations. I'm recovered though, so it does look like they are pretty keen on this A site. Minute left on the clock, so time to work with, but you know, still Deadweight in a position where there's 55 seconds left on the clock. It's still a 4 versus 3, but they've got no map control. They're just sitting, waiting back to see sort of what does ultimately come to them, and it's going to be 3 hungry members of the Bandits. Molotov into pit. It's going to force Drox out. Does he have a smoke? Yes, he does. So he'll at least be able to sort of put himself in a better position, but that's a great frag from Mr. Shark and Drox as well. Okay, they keep it cool, calm, and collected and close out a round. There we go. Deadweight on the board.
Yeah, much needed round for them as well. Bandits, they did look like they were in a position to start to really run away with things. But well done from Deadweight, keeping 4 guns alive. Money starts to look a little bit better now for them. Big swing round for them. Bandits not out of money just yet though, so it's going to take another couple of them to break that T-side economy. Lots of util invested into mid early on in the piece. Those grenades have been put to great use. Bandits quite chunked down. Shisui in particular down to 49, and he's going to be on the entry here into brackets. Not spotting too much. It's a lot of map control early on in the piece for the T side.
Immediately burning that utility as well. Good response though from Muffin. They managed to flush Nibki out on the back of that smoke, and now Jacoby up on the balcony. He's got a lot of work to do though. Does have his teammate of Drox on towards the back of the site, but he's got a lot of work again to do. Swanky spotted just inside that smoke, but they're still nervous. They're hesitating here. Bandits, they need to get in. They need to get on towards this side, otherwise they're just going to get traded out, and that's exactly what you've seen. You know, a foot on the brake, and it's all on a Shisui in a 1 versus 5, and they don't even have the bomb jump.
Yeah, a little reminiscent of one of the rounds that we saw from Deadweight on the T side of Mirage, where they just got all a bit stuck in apartments, and it's very much the same kind of thing there for Bandits, where, you know, at a certain point you just have to go. But if you stay locked in your positions, you're not going to get too far, and inevitably Deadweight pull off a gun round with 5 alive.
Yeah, massive for their economy there. They don't even need to buy up just an AWP just yet for Mr. Shark. They're going to hold on to their rifles that they've got, you know, almost 4 AKs, 5 rather. So, going to be pretty happy with that. Oh, did they get the 5? Yes, they did. Perfect stuff. Looking like a T side right now, but what's the money looking like on Bandits? Okay, so they're still forcing in a couple of Mac 10s, or no, a Mac 10 and a Tech 9, and that's going to be a very, very quick hit up towards the apartments this time around, and just some gentle utility towards B to at least keep some of these members back, and it's K9 straight through that molly, and Jacoby's ready for it, but he took a lot of damage as a result of it.
Yeah, pretty quick smart. Gets himself out of there, which is the solid decision. So creep up carpets here from the remaining T's there in apartments. But you have a pretty solid defense here up on the... Never mind. On the A-bomb site.
That nade almost scared me. It came straight up my face.
I think he was... he saw it coming. He was like, well, I'm cooked. You know, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Accepting fate at that point in time.
Has prompted the rotate from the 2 A players on the CT side, though. We've got another player back in toward Pit, and Mr. Shark playing around in Moto. Seems like Deadweight has a pretty good indication. Wow, that's a shot of where Bandits are right now. Good util usage, and Drox definitely on point.
Yeah, no, good flash in as well. Makes it a bit awkward. Mr. Shark now tucks in towards the site, but look at this flank. This is going to be the potential changer. Shisui waiting for that library push, but he has to get into the site, right? You know, this positioning might all be well and good, but if you're not taking advantage of it, now he spots out, knows there's a member inside Pit. Mr. Shark taken down. Ooh. Exactly what you want to see. And that's where this position, you know, Bandits backs up against the wall on the site. Muffin, though, he's up close. Will he find Nibki? No, he won't. And now that's Clover, 1-on-3, and I think he just might have to call it very, very quickly as well. But again, you know, it's another position where it just gets very awkward. It's a 4-on-4, but no matter what you do, it's going to be that 4-on-2 position unless you've got further real estate of parts of this map, and that's something that just lacks so heavily on so many of these teams CT side of Inferno. How you basically just immediately back up against the wall, and you can hold down from pit really nicely, but it only lasts a couple of rounds before the team end up knowing exactly where you're going to be and just rains down utility on you.
Yeah, really impressive round from Bandits in the end there. Numbers disadvantage starts to get pulled back, and they eventually clean up the round. 2 and 5. Bit of good work being put in by Deadweight. Now starts to feel like it's coming unstuck a little. It's still going to be at least another round before their money is fully depleted, but they might have had a good chance to get their way worked back into this half, and now they're kind of back to square one where they really need to just put in those hard yards, do a bit of grinding, win another 2 or 3 rounds in a row, and then they can start to think about the long haul. Sharp and Jacoby both pulling out the orb this time, and neither of them having the ability to strike just yet.
It was like being at the buffet and not knowing what to eat there. Hands grabbing at so many different things, and ultimately couldn't even find the shot. So he goes down very, very low from the top of car, and Molly does make it a little awkward for Muffin. Now they know exactly where he is. Another Molotov to isolate him from his teammate as well, who has to go back to site. That's Clover. And Muffin has been so patient. Surely they know he's still here. He jumps up over the top. He doesn't quite find it, though. Clover does pick up one, but now he's low, and there's 4 hungry members at top of Nana. Mr. Shark, though, finds Nibki as they do try to go for this wrap. Clover is taken down. Site secured. Where's the bomb, though? It's still back of
it's at T-spawn. Yeah, it's T-stairs.
They gotta go grab that. And now the rotation's here.
What if they just went A? Imagine if they just galaxy brained it and ran straight to A with the bomb. This is actually kind of awkward now. Is there a smoke for the cross? There is. Swanky, he falls.
Watching him.
This is really bad news. It looked like a round surely in the hands of Bandits, but now it might still go the other way. Falcon can't pull the gun out in time, and Mr. Shark, he's watching the smoke to see if K9 will walk through it. Dare say,
What?
I thought Mr. Shark was going to get that one done, but Drox has it in the end, and that's a bit of a stinker, unfortunately, for Bandits to lose. They really had every opportunity to win that one.
Jeez. Take the site, no bomb. Swanky gets a little bit too over-aggressive in towards CT. I guess he wasn't convinced that any member was actually rotating at that point, so...
Yeah, if he would have just stayed there in construction, what a difference that might have made.
For sure.
I mean, they had the smoke. They could have got the bomb down anyway. I kind of get it if they don't have a smoke, you know, and they're not going to be able to cross safely, but... Well, Bandits could have been up 6 and 2. Now they're up 3 and 5. And that's a little bit of a pressure release for the CTs.
Yeah, but they need this round. You know, this round, potential turner for them. Break the economy of Bandits, finally get them onto an eco. Keep the weapons up, stack their economy back, but still just so many things that they actually need to kind of tick over in their minds before they can start to convince themselves that they've had a real solid CT half here.
Well, that retake util coming out here for Deadweight on the B-bomb site. It's worked out not quite too nicely, actually. Nipke's got himself a double with the MAC-10, and K9 chimes in with another as well, and Bandits are into the site.
Another position where Deadweight just haven't quite been able to trade it. You know, they had 3 there as well. So Drox is quick on this flank, but Falcons found Jacoby through the smoke. That is very, very rough, and that's the economic position that has unfortunately been thrown away a little bit. Look at the money now for Deadweight. That was the thing. That round was so important for them, but they've let it slide, and this is where I really start to get concerned from them. You know, they needed to put in as many rounds as possible on this CT side to really give them some confidence as they move over to that T side, where I think they will thrive more so. But with Bandits, you know, now in a position to potentially find 7, 8, 9, like, that's where it gets a call from concern.
Muffin in a bit of a spot of bother. I don't think he was too happy with that one. Not too pleased on the player cam by the looks of things, but that's what you're going to cop when you're on a pistol round.
You can definitely see the frustration starting to kick in now. You know, even from map 2, early days, like Deadweight were going from the happiest guys in the room to, you know, sad in the corner a little bit. So emotion, such a big driver in Counter-Strike. If you're telling yourself you're not very good, like I do, that's when you don't really frag.
Just gotta have confidence, don't you?
Absolutely.
Just send it. I feel like that was
Huge
when
driver.
Deadweight were looking their best as well. It was on Dust 2 where they were really just sending it. They just didn't care. They were just taking every fight possible against Bandits and winning pretty much all of them. Now the momentum has certainly shifted, and it's definitely looking like it's Bandits that are the ones that might still walk away with a win here today.
Couple of good shots. Bulldrox hit another. Not quite. So it does, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't really feel like Bandits are this far ahead. But, you know, it's 7 rounds now, and it's going to even be Drox going down to the bomb. Guess that's fine. You know, nothing really for him to save, and he should be able to buy up the AWP for Mr. Shark. So that will be the big factor. Need to just see something confident, something synergized from the Deadweight side. They cannot allow Bandits to find any more rounds on this T side. But if they look to do something as a unit, you know, maybe just second mid control or something, flash their way in, take control of Nana, leave a teammate there, rotate some members over, I don't know. But it's just been the same game. Muffin sits over towards the sandbags.
With the FB died.
That's about it, yeah. One pick from Mr. Shark, though. That's a good opener.
Certainly is. What can Bandits do to claw their way back into this round? Well, they're going to send Falcon very quickly arch side. Oh, look at this fantastic timing from him. Mr. Shark's got no idea, and this round really now rests on the shoulders of Falcon. Where he decides to go, what he decides to do is going to have a massive impact on how this one plays out. But he's going to have to do it quickly, because his team is dropping like flies.
Now they're really getting control down towards Nana, but I think they're kind of forcing the narrative a little bit here too much, because they found a couple of extra frags. Clover might go in for one, but there's Falcon.
What?
Wow,
What?
no! Falcon actually taken down, and now it's on the Swanky. Jesus! That is very, very unlucky there if you're Falcon, but how good is Clover in that position to be able to find that shot?
How on earth has he been able to turn and get that kill is beyond me. That looked like a deadweight round to right. I don't know that deadweight was necessarily maybe expecting the third player in Banana there after they'd killed 2. So that might have been what put them undone a little bit. But Bandits, I mean, they're still in a great spot here. They've still got deadweight down to a very, very low, poor economic situation. They can do a bit more damage in this round. Get themselves another one on the board. Falcon. He almost gave it to them with a double entry again. I think I have to do it the hard way this time.
Knox. Timing. Doesn't actually quite find the frag. Yes, to get aggressive. No! Another blunder, another mistake from Deadweight, walking straight into the hands there of Bandits. A little bit unlucky, though. I've got to give it to Drox. You know, you had the opportunity to find it, but now site's taken, Deadweight saving. And again, it's just another round where little to no control being established by Deadweight, and Bandits just take full advantage of it, all over it, and just crawling like ants on a leftover bunning snag as the site is just theirs.
Oh, man, don't talk about that. I'm going to get hungry.
Don't worry, only Saturday, Sunday mornings, mate. You know that.
I ate before the show, and, you know, now it's 9 p.m. It's starting to get a bit peckish.
For sure.
Could be here for a while. I mean, we haven't even gotten into the second series yet, so I might...
Yeah.
What am I going to rustle up after this? It's going to be a midnight snack, that's for sure.
We're going to have to dine on some hopefully good Counter-Strike. That's, that'll be the old choice at this point in time. But, yeah, man, I don't know. Bandits taking the half. Sure, they've got the AWP, but, you know, it'd be glass cannon for Mr. Shark if he took it. I think it's fair that Clover holds it. Muffin maybe can do something, but this will be the round, right? Like, watch this. They'll do something aggressive. They'll do something risky, and they'll win this round. That's what'll happen. Run boost over the top. Okay, this time that doesn't quite pay off. He does find the leg shot. Muffin now falling away. They did change it up, but I think Bandits are very, very quick towards B here.
Looks like Muffin's ready for it. Oh, the shot's not quite connecting. A tough one, to be fair, with the flash coming through, and Bandits are dispatched of one of the weapons in the Deadweight arsenal. K9 watching for those rotations as well. Deadweight, I don't think they're getting anything out of this round. It's just going to be another one on the tally for Bandits. as they really charge towards a series victory at this point. Might be a bit overeager there from K9, giving up that gun to Jacoby, and now Mr. Shark has his opportunity as well. That's not amazing for Bandits. A few guns back in the hands of the CT side just to help out their economy.
At least they got something to work with. But I think that's 4 or 5 rounds that we've seen Deadweight save so far. Look at all the bomb explosions. That's crazy to really think about.
Yeah.
6 explosions, so 6 saves, yeah. My word. Maybe not quite, but still, that's just a very, very big statistic, yeah.
It's like 30% of your rounds, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
So 1 in 3 rounds, you're just saying, well, got no chance here.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
And that's...
Oh, look at that nade stack. Oh, it didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. I saw them on the minimap. I saw 3 just artillery barrage right on top of Muffin. I thought he was just going to get absolutely boomed.
Yeah, you can just see they're playing quite skatey, you know, not really putting themselves in a position to trade. And whilst we got a little bit of extra time as these guys move over towards A, it's why I'm so critical of Inferno. Just it's insane to watch how such confident players will, you know, sort of fall by the wayside. This time, though, Drox at least does find one, but he's stuck in a very, very tough spot. And Shisui does get the trades, and the only position is the fact that Mr. Shark's already up and close, but Swanky is inside that arch. Yes, correct. And he's going to find the Shark. Blood in the water.
Perfect timing, too, by the way. Muffin was just about to get his way up arch and perhaps get the backstab going, but Swanky's gotten a 1-for-1. In the end, he's probably done enough to buy the time for those 2 players on the bomb site to win this round out 2-on-2. Molotov does not go into Graveyard, and Falcon is putting himself to good use again. Muffin, the last alive, goes down to Shisui. That's 10 on the board, double digits for Bandits, and what a recovery this has been from a 16-3 loss on the first map.
Well, it's another testament to the frags on the side of Bandits, right? These kills that they have does not spell out a team that's up this many rounds this early in the game. It's, you know, just a proof that, yeah, Deadweight have been forced out just with those 1 or 2 picks, you know, or 2 picks towards B, maybe 3, maybe flushing him away from the A side as well, and how quickly, oh, geez, going for that peak as well. Taken down, punished for it. Muffin in the same position, flushed away by the utility. Will he get a frag? No, he won't. The entire team is gone. It's all on the Clover, Swanky and the Molly. But it's not going to matter. They've got the bomb. They're going to be able to get the hell out of there. A site's open, and this is Bandits fighting 11 rounds, and I am in shock and awe at the fact that Bandits are likely going to win this series, John.
Yeah, I mean, it seems
Never
that
should
way.
be happening. 16-3. How do you come back from that? You know, it's the mental fortitude of not giving a damn.
I think it's that. I think it's just a lot of mental fortitude for Bandits, and maybe a bit of self-belief starting to creep in after they did win Mirage, and they've really run with that now on Inferno. First half, 11-4. Well, Deadweight, what a turnaround this has been. For the worse for Deadweight, for the better for Bandits. Could not have got better as Bandits is concerned.
No, not at all. Perfect half to be seen. And now, even though I feel like this will be the one where Bandits will struggle a little bit more, right? You know, just given the fact that they're not a super well-drilled team, but they play together enough. They know each other's limits. They know how each other's going to play, and Falcon's got Julie, so he wins this round. Clover, naded off, so sent away. Falcon doesn't even need to go for this peak. He's just going to sit in the spot. Bomb now recovered as they start to continue to creep their way up towards A. Falcon gets swung. Very nice shot there from Clover. Still alive and moving, but they got a lot more work to do in this round.
Slowed things down a little bit here, has Deadweight. They've got a bit of util to play with. Muffin's going to chuck that smoke over arch side. He's still got himself a flash to play with, but I like the rotation from Bandits. They've still got 3 players on this bomb site, and that's more than enough to defend against this if shots are connecting. Swanky close, gets a couple of them. Only the one kill for him, and now it's on to Nibki from Graveyard. Shisui wasn't able to get much, and that's sharp. Drox puts him down. 1 on 3 for K9. Don't know that we're going to be seeing this one go in his favor, particularly now that he's been hurt.
Straight out. Where are those Julies? Are they going to come in first, or is the team going to find it? Drox with 3. Huge round from him. He was definitely feeling it in that one for sure. As Deadweight finally collect a round. A 5th it will be for them. It's still certainly a doable prospect, but, you know, Bandits, they've got a few rounds that they can throw away to the side, right? They don't have to feel the strain just yet. They can let their economy sort of stabilize. And it is going to be that force in. So at least Deadweight, if they walk away with this one, they should have another couple in the back pocket if they're lucky.
Well, that is pretty quick from Drox. Gets the better of Falcon. K9 does have a 5-7 in hand and a little bit of armor, so he's not going to be a pushover. Bandits still want to try and get something out of this round. They've invested what they can. 2-2 split from them. It's quite difficult for them to get any information right here, though. I mean, Deadweight have got full control of Banana. They will get control of Brackets very easily. Bandits have absolutely no idea what's going on right now. Short of hearing a bit of util and some footsteps now toward Bracket, but calling correctly and bringing Swanky over toward the A site.
They're still yet to make a decision. Now the side of Deadweight, they are cruising on through. Good shot there from Muffin. Just need to make sure they keep it cool because there is a member up on that site and Muffin's been baited in. He's gone completely solo, but luckily his teammates are there to keep on cruising through. And yeah, Nibki still yet to be spotted. Does miss the shot, but Mr. Shark will equalize. They've only managed to take away one of these members of the Deadweight Exodia right now. K9 just last standing, hoping to find an exit, but much better from Deadweight. Here, 4 alive is pretty big for them.
Yep.
And Bandits obviously will have to, you know, take the eco into the next round. So at least they'll be able to find 7. But that's when, you know, the journey just begins for the Deadweight comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely the start of something, isn't it? But that something is going to have to be a pretty big one. So I'm not really prepared to start saying the C word just yet. Deadweight's going to have to put in a few more rounds to start to convince me. 9. Oh, unfortunate. Look how low.
Look at how low. Yeah. Crazy stuff. So, what do they do in this round? What's the Swanky strat? Where does he send his minions? We'll have to find out. At full eco, maybe just a little bit of extra utility. Some of the members didn't buy down all the way. So, a couple of pistols. Yep, look at Deagle for Nibki. Certainly a member that can do big things with it. And they're going to get straight down mid. This is what I like to see. You know, it's that aggression that needs to come through for sure. K9 might actually have a frag here. He does. That's a very, very nice response. And a dink as well. Look at Shisui too. They're going to overlook this. Drox should be able to find it. I mean, he is down into an awkward predicament with only Nibki alive, but still good damage, you know? Like, that's where the difference maker will be, where they can start to walk their way down and find some frags off the back of some aggression. That's where Deadweight's going to need to be careful. Like, Deadweight was very cautious, and I don't think there was a single round where they locked down Banana or took apps control or even tried to push mid. Whereas Bandits, you absolutely know they're going to do that. They're not going to hold back from anything that could be considered silly or over-aggressive. They're going to do it irrespective of how they feel because they're confident in themselves, and I think that's where potentially a little bit of stubbornness may actually pay off for them. But early miss of a shot from Mr. Shark, but it was a tight one. So it's a stalemate at the start of the round early on.
Well, it's a buy for Bandits, and that's going to give them a little bit of confidence heading back into this round. They've been the punching bags for a couple. Now their chance to make some inroads in the second half, although Clover has dispatched a Falcon already. Numbers disadvantage for the CT side B, looking quite desperately undefended right now. Bar K9, but he doesn't even have any util to play with, so he's really not in a good spot. And Bandits are going to be really hoping that Deadweight actually do head back over to this A bomb site, because I cannot see them holding on to B.
Yeah, real tough with just that one member. And That is where the rotation is going to start to set. You know, Bandits playing a very, very big gamble here, but good frag from Swanky. At least that means he can start to send his control, but that is where Deadweight going to put their foot on the accelerator. That Molotov's coming over as well. It's going to make it real awkward for K9. Don't even think he's going to be able to find a frag. He does somehow, but it's back to that 3-on-3. So it's still a very, very challenging retake here. No kits either. I don't actually know if there was one down anywhere, but regardless, it is going to make it super tough.
I don't think K9 had one, so that would have left maybe Falcon, who died somewhere in Banana. So it's a bit of a tough place to retrieve it from, given that is in the control of the T side. And it's going to have to be pretty quick about it. No real util on this T side to keep them out of the bomb site. Shisui burns Mr. Shark alive, but still, you really have that X factor of the player behind the smoke. It's Jacoby. Bomb's not planted for him, though. He may have even played himself out of this round. Bandits are sitting that full 10-second defuse, and they're going to get it as well.
No!
That's a pretty remarkable retake.
Yeah, I think Mr. Shark, like, that's what I was just keeping my focus on there. The Molotov came down, and I think he must have thought it was a little bit further back towards New Box, but he went for the push into Oranges, and he just sat in at 100-0. And he was watching Swanky. He repositioned, had the line, but that's going to be a Bandits round, and Deadweight are going to be feeling that.
Yeah, it's a big one for Bandits. One more here, and they get themselves into prime position to start closing the map out. Bring that money down to pretty bad levels for Deadweight. But I gotta say, I don't think Bandits have looked overly comfortable on the CT side just yet. Like, we haven't really seen an absolute banger of a round from them. That last one, it looks good, but a 3-on-3 retake, I don't think is something you can really rely on going so cleanly every single time.
Yeah, B site can be very, very challenging to retake when you're not fully equipped. But that's why this map, you know, it's been around for so damn long and always brings the excitement just with the lengthy separation of the two sites. So it is going to be Bandits a little more passive towards this B position, just the one in CT, leaving Nibki Falcon rather, a little bit further back towards the site. Nibki holding Diggity, and he will potentially find a duel with Jacoby in just a minute as they do start to poise themselves back over towards this B site. Both members now sitting on the site itself. 40 seconds. They've got some utility to work with, so at least they've got that molly for New Box. A couple of smokes to work with, but Deadweight have to force this picture and get through to the site as quickly as they can.
Crossfire for Bandits. K9 does well with the MP9 to grab himself one. The flash assisting Falcon to grab another. Molotov forces him back, but Swanky's got a hole in the smoke. That's going to be rectified by Mr. Shark, wisely. But surely this is Bandits round from here. Falcon, he's all over it. Does not quite deny the bomb plant, but he can stop Mr. Shark from having any impact on this round, and that's 13 up for Bandits.
And this is going to be just absolutely heartbreaking for Deadweight if they're unsuccessful here. They've still got a little bit of money to work with. Definitely a buy in potential stock, but like Bandits, again, nothing to lose. They couldn't really care. You know, they're here. They want to win, obviously. But this is just going to be, you know, another run on the board, basically. Another match where they can say, how are we able to beat a team that puts in the practice? Like, which I think is almost a bit of a valid statement. You know, I can't be too heavy on Deadweight because if I was able to see what I saw on Dust 2 time and time again, these guys would be an absolute contender. But you got to be consistent, right?
That's right.
Consistency is key.
I mean, you could have said something about it being maybe a best of 3 format as well. You know, if that was a best of 1, they're done. They're over in 30 minutes, but not quite. Drox, though.
Oh.
He's not done just yet. Will get traded down eventually by Nibki, but he has absolutely come up with the goods in this round. And set Bandits into an awkward position now.
Yeah, what do they do here? Falcon's already started the rotate. If K9 finds one, he can call for him back, but they've got the double flash in the hands of Mr. Shark, and it looks like he is set up to actually use it too. There we go. Perfect stuff. But it's actually blinded his teammates. Not quite. Molotov goes down, however. So at least Falcon is able to, you know, stem some of the bleeding, but not enough. Now to flash in towards Coffin. Falcon blinded up again. Can't wait long enough for Nibki to come through, but this should be a deadweight round unless something terrible goes down.
Let's see what Falcon can do. Molotov in the back of sight. Nibki, he needed to win that duel. If he wins that duel, then it's definitely on offer. But now for Falcon, you have to say too many angles for him to check, and the crossfire is just a little bit too strong. Deadweight not making the mistake of peeking him. And inevitably it will be a deadweight round with Mr. Shark putting the cherry on the top. Deadweight up to 8. They're not creeping closer, though, are they? It's kind of a bit of an exchange. It's like Deadweight will grab around here or two, and then Bandits will respond in kind.
Yeah, very equal battle back and forth. The old tug-of-war. But now with an eco, at least that means something, right? You know, this should be a position where Deadweight capitalize and take the round accordingly. Molotov up towards Car. We'll keep them at bay again for a little while. There's your stock standard. And Swanky is going to burn himself down just a little bit. But in this position, it's just on Deadweight. Don't lose any members. Don't drop any guns. Keep that economy strong. Because with Bandits only 3 rounds away from taking this whole series in the opening match for themselves in this competition, it'll be certainly quite a big statement.
What can he do with the Deagle? Nothing. Jacoby gets it done with the AK-47. Brackets control starting to be established here for Deadweight. They've actually forsaken a little bit of the pressure over toward Banana this time around. A lot more interest in the A-bomb site. This could be a pretty pivotal fight, though, if Shisui's able to kill Drops, pick up that AK. Particularly when Swanky got that kill from Pit, but no such luck this time. Now what can K9 do? He needs to bail Swanky out of trouble. He really needs a little bit of help, doesn't he? K9! A triple with a 5-7, and all of a sudden the round turns back on its head. You can see Falcon scurrying his way over through mid. Drox with 25 seconds left on the clock, and K9 dancing around the boxes, but Drox gets it done now. I thought for sure Bandits was going to win that round. Falcon just got absolutely beamed, I think. As soon as he ran up. Watch this.
Yeah, later, friend.
Destroyed.
What a round. Jesus, Drox. I mean, it never should have got to that position. K9 did absolutely all of it. And even just buying the time, right? Buying the time for that rotation to come through was just beautiful to see. But, NT, I'll say.
Yeah, NT, definitely. I really thought Bandits was going to get it there, and that could have been definitely the nail in the coffin. That really could have been it.
Look at this apartments control. That's exactly what we're talking about, right? They're already poised up. Nibki will get flushed out. That's okay. They'll gather that information in just a second because now they know.
Yeah.
Got that crossfire. Shisui's already here, watching the line. Drox is just going to depend on whether or not he does get aggressive or not. Now Jacoby looking for a similar bit of information, and they're actually going to start to walk away now. So happy with the information that they've gathered for now.
Yeah.
Repositioning towards Diggity.
And not only that, but they forced a bit of the util out of Deadweight as well. You know, some util like the Molotov goes through, a flash hero there as well, and taking a fair bit of time for Deadweight to even just clear out apartments, which is normally just T territory.
Just a forward thinking, you know, a little bit of early territory. Like, it happens on so many other maps, right? You think about where teammates are, you know, Nuke, happy to push lobby, Vertigo, happy to take ramp control. But on Inferno, it just seems to be this big question mark where so many players are like, we can't go there. It's the CT side. What do you mean?
Well, now they're back into their bomb site, that's for sure. But 30 seconds left here for Deadweight, and they're only just now really looking like they're going to commit to a site. It's Clover with a contact play out onto B, but K9 has it covered. And Deadweight running short on time. They're going to have to hit some banger shots to make their way into B right now. But they're stuck behind a Molotov. They're stuck behind a wall of fire. 10 seconds they have here, Conky, to try and get that bomb plant down. And that's a very difficult task indeed. But somehow they might have just done it. Mr. Shark drops, but he's got the bomb on the floor before he went down. And that is big news because now it's a 2-on-2 post plan.
And Drox has done so much already, Jordan. He's already found 3 massive frags, and he's tucked in very nicely. They've got a perfect crossfire here, and Swanky, he knows that one's inside the emo position. Swanky will, though, be able to find Drox, and now it's on to Muffin. Can he hold the line? He can, but it's absolutely down to the wire. The economy of Bandits has been broken again. And we definitely do have a series on our hand one way or another. It's a little bit scrappy, but it's still bloody entertaining.
Oof, well, like I said, going into this map, it's really anyone's game, and it kind of still feels like it. I did get the feeling for a moment that Bandits was going to run away with things, but Deadweight have been putting in the hard yards, and they've brought it back to 10 and 13. Still a lot more work to do, but they've got Bandits up against the ropes. Money's bad. A few rounds in a row now for Deadweight. Some clutches coming through as well. Momentum is starting to shift.
Punish, though. Aggressive control from Shisui, the old solo walk, but Swanky opens up with a shot. Man, certainly can hit a deagle shot. And Nibki, he is another guy that can do the same. Mr. Shark spotted. A little bit worrisome, but at least Nibki knows he's done some damage. Forces them back. But 3 members from Bandits, they're already here.
Well, Jacoby's kind of getting it done this round. 3 kills for him, and he's making it look easy. K9 will come across on the rotate. No heroics this time, I'd think. 1 on 4. Does have a deagle, though. I mean, damage could still be pretty impactful right now. Deadweight don't have a hugely positive economic situation. No such luck.
The question will be, what does Bandits do here? The AWP will go back into the hands of Swanky. It won't be a secondary AWP, however. It'll just be... Oh, never... Oh. This could be the win or the loss for Bandits here, Falcon, on that second AWP. They've only got the 1 kit, you know, foregoing a lot of utility here for that bold decision. It's a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays off for them.
Keep an eye on him and see if he can make it worthwhile. He's just going to be forced back into the B bomb site rather than trying to take an aggressive position in Banana. Just going to make it a bit easier for Deadweight to clear this area of the map out. Really early control established for Deadweight toward the B side of the map.
Yeah, so control being given to Deadweight. They're happy with that, but it's once again that 3-man stack inside Diggity. So Bandits will be locking it down from under porch. A little bit of util to go up to try and collect that brackets control, but they're only sort of fake the fighting for it. You know, they haven't really looked for that control just yet, but Swanky on the line. Misses the timing. Great Molotov to flush him out, and now they get brackets control for free.
Swanky. He's definitely had his moments with the AWP so far in this series, and this might need to be another one of those rounds.
He goes back.
Good shot onto Jacoby. Another one onto Muffin, who tries to challenge, jumping, flying through the air. And Swanky's on for 3 here. He's got Mr. Shark as well. Drox is the last man standing for Deadweight. And this could well be the map starting to get wrapped up by Bandits. But there is still at least one more fighting chance left in Deadweight's economy.
All I can say is, Jordan, if I was the one who saw Swanky miss 2 shots and go back and peek for 3 and get all of them, you'd definitely be wanting to end up this game pretty quickly. That's a closed door. And exactly what I've sort of said about it, right? This round could have meant the difference, but they're still in it. They've got the bye. It's still there. Clover down to a Tech 9, which is the only big concern. And Swanky's down mid. This is what I mean. This is the aggression that you need to see. He's got a free kill. No, not quite. Just gets out.
Any Nifty fans in the chat? He did love that angle in that series.
He did. And the old apartments walk as well. Straight down. Old movement boy.
Iconic, really.
Still gives me chills thinking about that bad boy. That whole event just in a full.
Well, hopefully we're going to get some fun stuff when the old DreamHack rolls around.
Exactly right. And the coolest thing it being, not one thing either. More of like a week-long kind of pack style vibe with the gaming on top. Should be a whole lot of fun.
We'll see how we go. Either way, some of these players will have dreams about attending live events, international events, maybe one day. Still a way off for these teams, I'd say, but perhaps in the future it can be a possibility, and it's tournaments like this that make it possible for that pathway to happen. Falcon, he's definitely looking like a good prospect right now, but so is Swanky. The AWPs are shut down. K9 is still here, though, hiding at the back of side, and they are not aware of it. Mr. Shark! He once again gets the bomb on the floor, but once again sacrifices his life to do it. And Deadweight, they might well be seeing that 15th round come up here for Bandits, unless Drox had something to say about it. I thought he might have. But Chisui was there just in the nick of time.
I feel so bad for Drox, man. He has done so much heavy lifting. How many individual frags have we seen him get? 2 or 3, and the round still doesn't go his way. He is edging closer towards 30, trying to do his best Falcon impression, but Jesus, yeah, this game is just not paying off for Deadweight. And I hope, even if they go down here, they can just keep calm, talk it out, watch back, because this is a perfect demo to watch back in the way of why are we so scared of the Bandits?
Something that will definitely be discussed this evening, I said. Deadweight spots 1 or 2 out, but it can't land a shot. Falcon still looking like he's going to wrap things up himself. Hasn't had the most stellar of maps here, Falcon, but I think that can be, you know, forgiven, given the way that those first 2 maps went for him.
Yep.
K9
Rest of the team
stepped
doing
up.
the lifting as well. Yep. And old mate Swanky.
Swanky definitely as well. A little bit quiet on those first couple of maps, but having a good one here on Inferno. And Bandits have put themselves in the perfect position to close the map out right here and now. 5 on 4. Decent util still in the back pocket here, and having a look at those B defenders. Not much for them, but the A guys have got smoke, a couple of molly, or a couple of flashes and a molly as well. This will be a toughie now for Deadweight. If that util gets used correctly, it's going to really put a spanner in the works, and maybe it won't even come down to that. Maybe it'll just be Swanky with the AWP.
Done super well. Like, even though he's missing a lot of these opening shots, you know, he's still confident in himself. He's spotted another cross. He hasn't fired the shot either, and he should be able to pick up another. This is I'm watching Draken, literally. Missing the easy ones, hitting the bloody challenging ones. And now they are wrapping in through CT. Clover picks up 2. And he is a man that has definitely been stepping up for his team when they need it, but they have to get this plan and they have to support each other. All 3 members coming up, Nana. I don't know if they'll be ready for it, but they're shifting into construction. They've made the right play. That's exactly all. It goes into emo, though.
One volley could have made the difference, couldn't it, if it would have gone in towards construction. But now it's on to Mr. Shark, who is going to find the timing onto Swanky. That'll give away his position, but Clover has been solid. Not able to win the duel this time. Time note. He's favouring Mr. Shark, but not his HP. And unfortunately for Deadweight, that is the end of their run in this series. Bandits will finish off the 3rd and final map with a win. And they come back from a 16-3 loss on the first map to a 2-1 victory. And Deadweight, I mean, they look a bit stunned after that. And I can imagine why.
That would be the most incredibly frustrating game to lose. Like, looking back on it now, you know, I've sort of been trying to take the angle of, instead of just shouting at everything, kind of sit back, watch it a bit more technically, and just like Deadweight just looked from map 1, a team that was super confident in each other, to a team that just stopped trusting each other immediately. It was like someone talked smack between maps 1 and 2, and all of a sudden the trust was just completely forgone. So Bandits definitely, quote unquote, deserved that win, but Deadweight made it a little bit too easy for them, I feel.
Yeah, most definitely. I think you got to say, though, Falcon deserves a bit of a pat on the back after that one for the first 2 maps that he put in to get Bandits to that 3rd map. Let's have a chat with Swanky, though, who's ready for an interview here. And Swanky, good to have you on the line again, mate. I don't know if we're going to have any dog shenanigans this time. I know that's been a bit of a recurring content piece that's popped up.
Hello.
If you want.
Come here.
All right, let's do it. Why not?
I got the dog on the cam now. Here we go. Come up.
Beautiful.
Dog
Straight in there.
That's the content that people really want to see. They don't really care about the rest of us.
They just, like, who am I? They just want the dog. He knows.
Well, who are you? I guess that's the question. Who's your team? I mean, look, you guys got absolutely blitzed on that first map, 16-3. So I kind of want to ask what's going on. You know, I guess you're not happy with it.
No, like that first map, we picked that map. And Raymond, Froz, and Nibki both said, we didn't pick D2, right? We didn't pick this map, right? That wasn't our map choice. And I've gone, yeah. And Paddy's like, don't worry, bro. It's a part of the plan. It's a part of the plan. He's saying all this shit. And while we're getting ransacked, like, like Raymond's like, it's all right. You know, we got map 2. It'll be fine. But that first map, we got absolutely trounced. Like mechanically, we all got fucking done in. Like sorry, my bad.
That's the second time, by the way. I don't know if
we got completely done in. I was like sitting here, like, dude, we've got no lube. They're just pouncing on us, bro. There's like we're just getting done in. But second map, it like I blame the second map. Like that could have been a lot easier, but I couldn't get in the flow of the game. Like I just couldn't get in. But then the third map, I just ran them down like dogs. So it worked up at the end.
I've only got a very quick one for you, Matt, because it is one that I think you'll be able to answer for me quite well. Why does everyone in Australia suck on Inferno CT? Because you guys ripped through them and there was just like 6-7 save rounds, I think we saw.
Yeah, you can thank that down to like Paddy's coaching from Brace, you know, the GOAT himself. Every time he saw specific util, he was like, fucking rush it, rush it. And we were just sprinting it, like blind listening to the call. Like the way that they were throwing utility made us like forced us into like rushing A. Like we caught them like by the I can't use that word. We caught them off extremely badly on multiple times just because of the util they were throwing. And Paddy was like sitting there like saying, don't worry guys, I'm a mastermind, shit like that. I will learn it for the next interview.
By the way.
Next interview. I will fix it my next interview. Like legit, Paddy was like, yeah, no, he was that's Brace's coaching for you. Like he's got good understanding of Inferno. The moment we hit Inferno, we were extremely comfortable. Like I don't know why we didn't pick it, but it is what it is.
Learnings, I suppose. Quick one before we let you go. Who's the MVP for that one?
Oh, obviously the big head Paddy himself, mate. Like he on that Mirage, mate, he took over that map himself. Like I was watching him on the minimap, like just sprint out the short line and just kill 2 people and then sprint out of it. And I went, oh well, you know, yeah, like it worked. You know, like
Needed someone to do it, right?
Someone had to do it. Yeah, it wasn't me. I never saw I did see them, but I just couldn't hit them. But Paddy was just having a field day. But yeah.
All right. Well, I think we'll leave it there. We're a little bit behind. We're going to have to jump into this second series. So it's been great to chat with you and hope to see Bandits having a good performance next time around so we can chat with Swanky again. Man, that's a crazy, crazy result. Gone all the way to 3 maps. And I guess that's to be expected after having a couple of 2-0s yesterday. We did have to head into those third mappers today. Either way, as I said, we've got another series underway or about to go underway. So we're going to have to take a short break. It won't be a very long one because we're going to have to get into that second series. Don't go too far away. We'll see you on the other side.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Rocat, experience precision. LG OLED, unleash the power of next generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Hello, welcome back to LPL Pro CSGO. This is day 2 of competition, and we are one series deep into today. We just saw an absolute belter between Bandits and Deadweight. Conky, we were not really sure what we were going to get out of that series. I think it's fair to say from the outset. And even if we would have had a bit of an idea, maybe that wouldn't have reached our expectation, because that was a crazy one. 2-1. It ended up going the way of Bandits even after they went down 16-3. there on the first map. I know you kind of insinuated that you thought something to that effect might happen, so well done. Good prediction.
I've watched so much, like, of the middle ground these days, like I'm sort of setting my focus onto the higher stuff, but it always reminds me to sit back and watch the upcoming talent and see how they play, because they're going to be taking the shoes of the players in the future. But yeah, just in that situation, it's like, Deadweight should have never lost that series, but they still managed to find a way somehow. And credit to Bandits for being able to flaunt that. So that was really well done from them.
Indeed. Well, let's jump into our second series of the day and touch on the two teams that we're going to be seeing play against one another. 1620 Kings to start things off here, Conky, up against Dynasty, and we'll touch on the former initially. Now, a few names that have been around for quite a while. Who are the ones you're looking at here to sort of carry the torch for 1620 Kings?
So Script is the newest member, and I think he's, always been quite a good player. Obviously, Cheeseball and Cookie have been around for quite some time. But for me, it's Nor and Forvin. They came out of absolutely nowhere to at least what it felt like for myself, And Forvin, I remember messaging me saying, hey, can I join this thing? Because I've been playing really well. I was like, oh, I've never actually heard of you. Who are you? And he was putting up these huge numbers on HLTV. I was like, Jesus, okay. So I'm very excited to see how they slot in. Because, they've got the experience, obviously, of Cheeseball, who's been playing this game for yonkers. And I think hopefully he can lead them to a really solid position.
Indeed. All right, let's talk Dynasty as well. Again, I think a similar story for these lads as 1620 Kings. You got a few of the lads coming through from, was it the EXO roster, I think, that they played for previously, or was it maybe Hazard? I'm getting them all mixed up. Yeah. Hazard, I think that was what, Thriller, Night Raid, and Nub? Might have been the three that were on there, and Super coming through from Dynasty of previous years. And, I think they've actually put together a pretty solid roster here, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so. And Mechanical's the new sort of kid on the block for me. He came out of nowhere. I believe it was of Season 3 last year of LPL Pro, where he didn't quite make it that far through. Like, the team, I think, got battered down a little bit, but he was just putting up some huge numbers. And it was only sort of, a couple of really strong opponents that took them down. And I think, with a little bit more practice and time, they can look strong. But the fact that core four has stayed together, added in the experience of Super, I think they can look really good in the coming weeks as well.
All right, let's touch on our head-to-head as well before we jump into the game. I believe we're talking AWPers this time around. We got Cookie and Night Raid, and again, both of them putting up pretty solid numbers. Good rating there coming across for the two of them, and expecting, or at least hoping, that both will have a big impact on today's series.
Despite not looking super flashy, he's still very consistent with his frags. So hopefully we can see that from both of these teams, both of these players tonight. But because this one is the one that I'm feeling a little bit more even, Steven, on a series, right? Last series, it was kind of like, look, Deadweight probably should have walked away with it. Bandits caught them off. But this one's kind of, for me, like, I'm actually not sure. Quite even sort of matchup.
Yeah, I probably tend to agree with you. I think that's going to be a pretty prevailing sentiment over the first few days of this season of LPL Pro, where it's kind of a situation where we're trying to get a bit of a read on the teams. I do like the roster that Dynasty's got here, though, so I might give them the benefit of the doubt in this one if I had to lean one way or the other. But maybe the vetoes will change my mind. Let's jump into that and see what maps we're going to be playing. Please, dear God, don't give me Dust 2 Mirage Inferno again. But we've almost got it. So, hey, at least if we go to a third map, we're going to get something fun.
Well, the funny thing is, I literally know that the only reason 1620 Kings is banned Mirage is because Cheeseball hates it and will never play it. So that's the reason we probably didn't end up there. Ancient being the last one, will we get there? Who knows? But yeah, look, straight down the middle of the barrel again. Dust 2 and Inferno. I'm ready for a similar battle, but I feel like, again, this one might be a little bit more even, especially on Dust 2, straight up. Like, I think it'll be a bit more of a closer game. And Inferno should have a little bit more structure than what we saw in the previous.
Yeah, I agree with you. Ancient, I think that's going to be a real fun one. When you get these teams that, I don't know how much either of them have necessarily played on Ancient, but even then it's still a very new map in the pool, which has things constantly still being discovered. You get them on a map like that, I think you're always going to have a pretty interesting, scintillating kind of a game to watch. So I'd be quite keen if we did get onto that third map. I'm not sure that both of these two teams will be. I mean, it's already starting to get pretty late. I don't know what the gamer hours are looking like for all these lads, whether they are guys that sort of, spend a lot of time staying awake at night, or if they've got work like you and some of the other lads around. We'll see. I guess if they want to finish things off quickly, they're going to have to do it themselves. And we can jump into our first map of this series, and it's going to be Dust 2, as we've just spoken about. So second time we're going to get to watch Dust 2 tonight. It was a very, very fast affair on Dust 2 last time around, a 16-3 win. Let's see if anything is going to change up here.
Let's just say, Jordan, it's 6:40, so I don't know what you're talking about, mate. It's an early one for us all, but the guys over at New Zealand are putting in the hard yakka. That's always what throws me, you know, the dedication of some of these players, especially the ones that work full-time. You know, a lot of these players still do, whether it be work, whether it be university, and I think that's what a lot of people, especially the ones who are watching with a lens from overseas into Australia, don't really follow that so much. You know, all these players who are putting it in usually have got other priorities as well. So to be able to balance both life and Counter-Strike is a beautiful, beautiful thing, which I'm lucky to sort of be a part of. But Mechanical, he's going to be a part of a little bit of a dance inside lower tunnels, as you'll only find one. Script gets a trade. Nubdo and Thriller will be able to get it back. So that's 3 members already taken down. However, Cheeseball is on point to at least get through mid. He might be able to actually get the catch on the Night Raid. Great shot. Now it's a 2-on-2 very quick.
Yeah, that's a big one. Nubdo, good shot in. Cheeseball, though, he's putting in a lot of work, isn't he? And in the end, 16-20 Kings are going to walk away with a pistol. I thought that was going to work out quite nicely for Dynasty. They had control of the bomb, but that kill there onto Night Raid was the difference maker that sort of shifted the round. And not sure what happened. I guess that must have been a little bit of a wall bang with that headshot going through right toward the end there, because it didn't finish off one of those 16-20 Kings players. Either way, 1-0 is the scoreline. I wanted to touch on Dynasty a little bit, and I don't know if we're going to have time to do it, because this is probably going to be another important round. But I did get to watch them play Vertex the other night, and I thought they had a pretty decent, solid run at it. They did drop 2-0, but they got a 16-13 on Mirage, and I think that there was a world where they could have won that map. Inferno was a bit of a blowout, so that's why it's a little bit interesting for me to see that one getting picked up by Dynasty. They dropped that one 16-4. But again, this is against Vertex, so there is that as the context. And the other context
now
about
Malta
that...
as well.
Yeah, I mean, Malta is a good talking point there, because he was kind of fragging pretty hard in that series, and PZ was going absolutely ballistic. So PZ went plus 30.
Was that when he had almost 50 kills or something like that? Yeah, that was
got like
nuts,
40 kills in one map or something like that. And,
jeez.
You know, so I guess the fact that you've brought Mirage to 16-13 when PC's gone plus 26, he's 41-15. You know, you've probably done a pretty good job. So I think there's something there
statement
for Dynasty.
For sure. Yeah, no, definitely. At least good shots from Nor there. Making quick work, but Super. Short, goes for this. Oh my god, Super, okay! Out of absolutely nowhere. 3 massive shots now, it's onto Nub. This almost becomes winnable. Bomb, though, is going to be gathered. Where? Do they have it right now?
Oh!
I don't even know if they had it.
I don't know.
Oh, it was in the bedroom.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think there was at least a player headed back in that direction, which I can only imagine was for that. No, the bomb's on the site.
Okay, no, never mind. Maybe they just didn't collect it. It's fine. They were cruising around, finding some shots. Good round in the end from Script to close it. But yeah, Super Jesus, that was nuts. How he was able to hit that 3rd shot. But now, quickly, I just wanted to touch on as well, like, you know, to give Dynasty a little bit of extra credit too, is like on Inferno, when you lose like that to kind of Vertex, like as we heard from Swanky, right? Brace, big brain for Inferno. Can be very, very hard to play against that team on that map. And Roboco always super sharp there too. But straight over mid. Cheeseball finds 2. Mechanical does get a good trade, but it is going to be all for now. As 16-20 Kings look to find their 3rd here. 4 Vint straight through window for the peak. Oh, this guy's feeling it, Eagle, tonight.
AK in hand now for Super. I think he's going to be happy to just take that one for the save. Nice little bonus heading into the next round. Not sure about Mechanical with the MAC-10 though. I don't know that he's going to be too eager to keep that one, but maybe an exit frag on the offerings. 16-20 Kings does exit past a mid. Doesn't look like it.
Right. A good result though. You know, Super, good frag. Mechanical also able to hold on to the MAC-10. I mean, you know, maybe not something he really wants in this next round. He's going to toss it down. But that opens up a lot more here. Super's now tossing the AWP over towards Night Raid, his partner in crime. And I think 1620 Kings, you know, still with what they've got in hand, they're going to have to try and do something relatively speedy. But never mind, Cookie's actually going to pick up the AWP, so still going to look for that duel. He does drop down in towards mid, doesn't quite find anything early. And now they settle back towards this outside bedroom position. Only the one member in Thriller down to hold that control. They've actually not taken it. It's a very heavy lean up towards short. Thriller finds one. Will he get the second, though? Molly out towards blue. Should be able to flush him out. It's actually getting a little bit awkward for Cheeseball here.
Well, it's a little bit awkward still for Thriller as well, because he doesn't have any backup and he's not really sure what's happening at the moment. He kind of has to take a little bit of a peek. Inevitably, we do see that rotation coming through from Night Raid. And that should provide some assurances for Thriller that he's going to be relatively safe for now overall. Dynasty will take that start to the round, but now it's time for 1620 Kings to have a bit of a peek into mid. And the onus is on Mechanical to keep an eye on that.
They've done well to find that position. Now Script holding on for the walk in tunnels. Nub those swings. Perfect little bait and switch, but nicely done from Cheeseball. Now Mechanical in a very awkward position. Does manage to find at least one. Now he's watching towards that car. Yeah, he definitely did. Night Raid has managed to find the info as well early enough. Cheeseball, though, does get taken. So a very solid round there from Night Raid with the AWP, locking it down. And they're happy with that. Couple of AKs recovered too. But Dynasty, straight back on the board.
All right, what have we got for us now? Full buy across the board for Dynasty, and for 1620 Kings, unfortunately not a lot. Smoke and a flash for Script, so I wonder where that is going to be sent. Looks like a pretty spread out approach from 1620 Kings here for the moment. Split and pick kind of play style, see if they can find anything. Not much being given away by Dynasty at the moment. They're not really being too over eager or anything like that, which is good to see.
Just some basic utility down, not overextending, you know, knowing that they've just got to avoid these pistols for a short while. Great shot, though, from Cookie. Super was the one doing a whole lot of damage, and that's really unfortunate there. That's the AWP going down to a Glock. Inside mid, they've got absolutely nothing they're working with, and Cookie's looking to find another, but doesn't quite collect. A little bit of damage done, but that's the Glocks! This is not good, Jordan, if you are a Dynasty fan right now. 4 alive, only Thriller has a kit, has an AK. But I think it might even be worth on just a save. AWP comes through. Now Forvin just needs to buy time. Don't play into it. Don't force the narrative. Just let your team get to the site, because you don't want to be giving Thriller these frags. I get the info now, though. He's up on the ramp, and he's got a 1-on-3 on his hands.
Well, he's going to go for it by the looks of things, isn't he? It's a ballsy play, especially now that 1620 have got the bomb down. They've got the post plant set up. He has a bit of a beat onto Nor, who will opt not to peek from card just yet. He's really biding his time, fading Script pretty hard. Cheeseball eventually with the swing, and 1620 Kings will find the victory. They can't quite retrieve that AWP, though. A little bit unfortunate, but I'm sure you take the win there anyway.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny, like, you don't often see, you occasionally will see like a USP stack, like a CT side stack on the full eco kind of pay off, but rarely the Glock. And that's a round where 2 Deagles and 3 Glocks, no Kevlar, have got the job done. So very, very solid result there to bring 1620 Kings not only to 4 rounds, but also forcing Dynasty into a very uncomfortable situation financially too.
Interesting position here for Mechanical. Will he find the timing? Avoiding the flashbang. Looks like he's going to give it a crack, but Cheeseball waiting patiently. Nice default setup there from 1620 Kings. Just pausing and seeing if there's going to be any aggression from the CT side, and they do eventually get their reward for it.
So just chipping away slowly at the defenses, not really putting themselves in any discomfort at all. Exactly the way you need to do it. Not allow for any eco frags to be found. And they're still biding time, you know, they're not looking to make any rash decisions in where they want to go, still clearing out wherever they possibly can. And Night Raid, very dirty shot onto Script. He's also found another body shot. Cheeseball goes low. But it's the only thing with the scout. Got to hit those 2 shots. 30 seconds left. They've got to get a bit of a wriggle on.
Oh, that was a massive chance there for Thriller. If he would have even waited another half second, he might have been able to get 2, but none is actually what occurred. And so it's on to Nub, who loses his head pretty quickly. Night Raid. Oh, he's done it again. Straight through the wall.
Luckily, though, bomb going towards A, so they should be able to walk away from this round relatively easily. But they won't. They don't want to lose anyone. They've got money, but certainly not something that you would, be super happy with. And they're just giving away these frags. All of a sudden, I mean, look, this is definitely not a round that I'm going to say that Night Raid's going to walk away with. Or still very healthy, sitting on the off angle. We'll be able to find it, so that's okay. Cheeseball was on the flank as well, so good positioning regardless. But yeah, geez, you always sort of, take a deep breath in those situations.
What's this? A little bit of chatting going on, so I would hazard a guess it might be a tech pause. It's in fact tactical for Dynasty. And that's one thing I wanted to bring up, and I forgot to actually in the last series, is that we didn't really see any tactical pauses, at least especially in that first map, right? When you're going down 16-3, I feel like a tac pause in there might have been a pretty useful little tool for Bandits.
Yeah, I think getting the brain of Swanky there, it's just like, oh, we didn't even mean to pick Dust 2. Just move on.
That's
I
so
guess.
weird. How do you accidentally pick a map?
Oh man, Jordan, as someone who has played like lands and all that kind of stuff, it happens more than you'd expect. It's like, why are we playing that map? Like, who picked that? Because no one consults each other beforehand.
That is so weird. That is so weird.
They're so funny. Pilsky could vouch for that too, I'm sure. But now, another full buy. Dynasty need to solidify this one, I would say. And they've done well by finding that early controller lower dark. Forvin definitely seems to be ready for it, but Mechanical will get the jump, and he's actually managed to get out too. So very nice little catch and release in the rounds.
Yeah, helped out by
also for another.
That's good. And Thriller has just changed up his position a little bit here toward Pit. That's going to work out nicely. Gets a freebie onto North. So all of that conversation that they had during the tactical timeout seems to have worked out quite nicely for Dynasty.
What do they do with it here? The last two members. Good shot onto Thriller. And Mechanical has managed to at least get himself out of there. Smoke onto the corner to give them some space to get into Pit. I think it's going to be a hard one to overwhelm here. So much extra space that they need to gather. 40 seconds left on the clock. At least they've been able to find Mechanical. He's actually being taken very, very low by that Molotov. And now they've got the one-way on site that does afford the peek from over the top of the boxes. But nothing spotted so far for Super. Just happy to let them walk on up. There's Mechanical. One for the peak, and Cookie, unfortunately, is a long way from home. Will miss the shot as well, and he'll get taken down by Mechanical. So 3 for him, locking it down from long. And Dynasty, well and truly back into this. So it is a very tit-for-tat match. A lot of back and forth. Exciting stuff to see. Because the money situation's a really interesting one for 1620 Kings. 2 members with 5k, but Script, unfortunately, he's got absolutely nada. So they might have to just go for these Deagles here.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be quite the backward and forward series, doesn't it? Good start from 1620 Kings, and Dynasty responds. I don't think we've seen the best of Dynasty just yet tonight either. I think they've got a little bit left in the tank. They might start to put together a pretty solid half now off the back of starting to get their economy in check. Not ideal for Super, and it has actually allowed the 1620 Kings to get onto that bomb site and get the bomb plant down as well, which is probably really all they wanted out of this round.
There's still so much work that these guys need to do. Mechanical, though, he'll be happy with 3. Make it 4. He has been farming these last couple of rounds. Nub to take it, though. So Dynasty, 5 alive, 3 rounds. Great retake, and just super nice hold here. I mean, I appreciate, 1620 Kings position. All 3 of them trying to drop down and fire the frags in CT. But when there's 3 members there, it's certainly a big task to try and play for. But regardless, you've got not really much to work with. You take a risk. You look for the reward, but the reward in that round, Jordan, as you mentioned, was that bomb plant. So their money is looking much, much better going into this next round.
This will be a big one for 1620 Kings to see if they can really wrestle some control of the half back. A lot of presence over toward the B side of the map, but Util getting used early on in the piece. Dynasty keeping it at bay for now, and Cheeseball gets found out. Nub with a perfect opportunity to spray down multiple, and he makes it look so damn clean.
Mate,
what a
the
flex.
blue steel smile at the end too.
I saw
it was
that,
just such a little smirk, you know, nothing, no big flex, no scream, just kind of like, yeah, I did that. That was nice and easy.
And it was easy.
What a round though. Super good lock. And I don't even think it was a flash in either. I think it was a bit of a team flash. Got a bit awkward there for 1620 Kings. But yeah, look, Nub, take a bow. Great round.
Great round indeed. Dynasty starting to flex their muscles a little bit. I had my suspicions after they went down so heavily early on in the piece as to what was going on. I knew they were a better team than that, and they're starting to prove it now. Money's looking fantastic on that CT side. This is now completely flipped on its head. It's a real grind for 1620 Kings to break that money back down. And Dynasty, I mean, they could have a huge half here if things continue to go the way they have.
Well, they did well to find the bomb plan in that last eco round, 1620 Kings. So this time they're up short. We have the one member on the lurk. They've picked the right site, though, as you can see here. There's the member at Cart, the off angle from Super, watching towards the old bedroom. And that smoke goes down. Should be able to buy some additional time. It does go a bit deep, though. Night Raid did kind of throw it on the sly, and now they've shouldered him out. They found the angle. Forvince actually found Thriller. Cookie to find Night Raid. And now it's just this one member in Super. He's inside pit, but my God, he is absolutely dirty with these one taps tonight so far. Script holding the lurk in mid. This could be big from him as well. If he moves through CT at the opportune time, it would be perfect. No, does find it, but Super's picked up another. So he's all of a sudden actually made it a bit more of a winnable prospect here, Jordan. But Script has picked it up from the CT position.
Nub?
Cheeseball. No, it's Nub. He actually finds the shot now. It's all on the Nor. Will he be able to get this? He's just going to find the one shot. Okay. No.
Jeez.
You're going to make her heart stop, mate. I think that's two shots, but they got it done. It's all good. It's all good.
Oh, man. Another twist and another turn this evening. Like I said, you're just not getting a super clean game. It's going backwards and forwards, and a tactical timeout coming out here for 1620 Kings as well. Script has a lot to say. Super also the same on the Dynasty side. Oh, face bump.
That's okay. Yeah, a little rough there, but you know, they almost make it happen. I think I'm just super impressed, and it's definitely going to be that brain. I'm sure, look, I've got already an IGL wrong tonight, but I'm sure it's Cheeseball, and just given how long he's, had around the game, obviously it was, they've got Coach Yellow as well, who is obviously joining them in the server, a veteran of the scene, Jordan, as you would know, being around for quite some time. Was in the roster for a little bit, but now he's chosen to sit back in the coach position, which, given all these young Sharpies coming up, sometimes that can be absolutely fair.
Night Raid trying to get aggressive again, and this time it pays off. It's been pretty good from that position so far this evening. Gets himself out alive as well. So equalizing it back to 4 apiece. What is the avenue of attack here for Dynasty? I thought we might actually see Thriller for a moment there push his way into bedroom for a bit of info, but he opts the better for it. Goes back into pit. 1620 Kings have the pick of the litter as to where they want to go, but if they head into mid, Super is prepared for it. He's going to spot Forvin out early. Calls for the rotation, calls for the backup, but he might not need it. Flash comes through, shot is missed, and Super gets it done himself.
Jeez, he is so cool, calm, and collected. It feels like he has way more than 9 frags, right? I feel like he should be up there on 15 or something, because the impact that his plays have had in those, sort of 3-4 rounds that we've seen him really step up so far has just been immaculate. Yeah, nice, there we go. Okay, good. I confirmed my suspicions. Cheeseball is the IGL. I'll be wrong. I'll take the L, though, on the last one. That's fine. Happy to be in the wrong.
Well...
Oh no, Jordan,
Is it going to happen again?
Yep. We might be seeing it. Night Raid now in an awkward spot, but are they going to shoulder it? That'll be the question. Smoke goes down towards window. Scripts is out. He goes across. That's actually very smart, but he does manage to find it, and Cheeseball's found the round. Like, that's twice. No, that's 3 times now. 3 times that they've won ecos.
It's just not... It's not great, is it, unfortunately, for Dynasty? I mean, this could be a completely different half. If they would have just picked up the rounds that they, quote-unquote, should, I mean, they'd be in the lead, definitely. How much? I don't know, but... Yeah, 16-20 Kings are getting away with a little bit more than you would normally. I think Dynasty needs to fix that up a little bit.
It's funny, that could have just been like an AU nade, but I'm thinking he threw that to kind of sully the sand and give himself some extra space. So now though, back at the site, finds 1, should be able to go further with a 2nd on the 4th, even a 3rd. This guy's been farming. That's his 2nd big multi-frag round on this piece, right? But Cookie in the 1 versus 3 now. He managed to find 2 already. It would be on for the ace clutch, but he's got to find another shot. Go through the smoke, we'll find him on the reverse. And as Dynasty picking up another round, like, against these counter ecos, they sort of drop the ball, but when they're up against a full buy, they're looking real good.
Yeah.
Because now 16-20 Kings have got, like, barely any money. They've got to drop some stuff around to kind of make it work.
I mean, that's the weird thing, isn't it? And I guess it's unfortunate that the half is almost over, because Dynasty is looking quite good against those buys, but they've kind of let a little bit too much slip here, I think. This could have been a completely different half, and now, best case scenario, they can make it 8-7, which is neither here nor there, really.
So what are they going to do? This time sitting top mid. Waiting to see if any of that aggression will come out, which is fair. Dynasty have been, you know, getting aggressive up short, taking lower dart control. Good nade, but not quite on the mark. Now Forvent making his way in. So short is where they've got their sights set on once more. Night Raid. This time getting aggressive on the top of the car. He does still have Thriller holding that long position, which Dynasty have done well to take control of time and time again.
So dangerous, these Tech 9s. Particularly so far this evening, 16-20 Kings. They've been pulling off a lot with the pistols. Just the one of them this round, so maybe it's not as scary of a round for Dynasty. Time's ticking away. 16-20 Kings don't really have too much util. They've got 1 smoke to get their way into this bomb site, so Night Raid is going to have a pretty solid time here trying to defend with that. Or Flash, it does go through, doesn't really blind him properly. And Scripts cannot make the cross. They're going to stop at Gandalf, but maybe Night Raid is perhaps a more apt position name for that at the moment, because he's stopping them all, and Super is there by Goose as well to lock down those that do inevitably get past. That's a solid shot. So
I was going to say, Super just being in that position, I was almost waiting for a multi-frag, and he got 2, so he definitely made it work, but with that intention and that watch, you know, from Night Raid, great lockdown, and definitely, yeah, Lord of the Rings vibes there.
7 apiece. Could still go either way. 16-20 Kings. Deagles in hand. Quick out into long, maybe. The util will keep them committed to the cause. They can't go back. They have to go forward. And once again, Conky, once again, the pistols reign supreme.
He was so blind. Like, you could just see that they were in such a good position to actually fight that one back. But that flash lasted just a little bit too long for Thriller. And now, 4v3, but at least Mechanical got that pick top mid. You know, he's managed to deny any sort of weapon gathering for the time being, or any further control. But he does sit back, so the rotation does go through spawn now, looking like they're pretty keen on B. But Night Raid should be happy to just prop himself up on the site. But there's so much open, that's the thing here. It's the last round of the half. And if 16-20 Kings walk away with a 4th eco, I mean, it's technically a force here, but jeez.
Nub, he's done it before. He might do it again. There's a double straight up, and he might get Noir and Cheeseball as well. I dare say he's going to make it look easy again. Oh, dearie me. You can't go through a smoke against Nub.
I love that. That's 3 multi-frags from the same position. Just look at it, making it look very easy. It was like bots just then. One goes through, first one goes through, easy done. very nicely found in the end. And despite a lot of space given to 1620 Kings from those eco rounds that they did manage to bring through, because ultimately pretty sure almost all of those ecos actually put Dynasty back onto an eco themselves almost. So yeah, as you mentioned earlier, I think, Jordan, it could have been a completely different half if we had have seen those rounds actually converted by Dynasty. And despite that, they still win the half.
Yeah, only just, but I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest with you. Like 8-7. I mean, I guess again, it could still go either way based on what we've seen so far. It's really hard to say that one of these teams is looking particularly stronger than the other. Anyway, off we go into the pistol round. Mechanical with a bit of util to his belt, and so too Nub. So Dynasty might have something up their sleeve here that doesn't consist of just a straight up rush.
I'm liking this hold out towards bedroom. It's definitely a map that sees a lot more aggression these days, old Dust 2. You know how once upon a time there was very limited amounts of that. And now teams are pretty happy, no matter what side you're on, to kind of throw yourself all around the map. And Cheeseball, okay. One up towards Palm Tree, does find the opening onto Thriller through that smoke. So that's Dynasty's slow walk, punished to a degree. And they're still very split up between tunnels and lower dark and short.
Slow and steady wins the race. That's what Dynasty's thinking at the moment. Bomb is headed in the direction of the ace site. Smoke here for the cross. It's going to be a pretty useful one, but Cookie still has his opportunities with that USP. He's already taken off one head. How many more can he find? No more, as the bomb plant does go down. It's a good position to play from here for Super. He's very fast. He's making a lot of noise, but no one's turned around. What's going on? He's not even seen him. Now it's onto Mechanical solo, but that's too much to ask. That was a weird round.
Yeah, very strange. Lots of turning heads and pivots and switching around, but 1620 Kings walk away with almost a clean round there. Lots of good damage. Mechanical only found that frag right towards the end too, so they get the bomb planted, meaning that they can sort of do whatever they please into this next round. Would like to potentially see a save, maybe a couple deagles, and then just sort of shift that focus into a larger buy round going forward, and that's exactly what they're going to pull out. So Mechanical, grab a little bit of utility, send it towards whichever side of his choosing. The molly will keep him at bay.
Looks like it's going to be a hard-fought victory for whichever team does walk away with the win here on Dust 2. Neither being able to wrestle control. Forvin, he's got that smoke down, but that's not going to stop Dynasty. They go straight through it. Super with the Eagle, and now Script copping a bink. It opens up the B bomb site for Dynasty. You still got Mechanical watching for that rotate through the tunnel's positions. Plant yet to go down as well. This could be the time to strike for 1620 Kings. If they went through the smoke right now, it was a 2-on-1. Maybe even a 3-on-1, depending on how many went through. But inevitably, Dynasty do get that bomb plant down. They get their 3 players onto the bomb side. And now it's on to 1620 Kings to use that util to try and isolate a couple of these duels. Kind of isolate a couple of these fights. Thriller, the MP9 can't get it done onto 2, but Mechanical, he had a chance. He had an opportunity. He didn't hit the shot. Cheeseball gets it done for 1620 Kings. A close affair.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Cheeseball. I feel like the second they managed to take down Super, that was when the round was pretty much done. He's just been having an absolute tear, this guy. And as I said, like, his frags don't really tell the tale of the impact that he's been having. Like, so many times has he found the site, or has he found some, you know, equalization to kind of bring the round back. So 1620 Kings do pull away with the lead back, but as we spoke about in the previous round, they were just going for that save, got the plant, got some extra money, and also did a lot of economic damage to that 1620 Kings economy. So now if Dynasty win this round, that sets them up for a fair few more as we move further into this half.
Nice shot from Cookie. Pretty routine one. but it's always good to hit those. And now Thriller is going to be collapsed upon by Noah, so it's all coming up a bit pear-shaped for Dynasty, this long take. And that's definitely not going to help either. Cookie is just being gifted frag after frag after frag with that AWP. T-side falling apart a little bit now for Dynasty.
So Super, what can he do? A lot of heavy lifting, but that's a good start. Great opening. Bomb obviously though down in long, so it's going to be a very big challenge for him to find. Cookie's already lined up as well, so Super, 50 seconds. Good position, I suppose, as well. Hiding on the ramp. Don't really need to overspot. Oh, that was almost there, but that's just narrowly missed the shot. Would have been the position to be traded anyway. So now, with 16-20 Kings getting double digits, at least they're moving forward to some form of victory here. Obviously on the selection of themselves. They need to walk away with their own map pick, because that hasn't happened so far tonight.
Double digits secured for 16-20 Kings, so not too far away now from looking to close that map out. Mechanical, true to his name, nice clean headshot coming through from him, and senses a bit of a chance there against Cheeseball as well.
Good shots though, Cookie absolutely hitting them right now. Mechanical at least does give himself some extra space. Where's that bomb though? Still down long. So once again, a long way to go. And you can see the smile on his face. It's like, boys, you've let me down. Got a couple of frags and I've got to go on walkabouts to go and get this bomb. He's going to do exactly that. Clears out long. He's got a minute left. So really it's on him to try and see if 16-20 Kings make any indecision as they all lock down inside CT.
Could do a bit of economic damage here still, Mechanical. I mean, the money's not too bad for Dynasty, even if they do lose this round, even if Mechanical drops here. They'll be able to buy into the next one, but take another 1 or 2 guns away from 16-20 Kings, and then you really have to start to think about what that CT economy is going to look like. Does work his way up onto short and onto Catwalk and in towards the A bomb side. He can probably get a bomb plant down here. And from there, I mean, who knows what can happen.
At the very least, extra cash. Some further damage if he does choose. He's cleared out basically absolutely everything here. I do like that 16-20 Kings are at least playing that retake to a degree. You know, they're not trying to overextend too far. Now Mechanical has to get aggressive, peeking around. Does find the open shot. Yeah, so do I. Getting aggressive, really trying to take and find the fight. Now he watches back towards short. So many different angles for him to watch, but this is incredible. Mechanical, only one more frag you need to find, my friend. He's swapped out. He's just turned, but he just misses it, and Script keeps his composure and wins out the round. Look at this shot. That was absolutely disgusting there.
That's
a split
crazy.
second ahead shot. And I swear the worst part is, Jordan, if he had the AWP, still he probably won the round out, but turns from the flash and Script's a little bit too quick.
Yeah, I think it was just that flash. That flash was the stroke of genius from Script. The half-second turn from Mechanical. I honestly backed him with the M4 regardless. I think the angle he had was just such a dirty one.
Yeah.
But the flash forcing him to turn gave that little half-second for Script to play with it in the end. Just enough for 16-20 Kings. But, I mean, credit where it's due. He's done a lot of damage to that economy, and 16-20 Kings, they're looking a bit worse for wear. Dynasty can really take advantage of that in this round, but they have to grasp it, and they have to convert it, and they're not. So for all the hard work that Mechanical put in, maybe it doesn't matter if this round doesn't go the way of Dynasty.
I'm actually almost sad he lost that round. That would have been such a big highlight play. He played it almost to perfection. Yeah, for Script to be nice and smart with his utility at the opportune time. But this round, it's just a very big decimation on the side of 16-20 Kings right now. Still the AWP up, however, for Night Raid. Super's made his way through mid, so at least there's something. Night Raid, can he find the line? He can, but Cookie's a little bit too quick. And Super, unfortunately, hasn't been able to really clear out a whole lot. And with that bomb now dropped up towards short, it's going to be a bit too tough. Information gathered, it's actually a member up top mid. He doesn't know, nor can just hide. They've strapped him in, and Cookie to find the shot. Another multi-frag for Cookie, and 16-20 Kings continue to peel away. Cookie on the top almost. Cheeseball. The IGL's actually leading the charge.
Sometimes it's like that, you know?
Yeah, sometimes it'd be.
Frag and IGL. Don't know too many of those. I only hang out with Pilski, so...
Hey, he was a fragger back in his day.
I think he had one map that was a 2.0 rating, and he's never let us hear the end of it.
Pilski, though, similar. Is that guy that'll tell you how much he sucked, never how good he was.
Yes, that's true. Another slower start to the round here from Dynasty. Just waiting to see if there's going to be any CT aggression, but they won't find it. 1620 Kings are more than happy to play passively. In fact, they've really given up control of mid. Do have Cheeseball kind of keeping an eye on it, but Dynasty could just well and truly walk out mid. They could drop those mid to B smokes and be into the B bomb site before anyone from 1620 Kings can really do anything about it. It does look like they're going to start to get a bit of vision into mid as well, so they might cotton onto it pretty quickly.
Still a split. No real mid control or presence. But this late into the round, it might be not too much of an issue. Cheeseball tucked himself in just outside elevator. Still got some utility down. Great nade as well. So forcing them back towards long. 30 seconds. They have to get a bit of a wriggle on here. And I think, like, if 1620 Kings lose this round, I'll be shocked. You know, they managed to burn so much space. All this utility. Cookie opens up with one. Make it not quite two. Thriller. Very good trade, but look where Cheeseball is. He's lined up one. Thriller again, though, has actually at least managed to get them some space into this site. 3-on-3 retake.
I don't know if they are aware of Script so close by. Nub's head just popped up above the wall for a second there, and he spotted Script out as well. That could have been a really big moment in the round if that would have gone the way of 1620 Kings, and perhaps a really big moment in the map as well. It's down to just Nor now. Money's really not that good for the CT side. So I would be surprised to see him trying to contest this one. Dynasty have found one of the few rounds that they've actually managed to get here on the T side of Dust 2.
Yeah. Very good result too. You know, 25 seconds left and the 1620 Kings where they were. Thriller, those trades were immaculate to find the way to the site just in general, let alone get the bomb down and win out the round. So nicely done. AWP recovered, however, for Cookie again. 1620 Kings, though, now, despite the run of rounds that they've had, the amount of damage that they've taken means that their money is just looking pretty garbage. I think they're going to go for an eco here around the AWP.
See what they can
Cheeky
get done.
little boost.
I like it. You know, you got to play this way when you're the hero AWP. Cookie's going to have a bit of a cheeky peek into mid. Not seeing too much, though. And I think this is now where you sort of prompt a bit of a push from the rest of the 1620 Kings lads. You got to say, like, look, guys, we don't have the weapons to work with. Let's see what we can get done. So Script, I think he's on the right track here. If he would have found the timing just half a second earlier and caught Nub, that could have been a big difference maker in the round. But Dynasty, they seem to have cleared it out pretty comfortably.
Yeah, very nice result. Cookie now most likely just needs to save the AWP. Cheeseball hopefully can do some extra damage as he cruises into tunnels. Night Raid still holding that line. Just shouldering it out, seeing if he can find anything. But he does choose to walk away for now. Cheeseball spot it. He'll jump peaks freaking me out here. He's going to walk straight. Okay. When he gets away with that, it's a beautiful sight. And that's the AWP dropped. It should be recovered, however.
Cheeseball might have other ideas. No such luck. Cookie does manage to keep the AWP through for the next round, though, so that's beneficial for 1620 Kings. But now starting to see Dynasty get a little bit of a run going on here now. 2 rounds in a row. Brings back the deficit to 2.
It's a much cleaner match. Good fundamentals. You know, the team kind of knowing each other's limits and boundaries. Seeing big individual performances from a bunch of these players too. So it's a nice and tight one. Again, Dynasty, you know, despite losing a bunch of those rounds, they just were able to do so much damage to the 1620 Kings economy that they're just still not in a comfortable position despite finding so many consecutively into this CT side. But as the game sort of moves into the latter stages, certainly looks like we're in for the long con tonight. The long haul flashes into short and look to take that control. And it will be given for now as the remaining members are out towards long and car.
Cookie again in a good spot to receive this kind of an offensive from Dynasty. This time, though, they've got plenty of util to play with. They can get themselves into that bomb site, wall up some smoke, some flashes getting layered over the top. Got a decent opportunity to make it into that site. Lots of counter util from 1620 Kings as well, though. Do have Cheeseball with an incendiary, which could really cause a bit of a ruckus on the side if he drops at the right time. And he does. That's perfectly timed. Dynasty's going to have to go through it. Look at Mechanical's HP. It's gone. Cookie's gotten rid of him. Wouldn't have mattered whether he lost any health from the molly, but Cookie. That is a sharp shot indeed.
Super clean. Burning so much time. Night Raid obviously with the bomb, but Cookie still doesn't even want to contest it either. Cheeseball's going to swing. And he'll find Night Raid too, so it's all in the super, and Cookie's going to find it again. He has been awesome on this AWP.
Yeah.
The long lines of dust too, just absolutely made for it.
It's starting to get onto that teetering point now, isn't it? 13-10, another very close map, but Dynasty, are they running out of steam? They've got to buy through once again. No crazy orb duels happening. But Script is keeping an eye on mid with that secondary orb.
Will it pay off? It's going to be the thing. First time seeing it. But still a standstill. Dynasty have done well last couple of rounds to kind of take that early short control, but given that position, it's where it's going to potentially be belly up. Nub does want to shoulder it. Gets the Molotov up. That should flush him out, and it does. Gets the info. He actually drops down in towards CT as well, so at least they managed to force him out.
Yeah, forced out a bit of his util as well. Won't have a molly to play with later on in the round, and so Dynasty learning from the mistakes of the previous. Cheeseball's in the perfect spot to deal with this, though. The flash is not coming across, not catching Cheeseball, and he just doubles down. You can't walk through a smoke like that against him. That's a bomb too, Conky. I mean, it just doesn't go... I mean, it goes from bad to worse, doesn't it?
Yeah. And now they just got to wait for like that flash. Nub's calling for it, but there's nothing left. Mechanical does manage to find Cheeseball. Great little drop down there, but his friend Cookie is to...
Oh, he's been
at least
spotted.
Switch it out after, and yeah, now he's got the info. I don't even think Nub knows he's been spotted. Script's got the line, easy shot. Dunsky, 16-20. Kings, Jordan, finally walking their way towards the victory line. And with 14 rounds, it's all smiles. It's an eco round now as well for Dynasty.
Lots of thinking to be done here. Some solemn faces there as well for Dynasty. Nothing really to delve into the pockets with, and so it's just going to be a couple of pistols here and there. Some armor to play with for Dynasty, but they are just wolf packing it around the map. And to be honest, this might be the right place to go. Script the AWP definitely looks susceptible. Needs some help from a rifler, and it looks like he'll get it. Cheeseball is in the window, helping him out. Script surviving, but not forever. Inevitably, though, the round will still go the way of 16-20 Kings with quite a degree of comfortability. And the two AWPs are retained as well. So 15-10, one round away. 16-20 Kings might be getting a 16-10 on Dust 2.
Very, very lucky to be alive for that long as well, Script. I swore the second he got caught out by the pistols, thought it was potentially him going down there, but, you know, Cheeseball again, he's super reliable, very supportive. And look at Nor now. Oh my God! You can't be losing a game like this. They just rush tunnels, Jordan. Just taking all that control. Script has found another, and now it's Nub and Thriller all on their lonesome. 2v5, and yeah, surely this is a calling of last drinks. Round's done.
Love that one for 16-20 Kings. Just get aggressive, throw a spanner in the works. Not something Dynasty's expecting in a round like this, and certainly not something they can afford. 16-20 Kings, they will finish it off here. Nub and Thriller. Even if they had an absolute banger of a round, I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to get past this one. Still, that'll help. Good shot from Thriller. Bomb in hand for Nub as well, and if they can maybe find a couple of clean entries onto B, then it could be anybody's guess as to how this round will go. You need a shot like that to connect. One through the smoke, you know what I mean?
Definitely makes it the opportune time. Thriller actually wants to go for the fight too. This is so bold, my word. And it almost bloody paid off at that point in time too. Now Nub, he's given the footstep. He wants to go for the swing. They are low, but it's going to be Cookie watching the line. And that will close it out nice and easily in the end. 16-20 Kings certainly jumped into the driver's seat on that CT side, and they walked away with a couple of really solid rounds. But again, just that change of pace, right? 3 full eco rounds were secured in that half for 16-20 Kings on that T side, which just completely threw to the wall Dynasty several times.
Yeah, I do wonder if that makes this look like a bit cleaner of a win for 16-20 Kings than what it in reality could have been. That felt like a very, very close map. You know, to me, the way that it, from the eye test, looked was that it would have been maybe a bit closer than a 16-10. But either way, 16-20 Kings get away with the victory. That is map 1 done and dusted. We'll be heading on to Inferno. That's Dynasty's pick after the break.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon.
Hello and welcome back. This is LPL Pro CSGO. Conky here with me, and it's 1620 Kings and Dynasty that we're watching at the moment. Conky, 1-0 for the 1620 Kings. How many conclusions are you drawing from that first map? Because for me, so far, I would normally like to say I'm convinced, but I think at this point I'm still, waiting to see a little bit which way this series is going to go.
Yeah, I think we saw good signs from both teams. Like, I think it's way too hard to kind of sell this series home anytime soon. And obviously, it's Inferno around the corner. So, again, you just really don't know what the hell is going to happen on that map, as we saw earlier on in the series prior. And then Ancient at the very, very end. So, if this obviously goes the way of Dynasty now in that way, then at least we've got a map that's kind of a little bit more in depth, I suppose, in the sense. But overall, yeah, I definitely sort of have a little bit of a lean towards while 1620 Kings had a great performance. I definitely think Dynasty were keeping him in check for a long part of the map, and I think of some big individual performances like Cheeseball, Cookie, obviously looking great as well. Definitely for 1620 Kings ahead in the end towards that victory.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some pretty easy things to fix as well for Dynasty, right? Those anti-ecos definitely need to be shored up if they can look to knock that on the head pretty quickly here going into the second map. Then maybe they're in with a chance of pushing us through to a third. I definitely think they're a team that has a lot of potential. I think we've seen a lot from some of these individuals in the past, and they've been on some pretty solid teams here and there, found some upsets against some better teams as well. So I have a degree of faith in this Dynasty roster that they have a little bit more to show us than what they have so far tonight. Like, I don't think this has been their best performance. So maybe they can make amends for that. That does too. It didn't quite go their way, but they are moving on to their own map choice, and that is going to be Inferno, second map in the series, and maybe the last map of the night. That'll really depend on whether or not 1620 Kings has anything to say about it. Doesn't look like the greatest of maps on paper for 1620 Kings. So I'm just taking a quick look back at some of their stats, and they haven't played a huge amount of it, and every time they have played it, at least in an official, they have lost it. So might well be seeing Dynasty come back and push us through to a third.
And I kind of hope so. Long night, obviously, at the end of the day for us all, but I think that's absolutely fine. If we've got a good series on our hands, it's always worth it to watch. And while 1620 Kings, pots themselves up on a bit of a pedestal here, I do know that they've got a good, CT side here, but they're going to have to look confident. They're going to have to push into it. But yeah, Dynasty, as you mentioned, I definitely feel like there was a few rounds that sort of pushed them back. And also, Mechanical almost winning out that 1v5. Certainly a few elements that could have potentially tipped the scales the other way.
Do get a fairly reserved approach from both of these teams at the start of the round, don't we? Something we saw on Dust 2. Dynasty just prepared to take a little bit of a moment to pause before starting to send their way up. Banana. That's all been cleared out by Night Raid. 1620 Kings just bringing their third player back across to the B-bomb site. That is Cheeseball with the kit and the 2 flashes, which are going to be very useful, but he's not really in a position to utilize those flashes right now. So not opening up the door for the peaks of the CTs. And unfortunately, the flashes are going to go onto the floor unused. Dynasty into construction.
They're going to go A. Love to see it.
Galaxy Brain.
What a turn of events. Yeah, for sure. Cookie at least does manage to fend off Thriller for the time being. With that bomb going down towards mid, that's the only issue here. Script's actually picked up one. Law's going to hear it as well. He hits a couple good shots, or at least one, but there is the trade from Script too. So very, very quickly, Dynasty's Galaxy Brain play is turned on its head. That's all in a nub. 1v3 does spot out Script, but he gets the bomb. And at least he should find a plan. He's actually going to fake it. This could be big, but not quite. Script with 3. Massive plays. What a turnaround from 1620 Kings.
Yeah, I think maybe Dynasty just got a little bit... What's the word? They got a little bit too creative. Do you know what I mean? And 1620 Kings seemed to read it pretty quickly, actually. As soon as Dynasty started to go back in towards CT spawn, you saw those guys on the B site starting to have a look, starting to suss things out, and they very quickly realized that there was nothing happening toward B. So that rotation actually came through quite quickly, and the guys on A also got the information pretty early, and they were not caught off by that fast play from Dynasty. So I liked it in the sense that it was a little bit creative. It was a little bit thinking on their feet, but 1620 Kings read it quite well as well. So good stuff from them, and that's put them in a good spot here with the weapons heading into round 2.
Good opening though. 4 Vin. 1, 2. Not quite the third, but it will be in the end. No. Nub wants the trade back. A little bit late in the piece, but Night Raid obviously not investing all his cash. Wanting to pick up that AWP in a couple of rounds' time. But still, it's a good opening at least. They've been able to recover the M4, I assume. Yep. Yes, Cheeseball has done exactly that. So nothing really lost in this round either. 2 members sitting back towards the A site in the corner. That have to be really good trades. They're set up into such a nice spot. Script and Nor. But still, you know, potential chance to get this bomb planted with a couple of nice shots.
Yeah, I think if they can get rid of Script, get that M4 out of their hands, then maybe there is definitely something to be said. Or with the MP9 at range, might find it a little bit more difficult. But you've got the smoke down already in the pit for Script, so he's got a little bit to work with. And well, Nor's gone 1 for 1, but Script should have this one on lockdown. Super's going to be allowed to plant the bomb, though. A little bit of extra cash going back into the coffers of Dynasty is good news. But ultimately, the round also going the way of Script is probably what we would have hoped to have seen. The 3 guns, 3 rifles, I should say, retained through to the next round as well. So it's a pretty good result, I think, on both sides, right? Dynasty's happy. They got the bomb down. They took a couple of guns away, but similarly, 1620 Kings are pretty happy with the fact that they've kept their rifles alive.
And this next round, you know, they've got the extra cash from that plant. They can potentially buy a couple deagles, couple pistols if they so choose, and maybe find another bomb plant to really force their way forward in these next couple of rounds. Because that's the name of the game, that CT side of Inferno. You're just making sure you've actually got enough money to bloody play the CT side. Hence why we see, obviously, so many saves coming through. Just always this cause for caution. But this time around, it looks like 1620 Kings are actually trying to take the fight at top of Nana right now. They've got some utility to still be sent in for them. The flash out from Furia, it looks like it is ready to go. And that's exactly what's going to be thrown in just a second as they do look to take that control now. Plenty of utility down. 4 Vin to find it. Nicely found. So now with those 2 members straight down Banana, they can actually send the 3rd player back towards A. And they're going to be trying to run out towards this side immediately. Nor, Script, easy done. Last man standing will be Super, who is, again, so damn sharp. But unfortunately for him, he's going to be the last alive in a 1v4. And not really a whole lot he can do with that bomb still down over towards the side of sight. And he's got members wrapping around to him. But at the end of the day, 1620 Kings, they just don't want to lose any members, right? They need to keep all alive, keep those rifles, and keep their economy in check. Yeah, economy incredibly important in Inferno. I mean, it's important everywhere on any map at any point in time. But I think particularly when it comes to Inferno CT side, when you absolutely need to have that utility to really be able to play the game. It's really imperative that 1620 Kings are able to keep as much money in the back pocket as possible. Doing a really good job of it so far. 4 Vin has spotted out Super. But he won't be so bold or egotistical as to take that challenge. The flash does come through, inevitably. Good assistance there from Script. And that's a really nice, solid round in the end there from 1620 Kings. But... and Cookie can get his AWP now, I think, too. 5 rounds coming through for Dynasty, so... how's it going to look? They need to get the wriggle on Night Raid with his AWP. So we've got to see if they've actually got what it takes to force their sort of way through. Mid-peak, nades down. Looks like they're not going to go for this Nana control early on this time. Happy to leave their 3 members set up a bit more passive towards A. Lots of util usage in towards sandbags. All for naught. Dynasty, well, they do get control of it. They didn't really need to use all that util. There was no one there for the CT side. Now it's the time for some counter util. Double nade on top of Thriller. See you later, mate. And that's sandbags control re-established for 1620 Kings. So they are making Dynasty work hard. And they're just playing it nice. You know, the CT side, a little bit of mid-round aggression, some calculated utility together, playing off the back of the info that they've gathered. And now they can reposition towards Diggity as well. So, still going to be a hard hold, as obviously we do have the members of Dynasty walking their way up towards B now. 4 Vin, though, has found 2. He has been fantastic so far in this map, and getting that flashbang down. Night Raid All in his lonesome, has to wait for his teammate to come on over, and I don't actually think he spotted him towards the pillar there either. They'll spot him now. Very nice shot. But Cheeseball, he's a patient man. He's still sitting, just waiting patiently. Scripts joined the fray. And now Night Raid, whilst he has found Cheeseball, he's got to do it all on his own. So 20 seconds left here, Jordan. He's got to get the bomb planted too.
Yeah, Scripts.
He's looking for another fight.
He's got to be patient. Bomb plant is going down. It's fine to even allow the bomb plant there. As long as you're keeping these guns alive for 1620 Kings, they're really doing a good job of building that economy up. 2 guns lost on a gun round is more than acceptable. Now off to a 4-0 lead. A couple of unfortunate timings for Dynasty in the end there, but now they're going to have to go back to the pistols and 1620 Kings. I mean, off to the races here, really on Inferno, as long as they don't fumble it, you know, don't lose a anti-eco, which was definitely a problem for Dynasty last map, but it's certainly something that could pop up here for 1620 Kings as well.
Can't be trying to cast a curse him like that, man. Come on.
No, I'm definitely not. I'm not trying to.
Never know what will bloody happen in these games. But at least 1620 Kings are looking clean. Looking very concise in the way that they're playing. Playing anti there. Script will be able to get the Molotov down, so it's a bit of a flurry right now. Molotov does go through. Cookie's just peeking in with his 5-7. And he does unfortunately forgo it, but he's got a big smile on his face as he does. He knows exactly what he's done. Cheeseball with the AWP now finds the shot. And the last 2 members standing. I mean, it's just an eco. I can't get too excited, but still, just the confidence that they must be feeling right now to be able to go for those swings, find the picks. Mechanical, though, does get the AWP. And he's got the bomb in hand. Did have a little bit of a play around towards mid, but now he's just got to try and find something potentially on this flank as Cheeseball. No. Who we got?
Just get rid of it.
Yep.
So no double AWP for 1620 Kings. I'm not sure that they would have gone for it anyway. I guess it's definitely an option, but I think things are going pretty swimmingly for 1620 Kings regardless. Well, they did pick up the double AWP a little bit on Dust 2, and Script seemed to be pretty handy with it. So I guess if things go a little bit pear-shaped, definitely what they can opt for. Single AWP was the investment. I guess if they really wanted the double AWP, they could have bought it. They've got plenty of money, but I like the way that they're going about this CT side so far, 1620 Kings. They've built a very nice platform, and now it's just a case of converting that into something more. You know, 5-0, it's all well and good. Saw that in the first series, to be honest, and saw how that worked out for, you know, some unfortunate results.
Yeah, look, still scratching my head about that one a little bit. And it's always that thing, you know, it's always said with Grace, you know, you want only the best for these players. And when you see players definitely not playing to the confidence levels that you know that they should have behind their own individual ability, it always sort of does beg some questions. But that's okay. Back to the drawing board. I'm sure that they will be burning with some fury to redeem themselves in the next series, old Deadweight. But as Dynasty take top mid, they do actually choose to start to fall away now. But 1620 Kings have got 3 members locked down towards this B site. However, Cheeseball, I mean, he had the right timing there, but unfortunately Night Raid was already waiting. So as the rotation comes around now, they've got to be ready for this hit towards B from Dynasty.
Well, now Cookie with that AWP is going to have his crack. 4-vent straight through the smoke. Cookie unable to land these shots. Admittedly, quite difficult ones. Molly's going to come in just a little bit too late to deny the bomb plant. So at this point, again, as soon as I'm seeing a 3-on-4 on that B-bomb site, the alarm bells are ringing in my head. And I'm thinking maybe a save is probably a pretty good option here. But we'll see what 1620 Kings can do here, because actually Dynasty doesn't have a huge amount of cash in their coffers right now. 1620 Kings certainly has quite a fair bit, so if they were able to take a couple of guns away, maybe that would still be worth it. Cookie hanging around for the exit frags, and he'll get at least 1.
Good little shoulder step, mechanical.
Ooh.
Not going to quite find that, but will he go down to the bomb? Yes, he will. Okay, so that's good enough. Great result there from Dynasty to force that one through on the board. At least doing some further economic damage. Because while 1620 Kings do definitely have the investment well and truly here, still like the road to recovery for Dynasty, right? And exactly as you mentioned, we're seeing almost a repeat of what we saw earlier tonight.
1620 Kings have kept Dynasty's money pretty honest, though. Taking those 2 guns away and, you know, losing the AWP. I think it's actually kind of almost worth it for 1620 Kings. A lot depends on how this round plays out. That's a bit awkward for Cheeseball, but the Molotov spreads and saves the day. Can't upgrade into the
aggression
AK.
from Cheeseball, I love.
Well, he's got an MP9, he's got to do it, right?
That's it.
I would like to see him get that AK, though, from the corner. I think it was an AK, but it's a pretty risky prospect. So he's just going to go scurrying back over toward A and leave Forvint there on his own, jump spotting in Banana.
And just leaving the one-man solo. Forvint happy to cruise away, though, now. Looks like Cheeseball is going to try and join the fray again, however, as there's been no information at all towards this A site for now. Still got utility in hand. Molotov ready to be thrown down when it's needed. And the second they get that utility down, he's going to be able to throw that too. So I think, even though it is just a little bit between them, they've, been managed to sort of burn so much down. There is flash available too. Look at this team synergy right now, Jordan. That was absolutely beautiful.
Yep.
And only Night Raid left. 1v4. Had to find a shot too, so it's technically a 1v5, but he's going to go down to the nade. Perfect timing, perfect utility usage, and 1620 Kings on another level right now.
Awesome fundamentals from 1620 Kings, you're right. Those 2 guys on the B-bomb site, they get the volleys down at the perfect time. One in towards Barbecue, one just at the entrance of the B site, and Dynasty are kind of shepherded into an awkward position. Then the flash comes over the top, and both the players swing, finding a frag apiece of Dynasty. They kind of crumble. And again, the money is doing much the same for the T side. It's just an unfortunate place to be. Cookie needs to be a little careful here and does end up backing off. But this time now, we do have Forvint hiding behind the sandbags, which is not in a position that we've seen 1620 Kings playing from. Eventually, he'll move back out of the Banana. I like that 1620 Kings is not willing to really try and throw anything away here against Dynasty on these pistols. Really playing quite reserved, quite passive and safe. Kind of letting Dynasty come to them.
Yeah, definitely so. They're taking necessary risks on the rounds where they know they kind of need to force their way up. We saw that MP9 round just previously from Cheeseball, and now he's picked up the secondary AWP. Happy to kind of hang around that arch side, supporting his teammate. It's just been the measured aggression and never playing the same thing twice.
Might once again fall onto the shoulders of the B defense. Cookie and Forvint to combine. Still got a smoke here for Forvint. Not going to end up getting used. He's just going to keep the gun in hand, and that's a good idea. This Dynasty is definitely heading in his direction, and now he'll need a bit of backup. Smoke to provide some space. M4 to provide a kill or 2, and probably denied the bomb plant, though he ran out of bullets. Little bit unfortunate. Still going to catch Night Raid and doesn't quite finish it off in the end for his squad. Now onto Mechanical. Has collected himself an AWP. Could be dangerous. Deagle now comes out, but I think he's lost his chance. And 7-1 will be the scoreline.
Having those vibes from that previous map of Dust 2, there was always the opportunity here at that AWP shot. Maybe. But it still just keeps being clean. And I'm just loving the smiles right now. Forvint seems super happy. Even Cheese, loving what he's doing. Clearly Coach Yellow saying some nice things as well in between the rounds or in the pauses. But yeah, overall, I'm really liking this because I sort of think back to it was Silix for a little bit. And then obviously they were actually called Yellow for a while, this roster. But with Script being the newest edition and obviously Forvint just before that, I think it was, they're looking really solid there. Look at this. They're straight down mid. They've got control. I mean, it's a little unlucky. It was a great flash from Nub, but I don't care. They did something. They're trying different things round on round and just constantly keeping the side of Dynasty honest. And now Cookie, he's already got that control of Nana. But no peek just yet from Thriller. Gets the smoke down. He already knows too. But that's a great window flash up. Good response. At least Dynasty are getting the jump on these aggressive plays from 1620 Kings.
Forvint's going to have to go scurrying back over to that B bomb site. Must win round now for Dynasty. They need to convert this one. Cheeseball's having a bit of a look into mid, and he might even get his chance here in just a second as well, because Dynasty looked like they're headed in his direction. Just going to be the old faithful. I thought it was going to be the crossfire between Jungle and Dig, but in the end, I'm actually going to see Dynasty work their way back over toward B. I mean, Forbit would have to come up with something absolutely insane to win this round for his team right now. Has put the Incendiary down at a pretty good time. It's actually going to allow the rotation to come across here from Cheeseball as well, who does have a couple of flashes to play with. And this is an interesting spot to play from for Forbit. If he gets his timing right off the back of the flash, yes, he does. There's one freebie, but in fact turns out to be quite a costly frag, as he does go down for it.
A little bit of a tough one here. You know, you feel like obviously 1620 Kings just got caught out, even though they were trying to make some really, really good calls and decisions. And Forvin, I've got to admit, he has been playing absolutely phenomenally from that B site. Like, they're just unable to find him. You know, how many times has he got frag upon frag before he's either traded or the round's a little bit actually too late, even in these disadvantaged situations. B bomb site as a rifler can be so challenging to hold down, especially when you're lacking utility. But Forvin has just done it great, using those little smokes, and he's found it awesomely. So very impressed with him so far. However, still plenty more game left, and as Dynasty finally do start to drag them out of the mud a little bit, a couple of rounds is never something to laugh at. Yeah. And it's just a scratch on that economy slightly, but they've got still more work to do.
It is definitely a positive sign. It's a positive step, but this needs to be a case of 2 feet forward rather than 1 foot forward, 1 foot back. You know, if 1620 Kings go and pick this round up, then again, the work that Dynasty put in doesn't really amount to a huge amount. So Dynasty need to convert a couple in a row, and obviously they've got every opportunity to do that right here and now. But too many times today, we've seen when it comes down to these really important rounds, 1620 Kings have just been a little bit better in those high-pressure scenarios.
Definitely looking way more calm and collected. Script still really not feeling much pressure at all towards that A site, 9 and 1. Only going down that one time, which I believe was a B site retake where he was unsuccessful. So looking for that mid control now again. Still a little bit more split up. Cookie playing a very interesting line just outside of the cubby in library. As the smoke does go down to isolate, he'll get one down of his own. Now we look to reposition as well. So it's an awkward spot now with all this utility down. Is he getting aggressive? He's going through, utilizing the smoke that he did throw down to just have a bit of a spot. I do like it. It's such a forthright play. And now as the flashes go around Arch as well, if he finds the timing here, because they are just about to head their way around, and he's definitely onto this line. We saw Swanky go big from here as well earlier, Jordan. Will Cookie be able to recreate?
Oh, smoke's gone into library. That's going to give Cookie room to work, but he just gets clipped by the side of it, and Nub takes the opportunity to rip his head off. Now it's onto Noir and Script, who are both on the site. Rotation's already coming across, and Script, he lines up too. The spray down is good. Needs to get that sidearm out because he's running out of bullets in the M4A1S, but even still, he's putting that to use, and eventually finishes another one off. A knife in the back, in amongst all of that as well. I have no idea what's going on in that round, but I can tell you 1620 Kings have picked up the round win, and that's what matters.
Script, a big emotional player too, so I think he'll be very, very happy, even after getting knifed, to get that round done. It's 8 for 1620 Kings. They've already won out the half. It's the CT side, and they are just absolutely decimating Dynasty, despite that we see these, you know, occasional close positions. Like, they just keep holding on to their money. They're able to reinvest, able to rebuy. And whilst Dynasty still does have cash, it's just incredibly challenging for them to try and fight this fight.
Tougher and tougher, even despite the fact that the money is working in the favor of Dynasty. It's an awkward spot to be in for Cookie. Feet getting a little bit hot, but he's going to keep an eye on the boiler position. Bit of a scary position to play from, though, with only 36 HP. So he'll just start to cede a bit of control and move back toward the site. Has a little more backup from Noir on that angle.
Straight in. Sees that smoke come down. Doesn't want to allow them any space. And Molotov to go through, and the smoke off the back of it as well. Script actually might look to tuck into cubby, but Not just yet. He's still happy to sit behind that smoke for now.
Only the one Molotov to get him out of there if he were to tuck in, and that's on the hands of Night Raid, who's obviously AWPing. Fortunate timing there for Script. Gets completely caught by the flash, and now Cookie's going to have to turn his attention away, leave it onto North and try to cover off Diggity. He's done a good job of that, but needs to get that smoke down now as well. A lot of pressure on these A defenders, and the B site rotators are just still not even moving. With 16-20 Kings, it seems like they've got full faith in these guys because they are doing a great job of it. Cookie,
my God,
another kill for him. Somehow, he's got another opportunity there. This one doesn't quite land, but I think they might have done enough. That is a fantastic no-scope. And Cookie is pulling off the unthinkable right now. I thought that was another one for him, but it takes to the sidearm to end the round in 16-20 Kings. How on earth have they gotten through that round?
There's a mixture there of Cookie going absolutely insane and Dynasty just being so hesitant, so cautious. Like, Cookie managed to look away from Library and turn back to Diggity, legging up another member on the back of his shot. There just was no shift in focus there. And again, how vigilant the members, obviously, of 16-20 Kings were to not even rotate off B, as you mentioned. You know, they're still super confident with their calls, very happy with everything going on, and even in positions where their backs are getting thrown up against the wall, they're still looking really, really good. And Script, he's chowing down on a pair. Maybe that's the play.
I have a funny story about pairs, because you remember the player pairs, right? I watched him play a game one time, and I was like, man, I really feel like a pair now. And I hadn't eaten a pair in like years, because I didn't like them. And I was like, oh, you know what? I'll give it another try. Went to the shops, bought a pair, had it, and I didn't like it. So, not a fan of that one as a snack option.
The one thing that really upsets me still to this day is that I can't eat eggs.
What?
I know.
I didn't know that.
I'm a breakfast connoisseur too, so I still can't have them. And I try scrambled eggs once every 3 months in hope that I'll be able to get back into it. Because
what happened?
They're a cheat code to life. Eggs. I just don't like the texture. It's like seafood too. I struggle with seafood.
No way.
Which is a very depressing thing, but
all right.
It's the yeah.
I guess that's fair enough. I want to get back onto that after this
round.
Yeah,
we will. We'll get there after. Yeah.
Topic. Love that one. But 5-on-4 right now in 16-20 Kings. They just seem to be absolutely blitzing through this half, don't they? Not giving Dynasty much of an option. Molotov does burn Forvin, but we've already seen that rotation come across. It's a bit interesting what's happening over here on the A bomb site. Script not expecting, not prepared for super. But Noir is. He's got a little bit more work to do. He goes greedily into Diggity, and it works out. A 1-for-1 brings it back to 2-on-2 for the retake.
Yeah, I was sure there that Noah was going to fall straight back into apartments and, you know, maybe play the time. But in fact, he actually did bring it into a 2-on-2. So made the round almost a winnable prospect as opposed to sort of playing that 3v4 retake. And now Cookie looking to creep on out. Does spot the corner. He's spotted it a couple of times. Both members inside the pit. Are they going to be found? Cheeseball is the man to do it. The man in the position. Nade goes in. He spots one, but Mechanical a little bit too quick, and Nub will trade as well. Very nicely done from Dynasty there to get around back afforded. And there, the money is broken. Finally, it only took them 13 rounds, 12 rounds.
Is it too little too late?
Now it's an eco, we can talk about seafood again.
Yeah, no, I just... Oh, by the way, Cookie's gone for the hero AWP, so maybe not.
Maybe not, yeah.
What's he going to do with this? He's glass cannon with an AWP, and his team's not even bought a single piece of armor, util, anything. He's going to get quickly into Nana. Surely Dynasty don't expect this, but the flash goes over. It doesn't matter. Cookie's a bit too good. Hasn't even taken damage.
Not expecting that at all, no. And he's going back for the fight too. He's found another. No. This is incredible, Cookie. You are joking me. The hero AWP, he's got the bomb. He's got absolutely everything. And he's got balls of steel on him at the exact same merit. Now Nub is scared, and I would be too. Goes for the peek, goes for the shot, but now he just has the information that there's three hungry members. Jesus Christ, what a round.
That is a massive tilter for Dynasty. Has to be. It's still winnable, but Cheeseball's got an AK, Forvin's got an AK. Cookie, of course.
Well, now they can just sit still.
Yeah, they don't need to do anything.
They don't have to do anything now. Yeah.
I mean, Cookie's got the perfect line to deal with this, doesn't he? Smoke's going to go through and obscure his vision, but they're still going to have to get rid of Cheeseball, who now will be the first port of call, and Cookie got another one through the smoke. Oh, it's a disappointment that he misses out on the ace, but still a great round from Cookie.
That was insanity, man. It's not often you see that, right? Like, sure, a saved AWP, maybe around some pistols or something like that. It does pay off on the odd occasion, but to buy the AWP, the full investment in your first eco round of the whole map, and you do that. That's insane. All right. Dynasty, yeah, good day.
See what Dynasty's going to do. Looks like it's going to be a fast play. Man, I just want to talk about eggs. Why can't these teams give me an opportunity? Anyway.
Too much entertainment.
Moore gets himself a nice double, triple even. All headshots to boot. Very well done, and Script. He's got a little bit more to deal with here, with Night Raid starting to work his way out onto the balcony. Well dealt with. 11-3. All right, eggs. What I don't get, Conky, about that, if you don't like the texture of eggs, you know you can cook eggs in multiple different ways, which changes the texture.
Yes.
So you just don't like any of them.
So I can... This is the worst part. So I can still eat the yolk dipped with, like, toast soldiers.
Yeah, right.
I can still do that, but I can't eat the egg whites.
So you... Okay.
It's depressing.
Boiled eggs, scrambled eggs, fried eggs.
Nah, can't do
poached.
it. And like, because an eggs Benedict is literally like the creme de la creme of breakfast. I want to eat it so bad, and every time I just can't do it.
Oh no! I mean, I pity you, to be honest, because that's one of my favorites.
I pity me too. There's nothing proud. I can't be proud of it at all. And like, especially with all this like weightlifting in the gym, it's literally a cheat code. Like, just eat eggs, bro. Just get jacked for free.
Oh man, some people do have a tough life.
Half days and everything.
I know. I think it's Dynasty that's got the tough life at the moment though. Down 11-3 in the first half. I mean, we've been talking about the CT side all day, Conky, but seems like 16-20 Kings have that one on lock.
I'm just so happy about it, and you can see exactly what I constantly go to and fro about all the time in a team that takes CT-sided control aggressively, in obviously not all the time, in mixed fashion and changing it up and all these kind of things, is a team that will win 90% of the time. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. 16-20 Kings have just absolutely crushed them.
Might do it again here. Might make it a 12-3 half. Cheeseball's in the perfect spot. Yeah, it's the smoke down at a really nice time as well. Flash has gone over the top though, so we're going to be now sort of relying on Forvint to make the difference. He's got that smoke down at the back of side again, but surely Dynasty know that there's going to be another player hanging around, and Thriller, he's all over it.
They found him this time. And Cheeseball also going to be punished too. Dynasty finally get their way in and really punish 16-20 Kings for being a bit more passive in this position. Managed to flush them out.
Still winnable.
Yeah. Norl moving in. Good flash, but Nub. Oh, no, actually, it's a little bit too deep. He turned into it, but does get the frag regardless. Now it's all in the script. 1 versus 3. Does find 1, but it's a very, very split site. And yeah, going to be a challenge. Does get the frag, though. Script looking, hunting, trying to find it. Good timing, though, from Thriller. And finally, Dynasty get a punch back.
Well, 11-4 half, I think that's about as good as you can really expect. 16-20 Kings will be very happy with that. Well done from Thriller to clutch this one out in the end. Would have been a bit worrisome if that one would have gone the way of 16-20 Kings. But either way, I mean, 11 rounds, it's such a fantastic spot to be heading into the second half from. Full armor across the board from 16-20 Kings. So they're not going to be messing around with any util here at all. It's going to be straight up, good old-fashioned brawl with the Glocks.
Be an interesting tell if Dynasty can actually pull away this round. Maybe there's some solace for them in the CT side. We'll have to find out. But again, just from what we have seen from 16-20 Kings so far, their calling has been great. They've repositioned nicely. This time it will be that cheeky little double lurk out of the apartments, but ultimately the B site to be hit. And how the timing's going to be found, that'll be the question, because is every single member except for one over still towards this B site, and Mechanical's ready for it. Nor and Cheeseball, though, open up. Mechanical with 1. Cheese Ball also going down. So 3 members still alive.
They've got A, though. They've literally got A. Nor's just charged into A and got it all himself.
Oh, is he giving it up? Not quite. Mechanical's still alive, though. You know he likes a frag, but Nor apparently... Jesus! 4 kills.
He's real good.
That's what I mean. I feel like these players are still, like, quite green, and they're still happy to just, like, confidently swing into anything, you know? This guy is in their spawn getting a 4K with the Glock.
I don't know. What do you even do here as Dynasty? I mean, they're going to take the save. I guess not many options, but... Charge it down mid. Might actually work out for them. USP still can do some damage. They've gotten themselves a kill already, but there's still a player coming up to deal with. It's Cookie. He'll find himself a triple. For Vint. Cops a bing. So, to be a little bit wary, but in the end, well dealt with by 16-20 Kings. 13-4 now the scoreline as we start to begin the second half in earnest.
They almost went a little bit too far there, Dynasty. You know, straight up Nana, it felt like they were just retaking it the other way around. The rest of the members of 16-20 Kings kind of sitting back. But now, as it stands, Dynasty do have that buyback, but of course, no AWP for Night Raid. That's where it's going to start to be the tough deal. Where are we? Under balcony for Thriller. Cookie looking over the top of that smoke. Nobody home, of course. Cheeseball's taken some damage, so it's actually going to be Mechanical to drop him down. Good opening, but so far only losing a MAC-10.
Yeah, I don't know that 16-20 Kings will be too disappointed by that. If you're going to lose a gun, you'd definitely be happy to drop one of the MAC-10s. And look, they got plenty of time in this second half to get this one over the line, so they just need to be thinking about the long-term plan, even if it doesn't happen in this round. Force Dynasty into a low economic position and eventually find that perfect time to strike. For now, still 1 minute on the clock. Nub needs to be checked. Will be, but not before finding himself a kill. At the very least, Cookie can get himself an upgrade to a 3rd AK.
Still very split, though, those defenses. You know, it's just that 2v3 on towards this site. If they can manage to flush out Night Raid, because this wraparound coming from Library is huge, but Night Raid actually manages to find it. Look at that, what a play. Taking all the matters into his own hands. It's just 4 Vint left alive, and he's spotted on the other side of the hay cart as well. So Dynasty do get the opening buy round, rather. And at least it's something, you know, a consolation prize maybe for now, but as they, you know, continue on, who wants to be a millionaire? They can win more and more money over time, but they've got to answer the right questions.
Yeah, I guess the unfortunate thing there for 16-20 Kings is that they didn't really manage to do too much damage. So now, if nothing really comes from this round, Dynasty's going to be set up nicely to build this CT half up a little bit. Of course, it's going to take a long time to build things up for them, but simple steps, small little steps, and that's all you can focus on. Thriller. Well done, very well done. Makes it look easy. Finishes off 4. And that's 6 up for Dynasty, keeping the 4 guns alive.
Certainly have done it well. Winning out those counter ecos is always solid. So the money looks good now. AWP for Night Raid, of course. Still a rebuy in the back pocket. Maybe you have to sort of scurry some guns around, but at least they've got what they need for now to back themselves up even further. Cookie going for his best Zywoo impression, but does get forced out. Both of the AWPers actually taking some early damage as well.
Nice damage off that nade. Cheeseball. He's in a great spot to find a double here. Super does the initial damage. Mechanical will finish it off. Now Script. He's in a bit of a spot of bother, actually. Doesn't really have an ideal weapon. 12 bullets left there as well. Just has to slow things back down until he gets a bit of backup here. Does trade out for the AK. Surely knows there's a second player just around the corner here, but Super gets the better of him still. In the meanwhile, over toward A, Forvin has chimed in with 1, and that seems like that's going to be the area of attack for 1620 Kings. They didn't check pit, they weren't watching, but Thriller gave away his position, didn't find a frag. Now he's really under pressure, and eventually he'll fall as well. Rotations coming through thick and fast, but are they going to be quick enough?
Smoke down towards Library. At least they're able to create that further space, and I think, yeah, they're straight out of there. Don't want a bar of it at all. Or picked up again into that next round. So this is their consolation buy that we spoke about, right? They've still got the cash to do so, but it's definitely not a position you want to be in, you know, saving into this position, allowing 1620 Kings to only be 2 rounds away from victory.
Yep.
But, you know, Forvin in that round took matters into his own hands, dove straight into the faces of Dynasty. And, yeah, again, I'm loving his confidence. It's been such a treat to watch him play.
Well, it's pretty imperative, actually, that they do get these guns through to the next round, Dynasty. I mean, the money's a bit awkward on Night Raid and Thriller, but if they do take those 2 through, they're going to get a really good buy here. Yes, it's unfortunate you're letting 1620 Kings get 1 step closer to that 16th round, but at the very least, you can fight for it. You know, they're going to be able to get full belts of util here. Orp's going to come out as well. It's going to be a really solid buy for the CT side. But I'm not sure that I'm seeing enough tonight from Dynasty to imagine that they can make this comeback happen. I mean, I'm thinking this is going to be wrapped up pretty quickly by 1620 Kings the way they're looking.
This is the first that does at least get something back. Forvin, the man I'm talking about, is the guy that loves a good trade as well. Eyes are going to have to be on Thriller. See what he can do. Hopefully they'll clear this as well. Forvin won't quite, nor though does find that trade. That's exactly what they needed. 2v2 now on towards this site.
Yep.
And they've got to go for this, Dynasty. There's absolutely no question about it.
They have an
They've both got kits. They've got some utility. Yeah, definitely stuff that can make it work. But that smoke goes down towards the Library side again. They're already up. They're already moving. Script spotted them out. Gets the info. Great shot as well. And the crossfire is secured. Dynasty, they had the right play, but they had to fight with Script, and he is feeling it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a bit of an awkward spot there with Nor quite low on HP. If he would have gone down, Script isolated, stuck on the site. But he hits such a nice, clean, crisp headshot over the box. Some of the toughest ones you can actually hit. But he's got it done. And 15's up for 1620 Kings, and they are just rampaging through this series, aren't they? This is crazy. What has happened? Dynasty's map pick, I mean, they kind of got wrecked on this map against Vertex the other night, and it seems like that's going to be the same thing against 1620 again tonight. Got a shotgun out. And over. Oh, was not expecting that.
Things you love to see.
Oh yeah, I'm a big fan.
Night Raid, though, at least stepping up as well. 2 kills in the round. Got to be happy in that position. So it's just slowly creeping back. Again, that's the thing, though. 3 members of Dynasty hunting down. They are retaking Nana nice and late, but that's exactly what Cheeseball will know. He can hear that. He can have the information. And he'll know that there's going to be one rotating immediately over as well. He've already heard the footsteps. Luckily, though, Super is sharp, and he's going to be able to hit 2.5 shots. As 2.5 men are still alive, but now 1.5. Cruising through CT. So that's what they were looking for off the back of that utility control down Nana. But with a member being lost to Super, it does make it a lot harder.
Oh, no. Just going to be a little bit too late to catch them on the cross. I do just wonder how this could go if the bomb does somehow get planted. It's always a risky business trying to retake the bomb site. Mechanical's done a good job there of just denying the bomb plant, catching Cheeseball, and putting Stripped into a pretty unfortunate position. I think 2 on 4, you know, it's obviously unlikely, but it's doable. 1 on 4 would have to be a Herculean task, and Script is not up to it.
It's another plant, though. In a good position to be in. Interesting play will be looking at what they actually make a decision on the buy sort of here. Script's got enough to go for a hero AK if he wants, but probably would advise against the buy, I would say. Just go for those pistols, play around with it for now. Yeah, Script is just sending over a couple of techies. I think that's a good idea. Look, even in this position, who knows? A B rush could be the method to the madness to close out the series. You never know.
Got away with a lot of these kinds of rounds on the first map, didn't they? 16-20 Kings. So I wouldn't be counting my chickens before they've hatched yet if I'm Dynasty. Put a bit of good work in this round and get yourself one step closer, but to make sure you get this one over the line. Night Raid does start well, but 16-20 Kings are progressing through the map pretty quickly. Inevitably, they're kind of put to a stop by Thriller. Oh, looks like Script is going to try and get the bomb plant down, which is quite an ambitious task at this point in time. And it leaves Cheeseball alone.
Yeah, not going to happen this time round. No Kevlar and Cheeseball either. He spotted something, but the glint in his eye will go away. What's out? Up inside pit. Wait, that was super. He's just going to go for a little wander down yonder for now. I think he's got a lot of time to burn, try and find an exit. Really, all he can hope for is just some economic damage and then move into the next round with that full buy.
Cheeseball's going to give this one a crack. Well, I think we all expected something like that to happen. 15-8. Another buy to come through here for 16-20 Kings, though. And I just can't imagine 7 in a row from Dynasty. If it's 14-8, yeah, maybe. You know,
don't do it.
Give yourself that little bit of a falling back, but all it takes is one small mistake. All it takes is one weird little thing to happen. 16-20 Kings just get a little bit of luck, and it's done. So this is going to have to be an absolutely massive, massive effort from Dynasty to bring this back.
Certainly a big ask. All the way to overtime. But look at Cheeseball. He's straight through. He's heard it. He knows they've gone for the flash. And somehow Mechanical is aware enough to actually turn the tide back there. Night Raid with the collateral. You've jinxed it, haven't you? It's happening. OT?
We're a bit early to say that just yet.
Oh, Cookie, what do you do here, my friend? You've got the bomb. You got hungry teammates on the prowl.
Try and do some damage.
That's basically all he wrote there. Mechanical clearing out apartments. They've got their confidence back, though, Dynasty. Certainly.
If he goes up Nana here and sort of catches Super, you know, if he hard clears this and gets into the B site, plants the bomb, I mean, Cookie's been kind of on this map. He's going to check it. Oh, dear. See, this is where he really just needs to accelerate into B, and I think he's just taken a little bit too long. Night Raid is already going to get there before him.
Yeah. He has the AWP line to clear, though, and it's actually a cheeky little smoke in his hand, but they are marching up B very, very quickly. If Cookie does get this plant, there is an opportunity for him to do something huge, but he's just got to buy the timing and... Okay.
Wow, that was a good solid
that was
shot
kind of
from
nuts. Yeah, what a bold shot. I guess somewhat fair, right? You know, you hear the plant, you just go for a rogue shot.
Yeah. Well done.
Well played.
All right, 15-9. Gonna have to take another save here, 16-20 Kings. So it is, you know, it's starting to get closer and closer.
And an eco, at least, to boot. I mean, 16-20 Kings did win one. Only on that previous map, but they got a little bit less in this round as well. A P250, a Deagle. That's about all she wrote.
Maybe this is a bit more of a attack timeout kind of a round from 16-20 Kings, where they're just chilling.
Yeah.
Having a bit of a chat. What do we want to do? You know, we only need one round here. Got a gun round coming up. Let's just get it done.
Play the time.
Yeah.
Conversation. Asking the boys, what's for dinner? Who's going to bed? So they're finally making their way up towards that arch side. In the line, shoulders it out. Does finally at least fire the shot, but they've just burnt so much time here. 20 seconds. Great flick from Night Raid. Oh, Cheeseball with a very nasty shot, though. If they get the wrap, maybe there's something, but Cookie gets a bit too hungry for that AWP.
Oh, what can Cheeseball do with that one? There's already a good shot and another one to follow it up.
Oh, my God.
He was not aware of Super coming in behind, and dearie me, that could have been something. Dynasty.
That was almost something, yeah.
Sweating.
Another split second. If he got past that wall, it was a potential round on. Could have got to the site, got the plant down. Script was there waiting for him, but Super just clean. So the additional chance, right? And I like this play. Spawn. Straight down mid. Super, though, traded. Now they had information, and unfortunately for Cheeseball, he will get taken down. I do like that, but back to the 3-on-3. So still, winnable prospect for both, but no real ground recovered. Oh. And Night Raid misses the important shot. You can see him. He's out straight away from his desk there. Mechanical, though, gets the info. Could potentially spot out more. And oh, he pulls away.
He's got the bomb.
Thought he had the frag.
He's got the bomb.
No.
Oh, Nub's there as well, though. They're not expecting him, surely. No, maybe they are. Who knows what's going on at this point? Cookie is rotating his way onto the side, but look at this push from Nub. Is he going to find the timing? Not quite. And
Nor's watching it.
Is watching from Graveyard. That's the end of the series. 16-20 Kings have gotten it done. Script's having a good time on the cams. I don't know if you caught up with that one yesterday, but
I did. I hope that's a reference.
In there, I think. Dynasty. Oh, it's an unfortunate day at the office for them there. And, you know, I think that's probably a performance that they think they could have done better from. I mean, I've seen better from that team. I saw better from them earlier in this week. So, you know, I do think that they'd be a bit disappointed by that 0-2. Probably would have liked to get at least a map there, but you know, it's not the end of the road for them here in this season. So they kind of have to take that to heart, right? It is a double in bracket, and though they will drop down to the lower bracket, there is every opportunity that they can still make it through there and head on into stage 2.
Well, I think what we saw there, Jordan, was actually just a good game, right? A good series. It was enjoyable. It was very much back and forth. Definitely got a bit sloppy towards the end there, on the end of Inferno, obviously, where 16-20 Kings just needed that one round to close it, and it started to get a bit scrappy, but, you know, it was exciting. It was still a lot of fun. But I think they put up such a good result on Dust 2. I think, to be honest, I think it could have been a little bit more sided towards Dynasty as well, though, on that map. Like, definitely felt like it should have been maybe a little bit closer, just a couple of, like, minor mistakes that definitely pushed them back. But, look, I really enjoyed that from 16-20 Kings, especially as we moved to Inferno. They looked well-drilled. They looked confident. They looked great. And I think if that roster continues to put that kind of form in, they will look really good over the coming weeks of this competition. Yeah,
me too. I actually haven't had the opportunity really to watch a huge amount of their games, so I didn't really know what to expect from them. But I think I'm positively surprised by the level of gameplay that they were able to bring through there, especially with what we saw on Inferno. It really did seem, like you said, quite well drilled from them. They've got the good fundamentals coming through. A couple of individuals having some really good moments there as well. Cookie with that AWP on the eco round was a big one as well. So to me, it seems like they've kind of got it all coming together. I do wonder, you know, how it's going to work when they go up against some tougher opponents as well. And obviously that's something that we're going to follow from them throughout 2022. But yeah, fantastic start from 16-20 Kings. On the flip side, though, Dynasty, I mean, what do you think they need to do after this? All right, they need to just go back to the drawing board, say, look, that was a bad game. We didn't perform to the level that we would have expected. And I think, you know, they can hit definitely a higher level than what we got from them tonight. So I think they just sort of need to kind of recognize that and then, you know, figure themselves out. So overall, you know, for me, I guess I just am still kind of waiting to see what we're going to get from a lot of these teams. Let's jump into the bracket, though, Conky, and see where we are sitting after the end of day 2. In fact, the end of week 1 of LPL Pro. It's 16-20 Kings and DGG going into the upper bracket. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, right? How's it going to go for 16-20 Kings when they're up against a team like DGG?
Exactly right. That's where I think a lot of the questions marks are going to start to be raised, because Dynasty, again, didn't really punish 1620 Kings in a number of those opportunities, whereas I think DGGG, Jesus, they're going to be very, very confident coming into this. Obviously, they're still not a super rounded team just yet, still very new, early days, but like that's a mixture of players that have been on tier 1 teams, right? Like we've already got that kind of experience behind them, and if they continue, suit going forward and they continue the way that they are, I definitely think they can absolutely, take down 1620 Kings in solid fashion. But again, if we see the same form from them as we did tonight, there might be a world where they actually manage to sort of equalize that series. But it was a lot of fun regardless, and I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup.
Yeah, Pool B, we have Nutty Gaming and Bandits getting into the upper bracket there. It'll be Sanguine and Deadweight to play down there in the lower bracket. Again, with regard to Pool B, I do have a few more questions. Like, I'm still not as confident as to where some of these teams are going to sit in Pool B as where I am for at least Pool A. I think you got some top dogs in Pool A, but Pool B, it seems like the waters are a little bit muddier there for me.
Yeah, for sure. Like we obviously saw it tonight, a little bit scrappy between the two. Definitely hope Deadweight come back in swinging, right? I know Sanguine are a pretty sharp team. Lots of sort of things that they can do. Nutty, obviously, a little bit more well-drilled. They've been around, since sort of the end of last year now. I think that seen them in a few different competitions. But yeah, that Sanguine versus Deadweight, like all I'm saying is I hope Deadweight win that series, because they're a team that I was sort of hoping to see some good things for in this league so far, and to see them go out so early would be a little bit strange. So I hope they have a chat and just, again, all they need to do is just have a little bit of a watch back of tonight and fix up those errors, because they're easily fixed, I feel.
Well, end of week 1 of LPL Pro for this season, and I got to say, I mean, I've kind of had a couple of expectations coming in, and I think most of those have been met from the teams that I sort of had a good idea of. As far as what we're looking at for this week, though, Conky, anything that you want to sort of touch on before we say goodbye?
No, just fantastic to be back. It's always a treat to be on the LPL show, especially with yourself, my friend. It's always a pleasure working with you, and just to every single team that's involved or getting around it. Thank you for being a part of it. Super cool to see everyone with player cams and things of that nature as well, and showing off their personas and whatnot. And I hope for some really good matches over the coming weeks as well.
Speaking of, we've actually got a couple of interesting ones coming up next week on Tuesday. 1620 Kings and DGG, and then Dynasty and Kanga. So, a lot of the questions that we're asking in this post-show sort of segment are actually going to be answered on Tuesday. Do you want to give me your brief, quick thoughts on where that might go DGG's way? DGG Kanga?
I'm thinking so. Yeah. I think DGG Kanga sounds about right. Kanga's got the firepower to do it, but whether or not they have the mentality to do it, that's probably the better question around that roster. DGG, I hope they go far. I think DGG actually is a contender to even sort of take this out in the whole way through. So it's an exciting week ahead, and I can't wait to tune in on Tuesday.
Yeah, we'll certainly be looking forward to catching you guys at home on a Tuesday as well. It looks like Conky has something he needs to attend to, so we might wrap the stream up there. Very quick shout out to LG New Zealand once again for making it all possible before we do say goodbye. But for now, that's the end of the week, and we'll see you next time on Tuesday. Have a good night.